Guards man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. But first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
So 2020 reaches a bubble-tastic conclusion after 6 tests and 6 T20s. The old enemy is in town. England and Australia renew hostilities for the first time since the World Cup semi-final, when England needed a mere 32 overs to clinch their place at Lord's. And we all know what happened next. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, back in the chair after being rested for 6 T20s by the Guerrilla selectors. Also back in favour, of course, are Jofra Archer, some would say more importantly Mark Wood, and Joss Butler for the first time since that heady July day at Edgbaston in 2019. They only come out for the big guns, it would seem. The 150th ODI between the pair. England have won the toss. They will bowl, and we have team news and we have commentary news. Joining me here on the virtual sofa, we have men as far wide-ranging from Claygate to Singapore. In Claygate, we have none other than Tony Gorilla Bishop.
Hello. Yes. Sorry. Someone was shouting in my ear about a cup of coffee in it. Literally at the time you introduced me. But I'm here. I'm delighted.
Get your coffee, sit down, get ready 10 minutes before the start of the show, and then you'll be fine, Tony. And probably having just written another book all the way from Singapore, it's Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo.
Hi, good afternoon. Absolutely delighted to be here for Joss Butler's new debut 1 year later.
Yes, indeed. Now, if you go back to earlier in the summer and we heard talk that Australia were going to come over for a few ODIs, most of us looked at each other and went, "What? Australia again? Ugh, that's a bit May, isn't it? A little bit me, a little bit May." But actually, now they're here, and now we've got these 3 one-day internationals in front of us. I'm pretty excited by the amount of world-class talent. that's just going to appear before me on my television screen. Tony, what do you think?
It is pretty exciting. I mean, you've already said that England have got their big guns back. I mean, what fascinated me was Australia lining up without Steve Smith.
Well, you know why that is.
Well, he didn't do very well.
Someone took a hammer, an enormous hammer, and beat him around the head, and so he's decided he can't play.
Well, perhaps it was Maxwell Silverhammer.
It could have been Maxwell Silverhammer. Very good point. Very good point. So there is a lot of world-class talent, but one of the world-class talents we won't be seeing, certainly in this game, is Steve Smith, which enables me to segue on to the two teams before I come to an Indo for comment. The Australia lineup is Finch, Warner, Stoinis coming in at 3, Labuschagne, oh we love Labuschagne, Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell, Alex Carey, Patrick Cummins, we have Stark, Hazelwood and Zampa, so pretty much as strong as you could get without Smith, I would argue. England line up with Roy back after a side strain, Bairstow, Root back of course after being left on the shelf by the T20 squad, Morgan, Billings coming in at 5, Butler 6, Moeen Ali, Chris Wokes, Adil Rashid, Jofra Archer and Mark Wood. Australia won the toss, in case I haven't told you that, and have decided, no, it was the other way around. England have won the toss and have put Australia into bowl. It's Tony leading me astray. And India, what do you think? Was it a batting day or bowling day? Australia said they would have batted anyway, or is that just playing with us?
The Aussies are always going to play with you, right?
Yeah.
But I would have batted. I think it's a batting day. I think basically England fancies the bowling attack that it has at the moment, and with good reason. You've got Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, and then you've got the spin twins who've Adil Rashid suddenly once again seems to be England's best world spinner, and there's talk of him going into the test side next.
Indeed.
So I think England fancies the bowling. I still think it's going to be very, very tough for them to hold, even without Steve Smith, to hold Australia back to a smallish total, as I think Morgan said at the toss that he would prefer.
Yeah, well, they're talking about this pitch is a little bit softer than the ones that they played against Pakistan. Of course, that was only T20 rather than a full one-day international. There may be a bit of spin, and England consider themselves to be a little bit weak in those middle overs against spin. So this is going to be a good test for them, says Owen Morgan. Anyway, the batsmen are out in the middle, the fielders are out in the middle. Let's jingle up those taking part. There's little David Warner for a start.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a stick in the start. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the start. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stick in the start. David Warner's got a stick in the start.
And he's joined by the Australia captain, who goes by this name.
Aaron Finch.
Aaron Finch it is, and opening the bowling for England, a man who performed splendidly in that World Cup semi-final. It is this man.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Yes, it will be Chris Wokes without the Alice Band. The Alice Band has been dispensed with. Of course, Stuart Broad and his broadband will not be in evidence today, although he is amongst the commentary team for Sky. And he seems reasonably articulate, which is unusual for commentators. In comes Wokes to bowl to Warner, who goes back to a back of a length ball, and he just crafts this out into the covers, square on the offside, and there is no run. Now, presumably, millions of you are clamouring to have your voices heard on Twitter. Have we been joined by anyone, Tony?
Of course we have. Leah, the Hanoverian Hun, says, hello, Tony and Indo, and Carl, I guess. I think she means Marks, given your swept-back hair and lustrous beard.
Oh, indeed. We'll come back to Twitter in a moment as Wokes turns the top of his run, runs past the umpire. Good ball, I think, that David Warner has just hung his bat inside the line of that one, so I don't think he was actually prodding away at it. Goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. More tweets.
Yes, Jay Grover says, afternoon all. I got up at Sparrow so I could give you undivided attention. I had to edit something by someone who confused Jane Mansfield and Jane Russell. Oh, Lord, you can't do that.
No.
One almost lost all of their head, didn't they? And the other one was in a film called The Outlaws, from memory. Their information was correct, but he thought they were one person. Oh, well, have a cracker.
Wokes in again, back of a length. Oh, just over the top of off stump. Well, I say just, probably by about 8 inches. A good leave. More on length, really, than line on that occasion. And through to Butler it goes. There is no run.
We have a friend from Australia, Jessica.
Hello.
Says, evening Guerrilla cricket friends, good day from Australia. Hope you've all been well. I hope we get some good cricket tonight and hopefully an Aussie victory.
Well, I don't think we need to go that far, do we? That's a bit extreme. In comes Chris Wokes again. Bowls to Warner. Full of ball. He finds an outside edge. It's going to scoot all the way past the slips down to third man. Adil Rashid will run in and field. And they've hurried back for a second. So the first runs for Australia in this 3-match series. Of course, I should remind you that 150 ODIs have been played, or are being played now, effectively. This is the 150th. And Australia lead that 82-62. So England have got a bit of catching up to do. I suppose if they win this series and win with a clean sweep, that will be 82-65. When can England realistically expect to overtake Australia in the number of ODIs they've won? Probably about 2029, something like that.
Probably never.
Probably never.
Might also depend on whether we get cricket to watch.
That's true.
We do.
Oh goodness, that's a point. I hope COVID's not around till 2029. This is off the pad into the onside as Warner was trying to steer it away but made no contact. And again, there is no run. 2 slips, ring of 3 on the offside man down at third man. I'll bring you the leg side field when the cameraman is kind enough to swoop backwards and give me a clearer view. So Warner has a couple of runs to his name. There's a man at mid-wicket, I can tell you that. In comes Wokes again, back of a length, onto the back foot goes Warner. He's hurrying through for the single. He's looking for a second. I think he's going to get that because it's as if the extra cover and the mid-off got in the way of each other a little bit there. And the ball went away from Billings, who had to go after it. That is the end of the first over. Australia are 4 for no wicket.
I mean, that catching up of Australia might be a little bit quicker if they carry on at the same rate. Last 3 years, England have won 11 and lost 2 to Australia. So if you keep that ratio going, it would be ahead of your 2029, but that would be some going.
Well, surely we've got to have at least 5 one-day internationals against Australia every year. I'm sure that can be arranged by the ICC and the BCCI.
As long as they're played in India.
Possibly played in India, yes, indeed.
But, you have to admit something with due respect to New Zealand and with due respect to India and whoever else out there. For me, these are the 2 best ODI teams in the world. And I think it's, regardless of England having won the last 12 of their last 14 or 15, I love the contest between these 2 teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of really brilliant talent out there, and one of those is Jofra Archer. Bowls a ball that swings, it almost boomerangs. It's going to be a wide because it's gone way down the leg side in the end, but certainly encouragement there that there's all sorts of movement. Australia moved to 5 for no wicket, and we have a jingle for the wide.
Aim will break your helmet, break your heart.
Lovely shot.
Lovely shot from, I'm just going to let the jingle finish, but I don't need to because that's gone away to the extra cover mid-off boundary, and it is 4 runs. Finch draws level immediately with 1 stroke. It definitely was swinging, but it swung beautifully into the slot. And if you were wondering what that jingle was, it's the Jofra Archer jingle, because he is back. The super overman himself is back to face Australia for the first time since the World Cup final. In fact, to play one-day international cricket since the World Cup final. Finch flexes at the knees. In comes a brilliant delivery from Archer. But I'm not quite sure what Finch had in mind there. It was back of a length. It was rising. And it seems to me as if he was just trying to work that into the onside with a little bit of a flap. That is not really the way to play against Jofra Archer. He was done for pace, he was done for bounce, he was done for pretty much everything there. and he's possibly
was
a bit lucky to survive.
That was a bizarre shot, I have to say. I mean, he was trying to paddle it from wide outside the off stump and about 6 feet in height.
Yes, not good. In comes Archer again, swinging into the pads of Finch. Ricochets away behind square leg, and they come through for a leg bye. Now this might be interesting. Left-hander against Archer, because he's already got a bit of in-swing going. Can he get one to go from Midland leg across with the angle and moving a little bit more, lure Warner into a drive that he doesn't really want to play? Of course, it really roughed him up, didn't he, in the second of those T20s when he got him off the glove. Beautiful deliveries in that over.
Finch, wasn't he?
Yep. Here comes Archer in, bowls, and he does go past that outside edge. Beautiful delivery, beautiful length. Warner wasn't sure whether to be forward or back. In the end, he was neither, and that nibbled away, this time off the pitch, I think, and through to Butler it went. No wonder we've got slips in there. I might even be inclined to have another one while this white ball is doing this. Acknowledgement from Warner of the quality of that ball. A rather nervous grin from the small chap. In comes Archer again, bowls, and this time Warner manages to get in behind it, defends it back down the offside of the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run.
You'll certainly be keen to get amongst the wickets, because he had rather diminishing returns in the T20s to Joffre. Started off with 2 for 33, then 1 for 32, and then none for 32. So he kind of went 2-1-0 in terms of wickets taken.
I just think he's a much better bowler in the slightly longer formats. He just can't get into his real rhythm in T20s. That's
very close to the umpire. Too wide this time and too short, and actually Warner decides to leave it alone. He leaves it alone to the extent that the umpire, who I believe to be David Milnes, has signalled a wide. Joffre can't really believe that, and he rather is resigned, and the body language not good as he's forced to wander back to his mark and bowl an extra delivery. Australia 11 for no wicket. What do you think about Joffre's bling? I'm not a big fan.
I was just going to ask, do you think he's got one extra strand around his neck today?
Oh, do you think he gets extra strands depending on...
I think he and Chris Jordan interchange as to who wears the most.
Couldn't it?
I think you may have frozen, Hendo. I'll pick up, shall I? Australia 12 without loss. It's the end of that over from Archer. Actually, it gives me a quick excuse to cue myself in to read some social media. Well, hopefully we find Hendo back again. Muttley says, afternoon all, good to have Hendo back. Junk food ordered, pop in the fridge. That's fantastic news. Love and sausages. Mog says, so Ked, a comment about the chance that there will be no free-to-air cricket in Australia this summer because Channel 7 are too broke to broadcast it. That is interesting. Mog says also hello. So hi, Mog. Joe Grover says, an Indo, look at the fearsome facial hair that surrounds you. Don't you feel shame? Sort it out. Chris Wokes is going to continue. His right arm over, and it's left alone outside of the off stump by David Warner, who raises his bat above his head and now tucks it under his arm and adjusts his gloves like there was really nothing to worry about. Not
I think
particularly cleanly handled by Butler. Sorry, Alan.
No, sorry. I was just going to tell Jay Grover that between the two times he's made that comment, I haven't had time to grow facial hair.
Well, that's true. Probably. Well, I don't know, but you be your own man. Just because everyone else seems to have a bit of a beard, it's not compulsory. Wokes is in again. Oh, and a swing and a miss by Warner for one that just shaded away from him a touch outside of that off stump, taken by Butler. There's no run, and it's 12 without loss. Jersey Oak says, afternoon Gorilla cricket sounds far too cheerful. Can someone check if he's taking his tablets? Who does he mean? Oh, Gorilla Hendo. Well, he sounds so cheerful it's overcome him completely and he's disappeared. So maybe he's gone to put that right. I don't know. As David Warner, left-hander, taps his bat, Wokes in, right arm over again. It's a flash outside of off stump again. Butler has to scamper to his left to take that. But once again, it's no run. Jeff Perkins says, and the Americans thought they'd had a bad September 11. Okay, Jay Grover says, the more the bear is off air, the more Adil's reselection becomes a reality. That's an interesting equation I hadn't spotted, but could be true. Farong says, evening all from Dhaka. good evening to you. England has the middle advantage, bowling pretty even. I'll hold that and read it properly in a moment. Wokes in, flicked off his legs nicely by Warner, down to long leg. They take one, they'll wait there, they won't go for the second. Wokes is also quite lustrously bearded, isn't it? As we were saying earlier, bearded and also without his headband now. And Knuckles going to jump in at some point. Farong says, evening all from Dhaka. England has the middle advantage, bowling pretty even. England favourites, better not bloody rain or weather interruptions. Well, we hope you're right. Mog says, they know shit about shit. I don't know who he's talking to. Hopefully not us. But it's a reply to someone. Mog, you'll have to clarify that. You could have been talking about us. Wokes in again. To Finch forward, just pushed away into cover, and there is no run. 85 miles an hour from Wokes.
That was a lovely drive through mid-off in the last over that Finch hit off Jofra Archer. It was probably the only bad ball he bowled though in that over.
Yep, no, you're quite right. And we have the return of Hendo, who I can now cue back in, who will just need to take himself off mute.
That's a very good point, Tony, and did it just in time as Wokes' next ball, which is full on leg stump. Finch turns it to mid wicket, and there isn't no run. I got the feeling that perhaps people were trying to tell me something. You're having sort of had to sit out 6 T20s. Maybe the sound of my voice just shocked people so much.
Plus, I think radio commentary by mime could be a fantastic art form.
How is that? How am I good at that?
Brilliant. That says the last ball went to cover and a single taken.
Yeah,
I can read that. Like semaphore.
I was trying to do my Marcel Marceau, but I guess that's lost on you if you're listening only in audio. If you had the screen up on YouTube or various other places like Hot Mic, you would have seen that I do have potential for careers in other spheres. Anyway, that is the end of the third over. Australia have moved to 13 for no wicket. It's a grey day. It's an LS Lowry day in Manchester. In comes Archer. Full ball. He's bowled him. That is an absolute corker.
What a ball.
Warner was just completely outclassed by that ball. You have to say he'd looked a little bit fidgety this morning. Even the wider balls he was failing to reach. He doesn't look in any sort of form, which will be worried for I guess the Sunrisers Hyderabad as he's off to the IPL later. But that is a corker. Good fullish delivery. Goes past his outside edge, takes off the off bail, and there goes little Davey Warner. He made 6 from 14 deliveries, and Australia are 13 for 1.
That was such a beautiful delivery. I'll let the jingle go. Maxwell, are we getting a jingle?
It's happening.
Yeah, sorry if we're talking over a little bit there. It's a bit difficult for us, apart from the fact that the internet regularly goes down and one of us freezes. Sometimes we remotely cannot hear the jingles properly, so although you should hear them well enough, we don't. So we attempt to fill in and then realise we're talking all over the jingle, so apologies for that. But Indo, you were going to make a point.
Yeah, I was just saying that that was such a beautiful delivery from Jofra Archer, and he's been bowling beautifully the last couple of overs. Just that one ball to Finch outside the off stump on a length which allowed him to hit through mid off. Other than that, Archer's been sensational in his bowling so far.
He has indeed.
You wouldn't know he hasn't played an ODI for 1 year.
No, absolutely. I mean, he looks really dangerous, doesn't he? He looks too good at the moment for one or two of these batsmen. Man out to the middle now. Man replacing Steve Smith is Marcus Stoinis.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
Indeed, he is out to the middle. That was the first ball of Archer's second over. And Marcus Stoinis looks around him, sees 2 slips, a backward point, squarish cover, mid-off, third man, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fairly fine long leg. You might even call him a fine leg. And Archer's just tossing the ball. You feel like he's toying with batsman this morning and having a bit of fun. He's got his bling inside the shirt now, and he bowls a short one to Stoinis, who flinched, to be quite frank. Didn't really like the look of that, and didn't get in a great position to play it. It does go over his helmet, so he's not in any mortal danger. But Archer, this is the Archer that that we want to see almost every game, isn't it?
Yeah, super delivery.
He just looks on fire at the moment. He really does. There's quite a strong wind out there as well, by the looks of things. Marcus Stoinis has his collar turned up. Here comes Archer again. Not a particularly long run, very close to the umpire. Wide of the off stump by about a foot. This time it's left alone by Stoinis, and through to the keeper it goes. The bling has emerged again. It has come out from beneath the shirt. We were talking about the bling. I don't like bling. Do you remember, of course, there was that famous story about Wes Hall, who used to wear quite a chunky crucifix, and he put himself out of action running in, and the crucifix jumped up into his eye, as I recall. I wasn't there at the time, but it's gone into folklore, that particular story. Archer in again, bowls, driven by Stoinis, finding the gap.
Beautiful shot
On the offside. He's played that well. Not sure that he timed it to perfection, but he's going to get 3, I think, as it is hauled in by 2 England fielders, chasing it to the edge, and they get back for the 3rd. Stoinis is off and running, and Australia move to 16 for 1. Any more tweets, Tony?
Loads, Hendo.
Loads.
Ravinair says, Oz win, rained off, England win. You heard it here first. I think that's his serious prediction. Pirate Badshah says, I was at one stage seriously considering getting a small bust of Karl Marx. Maybe a new guerrilla cricket merch concept should be busts of Hendo.
Oh, indeed. Absolutely, yes, especially the beard look.
In frozen mode on Twitter, on the internet.
Looking very regal. Outside the off-stump, very full, and left alone by Aaron Finch, and there is no run.
It's one of those
I am
spells.
available.
Sorry.
I am available to model for any sculptors out there.
Yeah.
How do you
Should
make
they
a
require-
sculpture of Hendo? Get a big bit of wood and chip away anything that doesn't look like Hendo. And there you go. That's what you end up with.
That's brilliant. It's so easy. So easy to be a sculptor.
It was originally
Sculptor.
said about an elephant, but I can't remember who said it.
Ah, right, okay. In comes Archer again. A little bit wider of the off stump again. Good length, but Finch can't do anything with it. Leaves it alone. At the end of the 4th over, Australia lost their first wicket. They are 16 for 1. Finch has 4 and Stoinis has 3. Let's get through loads of those tweets.
Right then, Martin Lawrence says, hello my friends, just checking in very quickly to say hello and good luck for the call. Brilliant, thank you Martin, and we're delighted to have your company. Leah says, I agree with Anindo in regards to England. Australia's middle order seems a bit fragile at the moment. Jay Grover says, the fact that Tony knew that Jane Mansfield's decapitation was an urban myth reinforces my belief that he is ineffably wise and thus immune from all criticism. I like the new Jay Grover, who's always nice to me. Do you know what? I've done loads of tweets this week and none of them had an exclamation mark in. This is the impact the man has had.
Yeah, well, you know, he's a sub-editor like me. You know, he knows when you need an exclamation mark and when you don't.
Yes, there's plenty more coming in.
Quick one before the ball. Quickly.
Mog, I would never say such thing about you, Tony. Hendo maybe, but never you.
I don't know what that's about.
Well, it was about whether we know nothing about nothing.
Oh,
I'm
we know.
paraphrasing ever so slightly.
Well, it's going to be Chris Wokes to bowl his 3rd over. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Marcus Stoinis, and he's in and bowls, and it's full on the line of leg stump, tucked away by Stoinis, down to fine leg. May have been a leg by, or did he get bat on that? No, I think he's got bat on that. Hasn't been signalled, has it? He's gone to 4, and Australia moved to 17 for 1. Let's get tweets in between balls.
Yes, all right. Jeff Perkins says, for those of us just experiencing you through audio, which gorilla is the most blinged up? Actually, none of us really.
No bling. Lots of beards, but no bling.
No, I'm not terribly
Beards, but no bling.
Yeah, that's probably a fair summary.
Wokes
Perkins-
in again, bowls on once more onto leg stump. There's a semblance of an appeal from behind the wicket, but that was going well down leg side as it hit him on the pad. Dropped out into the onside. Again, no run.
Jay Grover says, well, I harassed Kumble and Srinath about their clean-shaving heresy. They're surprisingly, they seem to have ignored me.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? Famous cricketer ignores man in Sheffield. Odd. Wokes in, bowls, and Finch wants a quick single as he pushes this out into the offside, and he's going to get it. Billings does the fielding, and Australia move to 18 for 1. Finch moves to 5, just his 2nd scoring shot of the morning from 9 balls. Stoinis has 4 from 4, and as I said, 18 for 1. More tweets.
Yes, Mac Kawara. I say that loudly because the Kawara is in capital letters. Says, did I just hear that these are the best 2 sides currently? England, sure, but the Aussies? Aussies will be... Oops, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I say not according to the rankings, but I mean, there's enormous talent when you look down that Australian list, especially in the bowling, you have to say. And okay, they're missing Steve Smith today, but Labuschagne is averaging up there at 50, isn't he? He's a fantastic player. In fact, I was looking the other night. Wokes in again to Stoinis down the leg side. That's poorly directed. Couldn't turn it on its way, so it will be a wide.
Wide.
Windmills. I guess the question would be who would have not played if Smith had played.
If Smith was playing. I think it was going to be Stoinis, although Stoinis does give you that a bowling option as well. So not necessarily a straight swap. In comes Wokes again, bowls once more. It's all around the leg stump at the moment. That's beautifully clipped away by Stoinis, away between mid wicket and mid on, and it's just about going to beat the man to the boundary. That man is Captain Owen Morgan, and Stoinis has another boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, I was just looking
I'm
at.
a big fan. Sorry.
No, go on, Ananda. Go.
I'm just saying. I'm a big fan of Stoinis, and I don't want to jinx him, but I think he's going to get a 50 today.
Ooh, big
Well,
call.
He's often right.
You're a man for the big call, aren't you, Anindo? You put yourself out there.
What's the point of getting the small ones right? Or wrong?
Exactly.
I wouldn't be able to remember those.
Wokes in again. Oh, now this one is played down to third man, just straightened a little bit on Stoinis, but he controlled the shot well. Maybe that's a sign of the lack of pace in the pitch. He's got another single. He moves to 9. Australia 24 for 1. Yeah, I was going to say that Labuschagne has got a slightly better test average than Steve Smith at the moment. He's averaging 63.4. Okay, he's not played anything like the extent of matches that Steve Smith. He's got to do it over that period, but it's pretty impressive. In comes Wokes, forwards Finch. He wants a quick single as he just blocks that out into the offside. Archer comes round from mid off the field. They get the single. 5 overs completed. Australia 25 for 1. More tweet.
Yes, I'll finish that. Matt Kawara tweet says the Aussies will be lucky to even compete in this series. They have also lost series home and away to India and lost 11 of the last 13 against England. Yeah, we were talking about that. Stuart B says if Butler and Bairstow are both a little tipsy as keepers, why not try Billings? I might be a one-eyed Kent supporter, but I think he might be a better keeper than either. Oh, that's an interesting one. Jeff Perkins, isn't someone meant to be on knackling hand gestures so the team know when the jingles are playing?
Yes, but he's quite often actually. The good thing about being on Zoom is that you can look at me, but you don't know that I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at all sorts of facts and figures on my computer at the same time.
Yeah,
it's sneaky, isn't it? It's very sneaky. We couldn't do that if we were in Sydenham, because we'd look silly with laptops on our laps. While also trying to commentate into a handheld mic. Archer in, bowls to Finch, hurries him up. He hops into the air a little bit as he defends that out on the onside, and again there is no run. Now I should say that the GPL is open. Hopefully, I'm looking at Knackle and he's saying yes. I think he's saying yes. Thumbs up from Knackle. You have 15 overs. The first 15 overs. We're so good to you. We just don't expect you to be able to guess how many runs will be scored in the day. You know, from the very get-go. We'll let you see a little bit of cricket first and how it's going. Archer has Finch going onto the back foot. Now that looked to me as if it ballooned up out of his sternum, but I guess there was a bit of bat on that. And again, there is no run. Sun breaking through for the first time at Old Trafford, for the first time ever, apparently. There's never been sunshine in Manchester before, and so that's something to be grateful for. I was a little bit worried by that massive cloud that was coming across Northern Ireland into Scotland. I thought it might get low enough down to inhibit us at Manchester today, but so far so good. Archer in again, bowls outside the off stump, a little bit of width. Finch goes after it, doesn't time the shot as he throws his hands at it, low down on the bat, and it's fielded at extra cover, and there is no run. So you've got an hour and 15 minutes, not 15 overs, hour and 15 minutes from the start. The pot at the moment is £63. You know how to do it. You go to GorillaCricket.com competitions. You give us £1 for every guess that you make, and if you get it on the nose at the end of the day, you get what's in the pot. In comes Archer, bowls full, defended on the front foot by Archer. By Finch, looking for the quick single, but he's hit it too firmly to mid off, and there is no chance of a run. So you have until 2:15 BST. And you guess how many runs you think will be scored in the day. And it's a lot of fun towards the end of the day when we have a number of scores that we're looking at. We have the Messi Jezzes, we have the Hombro Nuevos, both of which we haven't heard from this morning, I don't think, unless they're already waiting to be read on the Twitter sphere. In the queue, as it were. Short ball and flapped away, pretty successfully, it has to be said, by Finch. He's going to pick up 4 runs behind square leg.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
It was the kind of pull shot where you flinch at the same time as playing a good shot. And Finch
you do him disservice with calling that a flap, though.
Yes, it's more than a flap, but there was a certain element of cringing from the batsman there, I feel. But he did actually lay bat on it well and put it away well. He could have easily got a top edge, but he controlled it pretty well. So yes, I'm prepared to say that was more than a flap. It was more than a flap. Australia moves to 29 for 1. Finch into double figures. He's got 10. Stoinis has 9 of those. In comes Archer again. Bowls to Finch. Short one. And this one goes down the arse, as Ian O'Brien would say in modern cricket parlance. And there is no run. 29 for 1. More tweets.
Yes, Farong says, same line from Jofra to get Warner out in the T20 for a duck. However, today pitched up a little further. That line has been found. Derek Willis says, Gorilla Cricket, hello folks. Any middle order lacking Steve Smith will be deficient. Go along with that. Jay Grover says, you've been offered an easy money job, Hendo. You couldn't get past page 3. I concede our sub-editing jobs might have different audiences. Oh yes. Jersey Hoke says, if you know nothing about nothing, does that mean you know everything about everything or nothing about everything? Good philosophical question. We'll come back to you.
I think that the more you know that you don't know, the more intelligent you are. And I know nothing. So
it's most important to know what you don't know. That is very
supreme
true.
Intelligence.
It is supreme intelligence, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Always knowing that there's a lot you don't know is a sign of humility and greatness.
Yes, it wouldn't be nice if we had a few politicians like that. Anyway, never mind. Chris Wokes is going to bowl his 4th over. None for 14 at the moment. He's coming into Marcus Stoinis. And here he comes past umpire Milnes. Has Stoinis on the back foot. It looks to me as if Wokes has been looking for that away swinger and not been able to quite find it. A lot of his deliveries have been angled into the leg stump. They haven't moved in that beautiful arc to take the outside edge or maybe take out the off stump. So he is aiming there, but he's not really doing a lot. And he's I wouldn't say he's leaking runs, but he is open to being put away through mid-wicket, square leg, that sort of area.
Plus, he doesn't have the speed of Archer, so if he doesn't get it right.
Yes. He's in again, and there he goes, away through square leg. Moeen Ali is in pursuit. They'll get back for a comfortable second. They're not trying to get any more. They're quite happy with that. Moeen turns and throws. Nice throw as well, right over the top of the stumps. And so 2 are taken. 31 for 1. Stoinis into double figures to join Finch. He goes to 11. From 8 balls. Finch has 10 from 16. The man out. If you're just joining us this morning, or this afternoon in fact, or wherever you are in the world, it could be any time of the day, welcome to Gorilla Cricket. More tweets.
Jessica wants to know, what would you do with your new giant Hendo statue?
I'd put me on Christmas Island.
Good idea.
Yeah, Christmas Island, I quite fancy that.
Make a lot of pigeons very happy.
Yes, indeed, and puffins perhaps. I mean, I'm sure you get a few puffins there. I'd be puffing anyway. I have to walk up those hills. Anyway, Wokes in, bowls full, punched to mid-off where Morgan fields, and there is no run. Apparently, Hombro Nuevo, who has not even been mentioned until I mentioned him a moment ago in connection with the GPL, has already made a GPL entry. So well done to Hombro Nuevo, and get on that straight away. If you want to beat Hombro Nuevo, GorillaCricket.com/competitions, follow the instructions, give us your money, and maybe you will end the day with our money. Wokes turns again past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump. That was quite close to the off stump, and Wokes stands there grinning with his hands on his knees, as if to suggest, well, Marcus, that was a very well judged leave, because that wasn't far away from your off stump.
Only 2 kind of leaves, aren't there? Good ones and bad ones.
Well, I think you know, just as you were saying, Hendo, he's not moving the ball much. So you know, a bit far outside the off stump. It's not a bad leave, honestly.
No, true. He's in again. That's a straighter one, defended by Stoinis into the onside, mowing fields, and again there is no run. 31 for 1.
You know I'm going to be defending my man until he gets to his 50, right?
Of course. Well, now you put yourself out there. You have no other option, really, do you?
Absolutely.
The seer of Singapore is
The seer of
seldom
Singapore.
wrong.
What part? I mean, I don't know anything much about Singapore apart from the fact that I've been through it a few times on a plane. As Works comes in to complete the 4th over, and another good straight ball. Is as if he realises the swing isn't there and he's just concentrating on the stump. It's defended into the offside and there is no run. What part of Singapore do you live in, and geographically?
It's called the East Coast.
East Coast.
So when you go from the airport, it's about 23 kilometers of the sea right next to you as you take the highway from the airport. So I'm right at the end of the highway before you go into the CBD. So it's a nice
best
spot.
place to go for chili crab, the East Coast.
Do you
Or at least it is for tourists, isn't it?
Except, no. It is a good place, except that I'm allergic to all shellfish. So
That's a bit of a pain, isn't
I'm
it?
completely the wrong person to live in Singapore from that perspective.
Yes. I mean, do you have sort of regions or boroughs or whatever?
Yeah.
Archer starts a new over outside the off stump. Finch raises the bat high above his head in leaving. That was a good leave from Finch.
Well, we've got 35 minutes on one side and 25 minutes on the other before you either hit the sea or another country. So, there's only so many boroughs we can have.
Okay. All right. Australia are 31 for 1. We're giving you a geography lesson at the moment on.
I've said it before. It does have a
Far East.
beautiful cricket club, by the way. It does.
Oh, yes, I've seen pictures. Archer, interesting delivery. Was looking for the big hooping in swinger. I think it was quite full, driven by Finch, but I don't know. It seemed to loop, didn't it? That delivery. Was that a knuckleball? No, it wasn't knuckleball. It was a variation. It was a sort of revolving ball that he'd maybe kept a little bit longer in the hand. It's a strange one.
Anyway. I was at the cricket club yesterday having lunch, Tony, now that you mention it. It's just such a lovely place.
What a life
it
you lead.
brings.
What a lovely life. Archer
Absolutely,
again
yeah.
in bowls, and he has Finch hopping around, but he's going to hop all the way through to the other end for a single as Archer runs to that one as it drops out into the onside, tries to football it into the stumps, and that's a good verb, isn't it? To football.
Yep.
I think I'll use that one. He tries to football it into the stumps, and they've got a leg by. More tweets, Tony.
Yes, Gits and Grat says, I don't know, as beautiful as he is, I think having statues of anyone is questionable in these strange times. Keep it safe in a secure warehouse and do some serious background checks on Endo until anyone who knows when it's safe to do anything anymore.
If I am going to be a statue and I am going to be in Christmas Island, there won't be too many people around to pull me down. Of all the places I could be made as a statue, Christmas Island would be my first choice, if that's all right with you. Archer in again, bowl short, has Stoinis hopping about again, just out into the onside, and Archer's getting a bit cross with this. They come through for the single. He got to that turn and threw at the non-striker's end, and they were safely home. But this is clever stuff from the Australians, and well, I was going to say it's clever in the sense that you're winding up the bowler, but is Archer the right man to wind up? Probably not. Stoinis was very close to stepping on his stumps as he played that shot. He hopped and went back so far, it may have been just outside of stump, and he was level with the stump, so maybe he got away with it because of that. But that was very close to hit wicket.
But they're having a hard time with Archer anyway. I mean, what's the downside to winding him up?
I suppose so. Yes, fair point. Maybe you just make him lose his cool.
Yeah,
and he'll spread around a little bit perhaps. But clever work from Australia. They moved to 33 for 1. 2 slips still as Archer comes in again, bowls a short one, which Finch leaves alone, gets down underneath, or was already too high for him to be bothered. It's not given as a wide though. 90 miles an hour. That one. I have to say, I haven't been looking that closely at the speed gun. Has anyone noticed anything much quicker than that?
Not yet, I don't think.
No.
Okay. But he is bowling very well, and Australia are having to get inventive to find ways of scoring off him. Archer then to complete his 4th over. Figures of 1 for 16. He's into Finch. He bowls, and again Finch is hopping around despite really playing that off the front foot. And then sort of intimating that he wanted to be able to close the face of the bat there and get it away behind square leg, but he couldn't. It's the end of the over. Australia are 33 for 1 from 8 overs.
Hombre Nuevo says, hello, fantastic gorillas. Yep, I'm here just out on the Lynn Peninsula in Aberdoron. Series 2-1 to England. Jeff Perkins says, isn't the main reason to build a statue of Hendo to topple it into a harbour? Otherwise, just another pigeon target. Mog says, it's all about the known knowns, the unknowns, the knowns, and the known unknowns. I don't know what that's in response to. That might have been something I was waffling on about earlier.
Probably. Who was it who went on about the known unknowns? Was it Donald? Was it? I can't think of his name now. The American Defense Secretary at some point. Cheney. Was it Cheney? Was it Dick Cheney?
Dick Cheney, Lon Cheney. No, Lon Cheney was an actor, wasn't he?
Rumsfeld.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Yes.
That's the one.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Yes, indeed. Are we having a change of bowling? We're just looking at some Australian batsmen who are well covered up, as if it's quite chilly there. Seems to have been cold in Manchester all year. Wokes will continue, however, and he's coming into Stoinis. Goes onto the back foot, flicks it with a lot of bottom hand, works it to Moeen Ali, who snatches at the ball and then threatens to throw it at the non-striker's head. He says, you're not having a single this time. And quite right, they weren't even thinking about it, to be honest. So the score remains 33 for 1.
Muttley says, I thought no shit about shit was meant in secret squirrel terms, like how Johnny Rotten knows about some rumours but we aren't allowed to talk about it. Jay Grover says, the only thing I ever agreed with Donald Rumsfeld was, and I'll leave it there for a moment.
Wokes in again, slower ball, but Stoinis waits for it and then tickles it away behind square leg, and they take one, just 73 miles an hour, that particular delivery. Stoinis moves on to 13. Finch has 11. I should tell you that when I've finished my spell, which will be in an over or two, you will have exclamation mark Tony, exclamation mark Bishop. You will have Andy Ward will be coming in on Twitter, and Knuckle, all the way back from the Caribbean on Streatham, will be with you as well in the summarising chair. Australia are 34 for 1. A man goes back at deep square leg. Slippers come out. There's a man on the 45, a shortish mid-wicket. The mid-on goes a little bit further back to the edge of the circle, and in comes Wokes. What's he going to do? He's going to find an edge where that slip probably would have been, and it's going to race away despite the efforts of the man down at third man, who is Mark Wood. It will bring 4 runs. Indeed,
That's
so 38 for 1.
jungle.
It was a very, very
the
long
longest
jingle.
jingle.
Wokes in again, bowls to Finch. Finch defends on the front foot. Just a hint that moved in off the pitch. Up to mid-off it goes, and there is no run.
Jay Grover did finish that tweet with widely pilloried known unknowns speech, and it was Donald Rumsfeld. And a Forsyth is telling me, Bish, they put Mertz in the blast squad for tomorrow, maybe to stop Finney feeling so old among the babes. And Mog says, Christmas Island, Hendo, the place Australia put refugees.
Well, I'm looking for a home. Wokes in, bowls flicked away through square leg by Finch. Moeen Ali comes in from the boundary edge to do the fielding. Not such a good throw this time, which means that Butler has to try and scoop it up on the half volley and fails. 39 for 1. Well, where would be a nice place to go where there aren't too many people, but any passing ship could look up and see a magnificent statue of me?
That would be the moon.
Oh, the moon. Okay, all right. Okay, yes, that's a fair point.
You'd be weightless as well. You'd be an incredibly light statue. Then.
I'd love to be weightless, mate. I really
You'd
would.
be like floating statue of Hendo.
I can't remember the last time I was weightless. Wokes, about to complete his 5th over, is into Stoinis. Stoinis forces off the back foot, and despite a despairing dive by Billings, I think, at mid-off, it's escaped the fielder, and it's going to run away to the boundary for one of these. Four indeed takes Stoinis on to 17. The Australia score on to 43 for 1 after 9 overs. 1 over remaining of the main power play.
Can I say hello to a few Crick Tracker folk? of
Absolutely.
which there are many, 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 many. Parthik Karthip, Siraj Ahmad, Shay Jalil, Mohammed Armani, Hassan Raza Kakar, Riaz Parey, Parthik Karthip, Abdul Kadir, Mohanial Ikhanyana. My pronunciation is just appalling, for which I apologise, and many, many others of you, but welcome to all.
Now this is irritating because I've lost my pen. I had a pen and I wanted to write something down, but I can't find it now, so that's annoying. There is, however, a change in the England attack after 4 overs, 4 exceptional overs from Jofra Archer. Probably deserved more than the 1 wicket that he got. Mark Wood is coming into the attack. 1 slip, 4 men on the offside, a 3rd man mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. He's in, bowls, and the drive from Finch has brought the outside edge, and Wood strikes with his first delivery. Australia are 43 for 2.
How's that? You missed the bat, I caught you out. How's that?
Do you know Mark
Yeah, that's a good ball there. I think that's moved a little bit off the pitch. It was quite full. It drew him into the drive. It was played a little bit loosely, perhaps, by Finch, and he has suffered the consequences. He goes 25 balls, 16 caught Butler, bowled Wood, and the second wicket goes down at 43. What a change from Owen Morgan. Everything he touches turns to gold.
Yeah, that ball wasn't. I mean, it didn't move much. Finch was flirting outside the off stump and just managed to get a little edge. But the change does the trick.
It has indeed. They're just perhaps excited because there wasn't the ball rising at them from a good length.
From Archer.
Yeah, from Archer. And seeing, I suppose, a fuller delivery, the eyes lit up a little bit. I do think it did do a little bit off the pitch. It looked a better ball in slow motion the second time I saw it. When it happened at normal speed, I thought, oh, that's just a bad shot. But actually, I think there was a little bit of movement. Anyway, moving on to tweets. More tweets.
Yes, Jay Grover says, can't remember if I've asked Mr. Dutter, did he ever work for Deutsche Bank? Also, I'm not a gambling man, but I'll just answer that in a second, but given his cricket clairvoyance, I'd happily invest the £176.39 I earned this morning with him if I didn't have to spend it on food. What was the answer in Indo? Sorry.
I actually answered to him. I was going to ask him whether he ever worked there, why he asked me, and yes, I started my career there.
Well, if you did, you'd have both have had wildly different career moves from your financial backgrounds if you did.
Hang on. Have we got bankers on the programme? Did we do our due diligence? I'm not sure we did. I'm not sure bankers are allowed on our programme.
That's what everyone at my village pub said when I was leaving England. I had one person who'd never asked me my name or what I do introduce me to some newcomers as a doctor, and when I pointed out that I wasn't a doctor, I said, "Oh, you're not a doctor? What do you do?" I said, "Well, I hate to say this, but I'm a banker." And this was, a couple of years after Lehman. So
it must be pretty good to just sort of sit around in a pub or somewhere, and someone assumed that you're a doctor. I mean, I'd quite like that. Anyway, here comes Wood to bowl to the new batsman Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends, and then, well, he defends, and then he does the Steve Smith leave as a follow-through, which is very odd indeed. His ball's run up to mid-on, and there is no run. 43 for 2. Not more tweets, because someone is hailing me. It is Knackle. He wants to play Labuschagne's jingle. He wants to play Labuschagne's jingle. We'll leave it for one more ball, shall we? We'll let people sweat over that one as Mark Wood goes back to his mark. Mark Wood has figures of 1 for none. How good is that for a bowler? Loves to see that against his name. In he chases past the umpire, bowls wide of the off stump, and this time it's the genuine leave, high above the head, and there is no run. Now, let's have it.
He keeps floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not as Labuschagne. It's not as Labuschagne.
That's a bit Giorgio Moroder, isn't it? Anyway, in comes Wood, bowls, and Labuschagne's going to take a single as he dropped that down just a square on the onside, not very far away from him, but it was quickly seen by Stoinis, who hurried through. Labuschagne is off the mark, and the score is 44-2.
No, Hendo, every time I see Labuschagne leave a ball, I want to go back to the ICC rule and check if a concussion substitute needs to behave exactly as the person that they have replaced.
Ah, well, maybe that's what it is. Absolutely, good point. Well, he's there in the absence of the man that he came on as a concussion substitute for, Steve Smith, who's again got concussion, it would appear, after being hit on the head in the nets. Wood in again to Stoinis. Stoinis drives, punches that, but well fielded by who is that? It is Owen. Is it Owen Morgan? It is.
Yeah,
it is indeed. He's got two caps on his head. It's EOIN Morgan, or EOIN two caps Morgan at mid-on doing the fielding, and then trying to work a little bit of magic on the ball, squeezing it between his palms. Hands it now to Mark Wood. One ball, and there will be a change. You will have the delights of Tony, Andy Ward, and Knuckle Mpandy. I bet you can't wait as Wood turns and comes in again to ball to Stoinis. It's full, he drives, gets a thick inside edge, it goes away through square leg. Moeen Ali is after it. He's going to get 2 runs. He slides, turns, and picks up all in one movement. And that is the end of the power play. Australia have advanced to 46-2. They've lost Finch, they've lost Warner. And the next voice you hear will be that of none other than Tony the Bishop.
It will indeed, and it's been, I would say, a satisfactory start for England. Welcome to Andy, and
hello.
Of course to Knuckle, who moves from back office to front office.
Hello.
Well, and with a funny voice, apparently. Somewhat, you sound a little robotic there, Knuckle. What's happened?
Oh, it's been a while.
Well, that's better. that sounds more like you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, a very, very good start for England. A rather cautious and nervy start by Australia, which is odd for Warner and Finch, players of their class. Archer was bang on the money from ball one. It was a fantastic opening spell.
It was indeed. That was the voice of Knuckle, fresh from St Kitts and Sydenham, that well-known Caribbean island. 46-2. Labuschagne, sorry, I beg your pardon. Labuschagne on 1. Marcus Stoinis tipped by the Seer of Singapore to get a 50 today, so we'll see what happens. Wokes is in, and it's left outside of off stump in the true Labuschagne style of a high backlift, watching the ball through.
Can I catch up on tweets?
You certainly can, Andy.
Jeff
You're making
Perkins
it sound like my fault, but
Jeff Perkins has sent us a tremendous statue of Hendorkey. It has wisdom in one hand and a giant donut in the other. Neymar Butlin says 5:45 a.m. in LA. Greetings. Mark says isn't grubby in advertising. That's tantamount to banking. I'm just glad I made my money.
So was I.
In the honourable profession of card sharking. Jessica says new guerrilla cricket colony on Mars with a giant Hendo statue.
In comes Wokes, across his stumps goes Labuschagne, and again it's that big wafty leave of his as he raises the bat and waggles it about, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
Guerrilla cricket on Mars. Partial recall.
Wasps forfeiting their semi-final, but I just googled that, Sean. I've no idea what you're talking about. Anyone? Jay says Hendo, the beard doesn't give you access to Christmas Island, and I've heard it's not that fun, but give it a pop. Asif says hard to find good cricket audio, but he's giving us a shout. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's really kind. Wokes says he's got 2 slips, and this one is just sort of patted down into the ground, really, by Labuschagne into the offside. Again, there's no run. Number 26 for Chris Wokes off his 5. Hasn't probably found quite the menace of Wood and Archer, hence the 0 in the wickets column so far for him.
Well, that's not his job. I mean, those two are the menace merchants.
He's bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. So you'd think maybe some inspiration in that. This one's flicked straight to mid-wicket by Labuschagne. Again, there is no run. He's a real chewer, isn't he, Labuschagne? That jaw is forever working its way up and down and grinding the gum in his mouth. 46-2. He's having a chat with someone as well. I don't know if that's just a normal friendly conversation or a bit of
maybe you shouldn't speak
bit
with
of
his mouth
chirping.
full.
Well, no, but there's different ways to chew gum, aren't there? I mean, there's the sort of the subtle way, and there's the really pronounced sort of masticatory way,
like John Wayne or something.
And that's how you have to be careful how you say that, of course. As in comes Wokes, Again, just solidly defensively played down to gully by Labuschagne again. Shane, and again, there's no run.
I've often wondered if it's really safe to have a huge wad of chewing gum in your mouth while you're batting. If you get hit, you could swallow it.
Well, there is that, but I mean, so many sportsmen do it. The same is true in football, of course.
Do they?
Not generally with chewing gum. There's a lot of spitting and so forth. But
I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're not eating chewing gum while they go up for headers.
But a lot. I don't think so. A lot of cricketers. Viv Richards used to chew gum incessantly.
He did. In comes Rokes. Forward comes Labuschagne. Drives this one back past the bowler. There's a man from mid-on is going to chase it. It's Jofra Archer, and speedy though he may be, he's not going to catch it up. It's 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Lovely, controlled straight drive by Marnus Labuschagne.
Oh, it's beautiful. Just an angle of the bat, head perfectly still, foot to the pitch. Wokes is reprimanding himself for not quite getting the delivery right, but he'll probably also be secretly acknowledging the fact that really was a super shot. 50 for 2.
Very secretly, I'm sure. Neymar Butlins. Morgan is the walking classic joke. Irishman, Welshman and an Englishman walks into a cricketer. I'd have said Irishman, Welshman and an Englishman walks into the bar and the barman says, what would it be, Owen? I think that's better.
Where's the Welsh coming in with Owen Morgan?
I have to ask Neymar Butlins.
Yeah, I was going to say, that bit rather did confuse me, unless it's some sort of Gallic or Celtic reference. 54-2 are Australia. Put in by England, who elected to bowl, having won the toss. Wood is in, and Stoinis solidly away into the offside in defence. Again, no run. 1 for 3 off his first over. Terrifically sharp and aggressive over from, but also accurate by Mark Wood. He'll be thrilled to bits with that, as will his captain, who we're looking at a close-up view of now. Just the 1 cap this time for Owen Morgan on his head.
Wood will have an interesting job as England build towards the 2023 World Cup. England are looking for a Liam Plunkett middle overs enforcer replacement, and Wood seems the obvious choice.
Yeah, well, he can swing the bat as well, of course. He's in, and this one's cut, and it's cut past backward point, and no point in chasing that. It pops its way into the boundary sponge now for one of these. Short, very short, and it gave a man who's looking reasonably in decent touch, Stoinis, and he got beautifully on top of that. Cut it away, and then 4 runs it was. Having bigged up Mark Wood, that was probably the worst ball he's bowled so far today.
I didn't think it was that bad a ball. It wasn't that wide. Stoinis just played it very well.
That was so short though. Wood in again, edged, and there's no slip, and it's gone 2/3 man for 4 more.
That I thought was too wide.
Well, actually, no. You see, it certainly had the speed. Well, there was a slip. I suppose if England have had 4 slips, then
yes,
it's probably about the place it went to. There is just the 1 slip in place, and if you flash hard, but he didn't even flash hard, did he?
No,
more of a plod than a flash.
He knew where first slip was, and he knew where third man was, and he got it right in between them.
That's a lot of credit.
2 consecutive 4s. Mark Wood will not be happy. That's a better ball, and it beats the outside edge of a very tentative prod from Stoinis. 27 for him. He survives. It's through to Butler. Of course he survives. He's going to make 50 today. It's already been decreed by Anindo.
He does look a lot.
Neymar Butlin says Owen Morgan is the most Welsh name you could have. It's practically straight out of Undermilk Wood.
You remember the name of the village in Undermilk Wood? Always used to make me laugh.
Oh, actually.
Llaregub.
Oh,
which of course is bugger all backwards.
Oh, that's right.
The village of Llaregub.
I don't know if it's still there, but the Fitzroy Tavern on Cleveland Street used to have a plaque that said Dylan Thomas threw up over the bar here.
Oh, used to drink there. This one's pulled, and it's gone for 4 backward a square. Super shot from Stoinis. He moves on to 31.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Wood getting a little bit carried away.
Yeah, again, that was short, and Stoinis had time. Finch played a shot very much like that earlier, which Hendo rather unkindly described as a waft. But that was well played. He kept it down, pivoted, swung himself around.
Hit it.
Well, no, indeed. Well, and that's what he successfully did.
Yeah.
So I think Knuckle may have a point. Wood perhaps just getting a little overexcited. He's got a very interesting sort of high haircut now, hasn't he? This one's fuller, and as a result, doesn't go for 4. It's just pushed to mid-on, and they will take a single. It will also mean he'll keep the strike, and we probably need to catch up on multiple messages, so I'll let Andy swing at them.
A few. Jay says, Knuckle looking sharp as always. I bought a new coat the other day and accented it with a pocket handkerchief. Thought I was cutting a dash until my mum demanded to wash it.
That's just mums. Mums are going to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, however dashing you look. And Jay agrees that Owen Morgan is the most Welsh name ever, apart from his own granddad, who is called Di Ewith Morgan, and that's probably the most Welsh name ever.
That is pretty Welsh.
Wasn't there a Welsh rugby player called Di Young?
So
there was.
As in live fast.
Reading used to have a goalkeeper called Steve Diath, but of course it was spelt death.
We had a Dr. Death at university.
A Dr. Death?
Yeah.
That's not ideal, is it? It'd be worse if you were a medical doctor.
Yes, it was a mathematics.
Right. We have a change of bowling. It's going to be the vice-captain from the T20 team, Mo Inali.
Yes, indeed. 6 overs, none for 30 for Chris Wokes.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Mo Inali.
I think they're just playing the 5 bowlers in Wood, Wokes, Archer, Moin and Adil Rashid. Neither of the Curran brothers, and obviously Ben Stokes is
Joe Root can bowl if needed, if it really does turn a bit.
That's true, but 5 frontline bowlers, so Mo Inali will do a hell of a lot more bowling than he did in the T20 series.
Yes, it'll be interesting because Captain Morgan had predicted a slow, low pitch.
Well, he said that was what he wanted.
Well, they're looking ahead, aren't they, to the trips to the subcontinent. Mo Inali's in, gives this plenty of air. It's driven, but it's driven straight to wide mid-off. They will take a sharp, but easy enough single. Stoinis is on 33, Marnus Labuschagne on 5. 64 for 2, Australia. Labuschagne's going to take strike again.
Yeah, that was in view of both the next T20 World Cup and the next ODI World Cup in India. Are they just skipping this one that was going to be in Australia?
No, that'll be in 2022.
Well, no, I think they're then going to try and do that the year after next. And Ali again, surely that's out. Pitched outside off, came back in. Labuschagne had lifted his bat. That looked to me like it was smacking in.
I think it hit him outside the line.
Outside line, yeah.
But we'll have a look. You could be right, of course. Jops Butler got very excited, and it was outside the line. Not by a lot, but certainly by enough. Ali in again, he'll be happy with that. And that one is on the bounce. Back fielded off his own bowling down to his right by Moeen Ali. Labuschagne stays on 5. It's a decent, tight start. Just the 1 run off his 3 balls so far from Moeen. That slip was Joe Root. That's flicked and left late to flick by Labuschagne. Backward of square, he takes another single. And it'll bring Marcus Stoinis. We are having a look. Pitch is well outside of off. The impact outside. Wickets would have been umpire's call, but as the impact was outside, it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Correct call.
Plenty of reasons.
Yeah, correct call. Not
why that wouldn't have been out.
Correct call not to review by Owen Morgan.
In comes Moeen again. Fuller, uppishly carved down to deep cover. Again, it's just a single taken, so it moves Australia on to 66. You can see in the slow motion replay there, Moeen Ali's really running his fingers over that, looking to extract whatever turn this pitch can help him with. He's in again. This one's swept backward of square. There is a man down there. It's Jofra Archer. They will take 2. Move on to 68. It's the end of that. Ali over. Stoinis 34. Labuschagne 8. Andy.
Buckley's food has arrived. It's a create your own pizza, but it does seem to be mostly sausage.
Woof. As it would be.
Yes, Jay demands to hear more of your drink stories. He reckons you are on the piss with Tony Iambrianu. Don't know who that is. And Sean Warren gives a shout out to his friend, I'm guessing Carl Stockley, and that's a typo, who is a sports marketing student who lives on sport.
That was an excellent choice of studenting. Yeah, just
Certainly.
Just to clarify the tournament structure for the next few years: 2021 T20 World Cup in India, 2022 T20 World Cup in Australia, 2023 50 over World Cup in India. Those are the next 3 major men's tournaments.
Is that exclusively in India?
As far as I know, yes. The last one did have some games in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Don't know if that will be the case this time.
Well, you probably won't have a schedule until 2 weeks before.
Mark Wood is bustling in. Oh, and that hurried Stoinis up, but he dropped the bat on it just down to very short square leg. There wasn't one, so he was able to take a single. Certainly made him.
I think the ball
hurry that shot.
Yeah, I think the ball rather hit the bat rather than him dropping the bat on it.
Well, partially. Also, it kept quite low. Mark Wood seemed to appreciate that, and he thinks, as I did, that it slightly discomforted Marcus Stoinis, but he can't be out yet until he's got that 50, remember? So he moves on to 35. 69 for 2.
Should we be betting on this? Sure thing.
Wood again from the Statham end beats Labuschagne's little stab at the ball outside of the off stump through to Joss Butler. Good ball, that. Just a little bit of a way movement, I thought.
Just held its line a little,
On its own a wee bit. Competently taken by Joss Butler behind the stumps.
Interesting to see how much. Well, either Rashid will get turned out of almost anything, but one would imagine he'll get some joy from this surface.
No, that is very true. 69 for 2. Run rate just a shade over 5. But remember, we have time. This is not a T20 thrash. It's a full 50 overs. This one again is a ball just short of a length, and it forces Labuschagne to up onto his toes to play it away into the onside, while simultaneously chewing for all he's worth behind that the visor of his helmet. I wonder if he takes chewing gum out in his pocket. He must do. He must have to replace the chewing gum at some point.
Maybe it comes on with the drinks.
Could be. You'd also have to take your gloves off to replace the chewing gum, wouldn't you? I would have thought.
It's so gross.
What, the habit generally of chewing,
yes,
or when you're batting specifically?
Just chewing gum generally.
Okay, I'm not. It could be worse. It could be bubble gum. Full and but pushed straight to mid-on. Captain Morgan does the fielding, and again no run yet. If he attempted to blow a bubble from behind the visor, it would get all sort of mashed into his visor, which would be particularly
Give
ugly.
it a bit of protection, like an air cushion.
Well, true. Yeah, that's true. If
you blow it at the right moment, it's like an airbag.
Blow up and save your life. Who knows? 69 for 2. We're 4 balls into the 14th over, which Mark Wood is bowling. Made a real impact with his first ball, of course, removing Aaron Finch. Jofra Archer had accounted earlier for the other opener, David Warner. In comes Wood. This one is driven meterly away to cover, but there is a man down there who makes a complete ricket of it. It's Sam Billings, who did everything beautifully, got himself into position, swept around on the boundary, bent down, picked it up, and then proceeded to juggle it and drop it again. He will be glad it wasn't a catch. Little misfields like that will be immediately forgotten. What was he trying to do? He had it in his hands. Oh, he was setting up to throw it, and then he dropped it as he was setting up to throw it, and he ended up dropping it at his feet. He's there with his doing a double teapot, looking as though, how could that possibly have happened to me? Wood in again. That one is full and played down into the ground by Labuschagne. Bobbles to the England second slip. And that, I would imagine, is the end of the over, or at least we're seeing an ad. So, Andy, the floor's yours.
Sean says, tuning into Guerrilla Cricket while watching the game with my stepbro after he helped me get unstuck from the dryer. Please do expand with pictures, or if you have any. Stuck in a dryer.
Stuck in a dryer, or a dryer in some capacity stuck on you?
All it says is get unstuck from the dryer.
Unstuck from the dryer.
Are you particularly staticky, Sean? Was that did you sort of adhere to it with your fuzzy hair or jumper?
Jump in it.
Anyway, 71 for 2, Australia, as we try and work out what could possibly have happened between one man and his dryer. 71 for 2. Moeen Ali is going to bowl his second over. Did he take any wickets at all in the T20s? I don't think he did. 0 for 9, 0 for 8 and 0 for 15. No, he didn't.
No.
That one is slapped away to extra cover. Sam Billings makes a better fist of it this time, but they will still take 2. Sorry, and I beg his pardon. It's now Chris Wokes who is down there. 73 for 2. The run rate, again, just a shade over 5.
Who's winning, do you think? I know that's always a typical one.
It's a difficult question when we haven't had 15 overs yet.
Yeah.
This one's uppish. Has it got enough? Yes, it has. It's 1 bounce over extra cover for 4 from Stoinis, who moves within 9 of that 50.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, hit the ball where the fielders are not, recognising there's no one back anywhere near long off or deep extra cover.
Yeah.
Lovely shot.
Right in the slot for him, wasn't it? Was that one? Let's see what Moeen Ali can conjure up in response. He brings that one into the right-handed Stoinis, who just pushes to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Well, I know it's a difficult question to answer, but have we finally seen the last of Sean Marsh, and this number 3 spot is now up for grabs?
I think part of the thinking was that they were concerned that Stoinis takes a bit too long to get going.
Well, you shouldn't promote people because of their weaknesses, is my view.
Well, he has also,
that's true, but you have a bit more time to stay. At number 3 is a pretty crucial slot, and he's doing all right so far. Sorry, Knuckle, I was.
Yeah, I'll come to that after this ball from Moeen Ali. There is a point more in Stoinis' favour as opposed to covering up for his weaknesses.
Ali is going to be in again from that James Anderson end, and that was a good ball, right bang on a length. Stoinis frustrated with himself because he was looking to drive that away and really didn't get anything on it. It was dribbled away into the offside.
Make my point at the end of the over.
On intently. Ali in again. Again, a excellent delivery. Break into the right-hander. Little he can do except push it away once more into the offside. No run. Last ball of Moeen's over. On to the back foot. This one he has got hold of. It's driven away to cover. Wokes goes herring off in pursuit. They will take 2. Stoinis moves on to 43. It's the end of the over. Labuschagne will have strike. Andy.
No, let's go back to Knuckle, I think, who's in the middle of something.
Yeah, so firstly, Marcus Stoinis is only at number 3 because Stephen Smith got hit on the head in the nets and is being rested as a precaution. So Stephen Smith has that number 3 slot probably nailed down in the first choice Australia 11. Stoinis has scored a lot of runs at the top of the order in the Big Bash. Mostly as an opener, but obviously he's not going to break into Warner and Finch. So it is better suited to his game, it seems, despite the fact that he started in the lower middle order in international cricket. Batting higher up the order is better suited to Marcus Stoinis' game. So you are maximising a strength of his in this slightly odd circumstance where he's having to bat 3, and in Australia don't have Smith.
Mark Wood is continuing his right arm over the wicket, pulled by Labuschagne, but pulled straight down to deep backward square. And they will just take a single. It's only his 8th one-day international, Labuschagne. Best of 108, I think, for him, which he got in 2000. Well, this year, in fact.
Yeah, he debuted, I think.
Potchefstroom. I can never quite say it. In South Africa. South Africa won, though.
He debuted after the World Cup. He wasn't in the World Cup squad because they had Usman Khawaja and Sean Marsh.
Indeed.
In those.
Yeah, he's also on the outside, Khawaja, isn't he?
Yeah, slightly harshly.
80 for 2. Mark Wood is going to be in too. Marcus Stoinis crouches and takes the edge and gone. Beautifully taken. The Seer of Singapore has failed for once because Stoinis has gone outside edge, competently taken to his right by Butler. England have their 3rd wicket, and it's a 2nd for Mark Wood.
ball swing or move off the seam? It seemed to out of the hand, but then looking at the replay, I'm not quite so sure.
Well, I'd be interested to see as well. Was it a quicker ball? Do we think?
Possibly. I think it was quite a good catch, although maybe Butler made it look good by not particularly moving his feet.
Yeah. Typically,
Anna Forsyth asks, I thought they weren't allowed to use head sweat in this series.
Australia had much more stringent rules about what sweat they can use than England do. So Australia have banned their players from using any facial sweat.
Right.
Well,
okay.
Does that
Typing
include the
Shan
head?
agrees with me. Chewing gum wears down the tooth enamel. Jay says, congratulations, Knackle, for something. Congratulations, Knackle. Brian says, I haven't tuned in yet. What happened? I'll let the summariser summarise. Farong says there's been confusion in Sri Lanka. They're touring with Bangladesh. A 14-day quarantine period was agreed, but the BCB thought it was 7 days, and now they're all mixed up.
COVID is going to cause all sorts of these logistical issues. Well, in terms of what happened, Australia started very nervily against a good opening spell, particularly from Jofra Archer. Archer removed David Warner with an absolute beauty that beat his outside edge to take off stump. Aaron Finch played a couple of decent pull shots, but never really got going, and edge behind off Mark Wood's first ball. Stoinis was looking quite good for his, what did he make in the end?
43.
He made in the end 43 off 34 balls with 6 balls. Looked pretty good off, quite comfortable, but then flashed at one that wasn't quite there to flash at, and edge behind to Butler. And now with probably, Marsh Lavashane will have to rebuild. I assume drinks, which is why we're taking such a long break. 80 for 3 after 15.2 overs, and it'll be interesting to see whether Marsh or Maxwell comes out now. That's Mitchell of the Marsh variety. It is indeed the younger Marsh brother.
Not Fred Titmus is with us. Hello, he says Dutta is not data. And
Very
Gits
good.
and Gratz is replying to Jeff Perkins' excellent Hendo meme. I bet there's a copy of Ooh La La slipped in the pages of that wisdom.
We should jingle up the new Australian batter. It's a long one, so commentate over this.
Okay, if you drop it down a wee bit, in comes Wood. Worked off his hip by the new man down to long leg. So no time taken at all for Mitchell Marsh. We're watching the dismissal of Stoinis. It was full, it was quick, and Mark Wood had thrown himself off his feet, which is often an indication that it's a quicker ball.
Stand on twatted kind of frame. Mighty whites fall, daddy balls me bats.
So Woods in again, played nicely by Labuschagne down to third man. They'll take another single. Yeah, it was full, it was quick, and it just drew the full drive really. And smart work, it has to be said. Credit where credit is due. Smart work by Joss Butler too to take that. Although we're at a penalty save, you'd say it was at savable height, but he did take it well. But it's another one for Mark Wood, who's been bowling with a fair amount of fire today. Had one over where he went for consecutive fours, one of which you could describe as possibly fortuitous off an outside edge. But generally he's looked pretty much on the money here, and he's going to be in again. Left outside of the off stump, through to Butler, no run.
It's just a much better length for this pitch. Wood and Archer are quick, but the pitch isn't particularly. So, Archer gets a bit more bounce from his bouncer than most, but Wood, I don't think, with his skiddy approach, can really afford to drop short too often. So he's bowling what bowlers call hard length. So it's just short of a drivable length, rather than bowling it sort of bouncer Yorker like you might on a quicker pitch.
Well, it was too good for Stoinis, and Stoinis was going very nicely, so that's an important wicket for England. Has Australia now 82 for 3. Wood is going to bowl the final ball of his fourth over, and that one is again an excellent length, played solidly enough by Marsh on exactly on that third stump line. Would have gone over that third stump, but nonetheless it restricted them to no runs. Andy.
Anna Forsyth says Butler taking that catch without a cap was pure art. Sean Warren says long leg is not the real position, it's called fine leg. Disagree, fine leg is finer.
Yes, I would agree with you on that one. Anyone else there?
I think there is
I'm not doing Facebook, mate.
No, there's a distinction, I think, definitely between fine leg and long leg. And generally, long leg is the preferred modern position.
If you get the chance, Knuckle, can you just see at some point when who's with us on Crick Tracker? This one is swept. Moeen Ali was in, swept backward a square. They hurry the first. They are going to take the second. They will have to make a bustle of it, and they do. Good running, actually. It's the value, Andy, of taking the first run quickly to set yourself up for taking the second one, wasn't it?
It is, yep.
Beautifully played by Labuschagne. Just down on one knee, dabbed around the corner.
Took a pace off.
Stylishly done. Moeen Ali, none for 15 so far for him. So he's been going round about 7 and over. He's in his third. And he's bowling it from that James Anderson end.
That allowed a spinner bowling for the James Anderson end.
Well, it might be mildly sacrilegious.
I mean, the other end is the Brian Statham end, so unless you can...
Yeah, you can't really...
No.
Should have a Laker end, shouldn't they, really, at Old Trafford? As that one was pushed away deep to long off. They take another single. Obviously, Jim Laker, a man of Surrey, and latterly Essex. But he is probably his most famous bowling innings for England was definitely, was it 58? He'd got those.
Good luck getting that through the Lancashire.
Yeah,
I could try, couldn't I?
The Gary Keedy end. Murley played a long time at Lancashire.
That's Jack Simmons end.
The Flat Jack. Oh, Flat Jack! What a player he was. Moeen Ali is going to be in again to Mitchell Marsh. Forces him onto the back foot. Marsh waits and just tickles that away into the onside. No run. 1 for 16 for Ali. Australia 85-4-3. Andy, to answer your very earlier question, there is a slip for Moeen Ali. This one is swept, and that's swept down to deep mid wicket. Dealt with down there by, I think, who was that? That was Billings again, wasn't it? Who was down there on that mid wicket boundary. Didn't make quite such a Horlicks of that one. Managed to pick it up and throw in a fairly sweet manoeuvre, unlike the last time when he fielded perfectly and then threw basically fresh air because the ball had dropped back down onto his feet again. 87 for 3. Moeen Ali, in he comes full and just pushed back to him by Mitchell Marsh, who's happy to take his time, see himself in. Captain Morgan wearing his 2 caps is surveying the work of his lead off-break bowler. This one again is away to deep mid-wicket. That one will go all the way though. Swept for 4 by Marsh. So he kept a fairly decent cap on that over, but that one was very nicely played indeed by Marsh. A big left front foot down the track and swept and away it went. Handy.
Jay says he's just been looking at the Gorilla Cricket Chiron, which I assume is our gorilla little mascot. It's overwhelmingly male and called Jonathan. What gives? I didn't know it was called Jonathan.
Do you know what? I have no idea. How does he know that?
Yes, good question. Brian Barish says his work-at-home colleague is too young to form allegiances yet, so she just hopes both teams have a good time. And it is, of course, a very small baby. Anna Forsyth says, with Mitch and Marnus in the middle, is this the battle of the giant heads? Winner plays Cameron Bancroft.
I think Cameron Bancroft had a heavy head rather than a massive head.
So it could have been denser.
Yes, we're back to Easter Island statues again, aren't we?
Yes, indeed.
Anyway, here is an interesting bowling change. England are going all spin. It's Adil Rashid, who does his obligatory cough into his hands as he spins the ball from hand to hand. We will jingle him up probably after the first ball.
Is that cough COVID safe?
Well, it is if you cough it into your own hand.
How do you weigh someone's head anyway? You can't put it on a scale.
Displacement of water?
Well, you have been dunked underwater. It's a bit unpleasant.
Well, you just combine it with a baptism.
Probably an initiation ceremony.
Well, there's a man with a fairly large head. Marnus Labuschagne swept the first ball, dabbed really around the corner down to what I would describe as fine leg, Andy. What say you?
Yes,
Mark
long
Wood does
leg
the fielding.
ran round to fine leg to field it. Yes.
Perfect. That is exactly what I would also have said. We nearly did see a blowing of a bubble there, by the way, from Labuschagne. He had the chewing gum out on the end of his tongue, and for all the world I thought for one moment a big old a genuine bubble from the bubble was going to appear. 93 for 3.
Cue me up.
Run rate just ticking up a shade. Slip stands ready. Forward comes Labuschagne. It's away into the offside. Nadal Rashid skips to field off his own bowling. He should have a spring in his step. He's bowled very well in the T20s. Yes, Knuckle, you're windmilling.
Well, I was going to play the jingle.
Oh, right.
Nadal Rashid on the 45. Nadal Rashid on the 45. Nadal Rashid on the 45.
Well, he's in, and that one again is around the corner to backward square. And they will take another single.
Roy Roy Pond points out that Jim Laker was by birth a Yorkshireman, making your campaign even less likely to succeed.
Well, that's true. It was not a campaign, it was more of an observation, really. It is indeed two. See, the observation started with the fact it was two seam bowlers whose names adorn either end of Old Trafford. There's that cough, COVID friendly or not. And another one. More of those, and we will be worried. In he comes, Rashid, over the wicket. Again, tickled round the corner. I think that's very fine, a fine leg. And long leg will have no chance to get around, and it'll be 4 more.
Yes, if persistent coughing with a symptom on its own, then many spinners wouldn't be allowed out of their houses.
Yeah, is it about warming the hands up? Is that the main reason?
I think they're told to do it for some reason.
But it's Rashid. It's very much a habitual thing, and kind of has been
lot of them
throughout
do.
his career.
Brad Hogg used to do it. It's sort of part of the
There he
nervous
goes
ritual.
again. He's in past umpire Milnes and beats Marsh outside the off stump. Marsh was looking to step onto the back foot and cut, and the ball just came through. It was a leg break, just enough turn, and he was only a shade away from getting a tickle there. Not a tickle in the throat like it appears that Rashid has, but a tickle on the edge of the bat. Rashid's in again, full. This one more solidly met and acrobatically dived for off his own bowling by Rashid. He's a bit upset with himself that he could only parry it. No damage done though. It's the end of the over. There was no run. Andy.
I'm reasonably on top of things, I think.
Okay.
I can say hello to some people on Hot Mic.
Go for
Please
it.
do.
Yeah, hello everybody on Hot Mic, and there are quite a lot of you. So Marcus typing, Shan, Damon, James in Belfast, Nick, Joe Biles, Tim Everingham, Tom Apollit, Jimmy C, Warren, Damon, again, Ben H, L, Soapy J, Martin, Postman, Jadar, Yeti, Rich T, Bruce Fox, Tonka, GK, and many, many more. Marcus Pollington, Arvinder over this as well. Hello,
Owen Ali. Oh, sorry to cut across you, Knuckle. Small matter of some cricket. And an inside edge that really nearly took the stumps away as it was. It ended up down at long leg. And will net Australia another 2 runs. Brings up the 100. 100 for 3. Let's just have another quick look at that because, yes.
Definitely an edge.
Well, that's a very good question.
No, I think he missed it.
Well, in that case, probably a black mark, I'm afraid, for Joss Butler. Indeed, probably he's hanging his head now because I think he knows he should have got that. Ali again, waited for and turned straight to mid-wicket, though, by Marnus Labuschagne. Did I hear somebody called Postman amongst our Hot Mic?
The Postman only joined Hot Mic once. It was given run, so evidently judged a bottom edge into the turf.
Okay, well, he should know a good delivery when he sees one, as that one is away to square leg. Labuschagne will net himself a single, bring Marsh back onto strike.
Seemed to get a leading edge on the ball before. I'm not sure if we picked that up.
Yeah, there was one of those in the last over from Moeen Ali, or possibly his first over. This pitch is not that quick, so I think Owen Morgan has read it right.
No, I think you're right. That's what he said. And we've got an all-spin attack from England at the moment, as this one is met with a forward prod by Marsh away to point. Owen Morgan. Owen 2 caps Morgan. Obviously he has more caps than that if you're talking about England appearances, but he's physically wearing 2 caps at his station down there at point.
Well, I've annoyed Jay. Sorry.
Plenty of air. Whipped to long on. Another single. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, I've annoyed Jay, but I'd be disappointed if I didn't in 10 overs. He says, now I'm trying to work out how to weigh someone's head without decapitating them. As Tony wisely knew did not happen to Jane Mansfield.
I did know that. It was fairly ugly. She did lose quite a chunk of her scalp. It's probably not detail we want to go into. This one moves in to Labuschagne, who pushes it into the offside. Seems a little bit upset with himself. Feels he should have done more with that, but it was the googly from... it was an off break. It was the last ball of Ali's over. What am I talking about? So it was a perfectly legitimate off break. Sorry, Andy.
If we're talking about female icons, just a little tip to Diana Rigg, who left us yesterday, quite sadly.
You faded away a wee bit there, Andy.
Sorry, I just giving a little tip of respect to Diana Rigg, who left us yesterday.
Oh, yes. Deeply, deeply sad. And a lot of people pointed out, I think with some justification, that one of the best Bond performances was just the single one of George Lazenby's. Remember, didn't she marry him
did marry him,
on Her Majesty's Secret Service?
Promptly died, yes.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah. But she teased a pretty good performance out of him, considering his previous acting credits were mainly being the milk tray man from memory. Rashid again, plenty of air, driven through cover. Again, just a single taken. So they're really punctuating the 1s and 2s with the occasional boundary, Australia, without ever really being allowed to get away by this England attack.
I thought the dual spin attack to Mitchell Marsh would be a good option, because he does like to hit powerfully down the ground against the fast bowlers, but he's done well to not get stuck.
Yeah, no, well, just if you can't get the boundaries, keep the 1s and 2s coming. That's a big shout. Up go England. Given by umpire Milnes. Adil Rashid has his man. Will they review? Marnus Labuschagne still chewing as if his life depended on it.
I just flicked away to the tweets. Was that a googly Kenyan or something?
Just went straight on, I think.
I think it was just I don't think... If it was a googly, I missed it. I thought it was a leg break. But then so many people do miss Rashid's googly because he disguises it so well.
I thought it was a leg break or an attempted leg break that just didn't turn and went straight on. Labuschagne was playing for the spin.
They are reviewing, by the way, folks.
Yes, they are.
So we will keep you posted. We'll also have a little look at
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
It was a leg break. It moved marginally.
He's only safe if that's outside the line. And I think it's going to be umpire's call on the line.
I think there's no... Well, we're seeing a little flicker on Ultra Edge. Where did it pitch? It pitched outside off. It impact in line. It was hitting. It's as out can be. Rashid has his man. He's back among the wickets again. Well done, the umpire. And Marnus Labuschagne can go and find a bin for his chewing gum now and have a cup of tea instead.
Assuming Justin Langer hasn't kicked them all over.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over. In the commentary box, we're going to have a change on the field, of course, because Marnus Labuschagne has just been dismissed. Who do we have coming in? Andy, you're moving on to ball by ball.
Yep.
And Nindo will be explaining why Stoinis didn't get 50. And the one and only Nestlers, who's still, I think, from what I could see, floating out in space where it's lonely, will be, I'm sure, reading your tweets in his own unique, inimitable and magnificent style.
That was very
good ball, that.
Yes, it
Jake says, raise a glass to Diana Rigg. An internet friend of his gave a good tribute. She came into a series with about 200 characters and was instantly the best thing in it. Game of Thrones, I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she had a fantastic late career blossoming as Elena Tyrell. Completely stole every scene she was in.
Her daughter looks uncannily like her as well, Rachel Sterling. You can so see her mum in her facial features.
This is
new man at the crease will be Alex Tyson Carey.
Still no Maxwell.
Interestingly enough.
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his stride. And he's not bad with the blade. Only a cricket bat.
A man who progressively got better, in fact, I think, during the T20s. Adil Rashid, I'll go through his numbers in a minute. This is swept backward of square. Is there a man down there? No, there isn't. And Carey's off the mark with a 4.
It's first ball.
Yeah, very confident shot.
Yeah, again, for a guy who can get a little bit stuck against spin, just handily reverse sweeping, perhaps the world's best white ball spinner for 4 first ball.
He also went early, didn't he, if I recall, in one of the T20s to pace. So it might be that England might just risk an over or two of Archer or Wood.
That was
It would have been
Now
very,
they've got Carey in their sights.
very funny if they'd sent Carey in ahead of Maxwell, then he got out reverse sweeping first ball.
No, very much so. 2 for 29, 1 for 25 and 3 for 21 were the figures for Adil Rashid. Turned one game around completely, didn't he? That one is again reverse swept this time by Carey, and they will take a single.
Not Fred says, if Langer kicks over a bin containing Labuschagne's chewing gum, do COVID protocols allow him to pick it up? Only if he does it in an elite way.
Presumably, if he's wearing a mask and his the blue rubber gloves.
I'd have a bit of tongs. I'd have those tongs that are like 3 feet long for someone else's chewing gum.
Well, I don't think I'd want to go near someone else's chewing gum. Rashid again, 2 balls left of this over. This one is the googly, but it was a little bit short and it enabled Marsh to work it away into the onside. They'll take a single. Australia move on to 109 for 4. There's 1 ball left of this 20th over before Andy shifts chairs.
Virtually.
Well, metaphoric virtual chairs rather than real chair. I mean, you could move about to another chair just to see if it made you feel more at home, Andy.
Camera.
Well, there you are at home, literally, so that's not quite true either, is it?
I am literally at home.
You are literally at home. Carey, 5 not out. Obviously, he's got away off the mark with that sweep off Rashid, but Rashid crucially has the wicket of Labuschagne to his name this over. We will
Slip
call
and a
it
leg
out.
slip.
And there are indeed a slip and a leg slip. Is it going to be another googly? Yes, it was. To the left-hander, though, taken by Butler. It's the end of the over. And he's going to move into the ball-by-ball chair. Australia are 109 for 4, and I will see you all later.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, 20 overs gone. 109 is a decent score, but those 4 wickets will worry Australia. Maxwell's next. Then we get into the bowlers. Could be a long 30 overs. Who else is coming in? Is a Ninja coming in?
Possibly.
Just have a look. Yes, okay. So what do you make of this so far then, Nestlers?
It's 50-50 at the moment.
No, I think England are in front now. England
You
are in
think?
front for me with those
4
4
wickets. Oh, I missed the 4th wicket, sorry.
Yep, that did make a difference. Moeen is in, it's punched up by Marsh. Mid-wicket is across and there's no run. So, England's dual spin attack, dual beard attack. Can they entangle Australia even more? That's a very full ball from Moeen, and Marsh reaches it on the Yorker, just plays it back to the bowler.
Where did we get on tweaks?
I think
Tweaks
we're
or
reasonably on
tweaks?
top of them, yeah. But please, as Moeen comes in, that's more of a half volley, and it's punished by Marsh. He's beaten short cover, he's beaten long off, and that's 4 runs.
Trying to
Yes, so yes, have a look on Facebook at Crick Tracker and the like. Come in now, please, a Ninja. Yeah, this is the 21st.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Moeen is in and didn't really turn at all, but played back to the bowler. So you're being called to account for an incorrect prediction, a bit harshly.
7 runs short, but
Bad,
it's probably 43 runs more than any Englishman had predicted.
Possibly. Clipped out into mid-wicket by Marsh. Again, there's no run. Moeen Ali's trying to join up the dots and hope that Adil Rashid can take the wickets. Here he comes again. And Marsh again is forward, and he'll punch that up to long off for no run. 1 run, sorry. 114 for 4 at the end of the 21st. So there's talk before this game from Owen Morgan that he wanted to see a slower wicket. He wanted to see slower wickets in England for white ball cricket. to prepare them for the upcoming T20 World Cup in India next year and the next World Cup in 2023.
Well, looks like he's got them.
It does look like he's got them. Whether by chance or design, I'm not quite sure, but nonetheless. And we're all remote, but you're still close to our hearts, and you'll be even closer to our hearts if you send us some money. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, 1R, 2 Ls, to help us keep going and bring you the lols in these difficult times. As Rashid is into another Google, gets flicked away down to short, fine or long leg. We'll just call him the 45. Did they get through for a single? Not quite sure. No. Rashid coughs again. How is he allowed out of the house? He's got a slip. That's a poor ball, short, pulled away by Carey, but he has found deep backward square leg, Mark Wood, and they'll pick up a single.
Well, this is Mitchell Marsh's chance to be a hero.
It certainly is, coming in at 5. He's done good things in all formats. I mean, he scored that Test match 180, but he's never quite nailed any of them down, has he?
Exactly.
Carey's on strike for a moment. A slip and a leg slip. That looks like a top edge, but I think it's going to fall safe. It does. Not a totally authoritative sweep there from Carey. Going for the lap, got a bit too much of a top edge, but got away with it.
Yeah, the Marsh brothers, they get rather harshly treated by the Aussie public, I'd say.
I was wondering earlier on, what do you think? If we've seen the last of Sean Marsh, you surely would have thought so, but people have said it before. That time, the batsman is across and plays a rather ugly shot to mid-wicket, but he is going to get a single. 117 for 4. Yeah, Sean Marsh loved more by the selectors than the Aussie public, I think that's for sure.
Oh, for sure, and I think what over the years the unfair continue after this delivery.
It's very full. It's a thickish outside edge, and it's just run down to deep third man. But again, Carey not with the middle of the bat. Go on.
So I used to be quite active on the Aussie website, The Roar, a few years ago, and that sees a lot of vilification of the Marsh brothers.
It'd like be unfair to group them together just because they're brothers. But
I think it stems. I think it stems from the fact that they somehow unfairly target Jeff Marsh.
Jeff Marsh,
and a bit of nepotism is hinted at.
Is implied, yes, I see. Yeah. Well, I think they both, as I say, I mean, Sean Marsh had a long spell where you would either score 0 or 150 in Test matches, but more of the noughts than the 150s. And as I say, Mitchell has done well in patches, in individual games, without really putting anything consistent together. Anything on social media, Nestlers?
Well, yeah, Jay Grover says that one of his friends gave a decent tribute to Diana Riggs, saying that she came into a series with about 200 characters in it and was instantly the best thing in it. And he also says that he got The Guardian today, and he thinks I'm a dead ringer for the lead singer of the Dubs.
Oh, I remember them. He must be getting on a bit. That was around 99-2000 when they were.
I think they've just brought a new album out.
Yeah, I did see that. Probably in The Guardian as well. That one's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there is just a single.
What I want to know, Nestlers, is why you don't get grief for not having a beard from Jay Grover.
He did ask me to grow a beard a couple of weeks ago.
You can ask me all you like. I'll come back to you in a year. That one's clipped out to deep mid-wicket for another single.
But it's just my beard, my facial hair is just grey. It just looks shit, really. So I don't bother.
You could do one of those little, goatees, like the top business moguls have.
I do go that way sometimes.
Round the wicket is Rashid, Ali, sorry, and that one's again clipped to mid-wicket by Carey. And they'll take an easy single. 121 for 4.
Can't make out my hat. His favourite game is ruined.
At least you can see. All we could see of Gary was a pair of eyes. It's like a cat. Back goes Marsh. Plays it into the offside. There's no run.
his fear of technology even sort of goes to light bulbs. He's,
it seems that way.
I said he should go and live in a cave.
Probably would have better lighting. Moans it again, drags that one short. But Marsh hasn't made it pay, just got an under edge down to short 45.
Well, Jay, I'll move forward a bit and you can see the top of my hat. There you go.
Still can't really see that. Is that some kind of worm or snake? If you're on YouTube, you can see for yourself. That one's played back to the bowler. It's another tidy over from Moeen. 121 for 4 off 23.
It's an American hunting hat. It's a skeleton of a fish. I don't know either.
Okay. Well, it's orange. That's what you need for hunting, isn't it? So you don't get shot by Dick Cheney.
Jeff Perkins says, I think you'll find the Aussie public have been treated way more harshly by the Marshes than vice versa.
What do they call it? One of those codependent relationships.
Why don't they like them?
They probably all have their own favourites who they feel more. Sean Marsh has been given more chances there. That's probably true, whoever the favourite is. Rashid is back. Slip and a leg slip for Carey into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a Victorian or
exactly.
someone from New South Wales who should be in the middle order, right, instead of them.
Yes. Carey on 9. Marsh on 22. Proceeds again. Carey gone for the sweep again. He got more of the bat on that, but it was a little bit of a paddle and just pick up a single.
It's not quite as bad as the drop Josh Butler brigade.
Well, you get these brigades everywhere. People just can't bear to not be in a brigade. Rashid comes in, slip, and that is clipped into deep mid wicket, be another single. Is there still a massive anti-Adil Rashid brigade from Red Ball fans because he dared to say he really want to play Test cricket?
Why should he play Test cricket? I mean,
he doesn't want to. Yeah. Or indeed Red Ball cricket.
Yeah.
Well, I remember people were very up in arms about that. And I think he said he didn't want to play Red Ball cricket for Yorkshire. He's coming in now, so it didn't do any harm. Now that's a top edge. That must be a chance. It's up. The fielder is underneath it and takes the catch. And that one's been in the post. Sam Billings with the catch. Carey one top edge too many, and he is gone. I was having a coaching session yesterday, and with someone I hadn't had coaching from before. It's always interesting. And he was saying something that's fairly obvious when you think about it. When you've got variable bounce, the cross-bat shots are actually the most dangerous.
Absolutely.
But Carey did seem to be a bit early on that, and it was a bit early on that and almost caught the toe. Fred tells us that Rashid said he's very keen to play Test this winter. He did, that's right. He has had a change of heart on that, it seems.
The bigger question is, should he be playing Test cricket?
Well, what is he now, 35, 36? You can either take the position that I generally take, but if you're one of the best players in your position, it doesn't really matter if you're 35 or 23.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant from England's perspective. Does he actually deserve to be in the Test team? I mean, I have a big question about that. I'm not a fan, obviously, of Adil Rashid with the.
So you're questioning whether he actually is one of England's best 2 or 3 spinners.
Absolutely, in red ball, yes.
And correction, thank you, Michael. He's only 32.
Waving, he's waving.
Yep.
And with the local GC News, Glenn Maxwell's comeback. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years.
Well, here he is. In fact, he's not going to be on strike just yet. Marsh plays from that into the offside for no run.
Let's go. Boom.
Maxie hits that. That's gone all the way.
Well, Australia tried their best not to send Glenn Maxwell in, but they almost had no choice at this point. It's 123 for 5. And Marsh plays that one back to the bowler.
Got to read Jay's latest tweet out. That's what I was laughing at. You may not like it, Andy.
I don't mind.
I'll wait for this next ball.
No, it's into the over. Go for it.
Oh, sorry. He has had grief and he looks mint with a beard. Andy is beyond hope. He revels in looking like an albino creepy neighbour who lives in the woods.
I don't live in the woods. The rest of it, though.
You know, on spin bowling, England spin bowling, I have a question for all you folks on Moeen Ali. Why is someone with a batting average of 28 and a bowling average of 50 playing ODIs for England with this kind of a team?
Yeah, it's a good question. England haven't really found a better spinner, I don't think. I think they still have a tendency...
25 and 50, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think they still have a tendency to stick with the same team across formats a little bit too much. Like if someone's in the test team, then he will get the nod over someone who isn't, almost just because of that, because he fits in the group. Anyway, it's going to be a change. And the new bowler is in, played down to point for no run.
And now it's time for Jofra Archer.
Well, I think it's just hard to think of an alternative at the moment. It's hard to think of anyone who's knocking on that particular door. Archer's in again. Maxwell with an opens stance. Plays it to mid-on. It's going to be tight. He took Marsh.
Oh, what a shit throw.
It's gone past. It's gone past. Is it going all the way?
It's 4 overthrows.
4 buzzers. Who's the villain?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Moeen Ali. So perhaps I should literally put my glasses on to see at times, but that was a real shocker of a throw.
What was that? Is he trying to hit Marsh in the head?
Well, he missed that. He missed Marsh by 5. He's on the other strip. He's literally on the other strip. I am going to scare all the children by putting my glasses on when I get a moment.
Creepy neighbour in the woods.
Yeah, you think you've seen nothing yet, Jay. Archer. And that is played back to the bowler for no run. All I've got to do is find them. They're not on my head, are they? No.
Jay Grover says, Aninda, I think you assume I've given everyone a hard time. Most ignore it. Other people are Tony.
Yes, he just likes to test you out. That's all.
Well, I'm not going to get any more facial hair than I have. Anyway, but
oh, that's better. I can see a bit better now. Here comes Archer. Oh, a big full toss, but it was a slower full toss. Fooled me as well as Mitch Marsh, and he could only prod it into the colours for no run.
Now you look like an architect, Andy.
I'll take an architect, yeah. An architect of destruction.
Ryan Barish says, I'll go and feed the baby and England take 2 wickets. Well, go and feed him some more.
Yes. Not Fred says creepy architect in the woods. Jofra's in again. And clipped into the leg side, past the square leg umpire who skips out of the way, just a single. Billings is in. Throws it like me into the turf 5 yards from the keeper, but I think they did it on purpose.
So given my track record today, I'm taking offers for calling for Maxwell 50.
Go for it. Double up. Double or quits. I'd love to see it. He's on 5 off 2 because, of course, he got 5 thanks to those buzzers. He's clipped that one down to point, but it's a good piece of fielding. I assume that's Jason Roy. It is. Picks it up and no run.
He lies there looking at it.
Rashid is running off to someone. It is the end of the over. What's happening on social media?
Barong is with us. Will Australia get to 200? Plenty of overs, but it all rests on the pair at the wicket.
Well, they've still to come. They've got Cummins. Let's have a look. Cummins, Stark, Zampa and Hazelwood.
Yeah, it doesn't fill you with confidence.
Not a great deal, no. I mean, Cummins can bat, which is why he's 8.
They better get to 200 because I've entered the GPL.
Okay, well, Adil Rashid will be trying to thwart you on that one. He's got a slip for Marsh, and it does turn away, but quite slowly. Marsh is able to dab it down towards point for a single. And England looking pretty happy in the field. as they should. Well, I think as cricketers should all the time, even if you're losing. It's not a bad way to earn a crust.
Too right.
Yeah, more than a crust in most cases. It's an entire loaf. Rashid is in again. That's Fuller, turns away again, punched out to the sweeper by Maxwell. They go for one, they won't get two. Billings is quick enough. And it's 131 for 5.
What's happened to Steve Smith? I missed it.
He got a bang in the head in the nets yesterday, and is just
from one of the support staff, apparently. Yeah, and from one of the support staff, apparently.
Oh, really? How did that happen?
Yeah. Probably someone throwing down the ball.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Turn again, and that one is defended by Marsh, and there's no run.
They weren't playing football.
It's always a possibility. .26th over, just past the halfway mark. And Australia, it's hard. It's always a bit more difficult to predict the score when there's quite a few wickets down. It could go, it could go bad very quickly for Australia. But Marsh is on 25, and he's getting a lot of the same ball from Rashid just outside off stump. He's chopped that one out to point. It's like everyone's happy with the single.
There he comes back. Andy, holy shit, it's Mo Green. And Inda, I'd feel less of you if you listened to me about anything. Who's Mo Green?
Mo Green is someone in The Godfather, I think. Is that right? Silence. I think it is. That's my bet. Yes, please do look it up. 132 for 5.
It is The Godfather.
Oh, okay. Score 1 to me. And that's a Fuller ball back to the bowler by Maxwell, and Rashid picks it up in front of the stumps at his end. No run.
I haven't seen those films in years, but I just remember watching them. I realise they're good, but I just kind of didn't enjoy them.
Yeah, I found that a little bit with Goodfellas. I enjoyed it more the second time. That one's played out to cover point, and there's no run.
A bit like The Irishman. I thought I was watching. I knew I was watching a good bit of cinema, but I just couldn't.
You're looking at your phone. You're looking at your watch. Yeah. I didn't see The Irishman, so can't comment on that.
And I went to see it in the cinema. It's a long film.
It is a long film. We're getting some Mo Green info through here. He gets shot while having a massage through his glasses.
Oh.
Okay. Somehow I don't remember that. I mean,
I get them all mixed up with each other. What's the other one? Casino.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I'd quite like Casino. Yeah. There's a brilliant poster of all the suits Robert De Niro wears in Casino. There's about 40 of them. Joffre hasn't got his gold chains on today.
He did. He's just taking them off, I think. Or they're inside.
Or he's maybe hitting them under his shirt.
Yeah.
In case anyone's after him. Played back to him, and there's no run.
You were talking about the Aussie tailenders. I have an amusing one here. I'll have a go at it after this. Over.
Feel free.
Oh, there he is. There are the gold chains. They're out in all their glory.
They were just hidden, right? Archer does give us a bit more time to wibble by Rashid. That's good for him. Oh, that's a slow, wide-ish ball, but I thought that was inside. The umpire's given it wide, and I thought that was inside. And the gold chains are now well and truly outside.
Yeah. So.
No, go on.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for Knuckles' jingle. So I do a bit of. For the last almost 40 years, I've done a bit of reading of Woodhouse every morning. So I was going to just read something amusing from there after this delivery.
Here comes Joffre, and that tails in a little bit to Maxwell, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
So when I see Josh Hazelwood bat, it reminds me of this paragraph I read again after a while today. The ordinary batsman, whose average always pans out at the end of the season between 20s and 30s, does not understand the whirl of mixed sensations which the really incompetent cricketer experiences on the rare occasions when he does notch a few.
What a sage he was. That one's left alone by Marsh, and there's no run. Had terrible trouble with his plots, Woodhouse. He was great writing funny stuff. He often needed a lot of help trying to work out a different thing for Jeeves and Wooster to do in each book.
Well, Jeeves and Wooster, yeah. But he's got a lot of fantastic characters. I mean,
who's the one who plays cricket? It's Per Smith, isn't it?
Mike. In Smith.
Yes. Although I'm sure the P is silent. Although Joffre again flashes that one past the edge of Marsh. Marsh will say he left it. Who knows?
Yeah, so this goes on. As ball follows ball and he does not get out, a wild exhilaration surges through him, followed by a sort of awe as if he were doing something wrong, even irreligious. He's got a lot of lovely cricket stories, actually.
Absolutely, just goes to show how timeless the game is. Wonder what he would have made of modern white ball cricket. That one's played out to point and there's no run.
Serious looky-likey and not a criminal, Tom Holland, friend of the show. I think that's at you, Andy, from Jay. And he watched The Irishman.
Tom Holland?
He watched The Irishman in 2 parts and thought it was very good. All films should be 90 minutes or have tab and piss breaks.
So by a process of elimination, I realise you're not comparing me to Tom Hardy or Tom Hiddleston.
Tom Holland.
There are 2 Tom Hollands, not Fred tells us. There's certainly one who's a very good author about Roman history and stuff. Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Goes through to Butler. There's no run. That is the end of the over, and not much bat on ball there. Good over. Joffre, 27 gone, 133 for 5.
80 dotes coming up. Talking of Dinah Rigg, I don't know if I've ever told you this story. A girl I was living with, I don't know, 30 years ago, said, "Oh, do you want to go out to dinner tonight to my friends?" And I said yes, and went to this lovely house in London. And what she didn't tell me was the daughter of her friend, the daughter, her mother was Dinah Rigg. And she opened the door, and of course I sort of froze, and Dinah Rigg just sort of looked at Emma and just went, "Oh, don't worry, dear, it's boys of a certain age." And she was lovely. She was absolutely lovely all evening. Very funny as well.
Rashid comes in. And it's short and played into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. She wrote a book of all the bad reviews she's got, and she called it No Turn Unstoned.
Well, typically my girlfriend at the time, she had no real clue who she was, and didn't tell me. And if she'd given me some preparation, I wouldn't have stood there with my tongue hanging out, because she was still a good-looking woman.
I'm sure, yeah.
30 years ago, you know.
Here's Rashid, blocked by Marsh. Guerrilla Cricket, that's Knackle, I'm guessing, wrote a poem called Mist about the feeling of dropping a simple catch. And he's going to give us the ending. In the meantime, hopefully that will not happen to any of the England players from their point of view. They've gone up for a bit of a shout there. I thought that hit it on the bat, but no one's really serious about that.
No, they were convinced and then not.
Yeah, it was a bit too leg-sidey. It did miss the bat, but it was a bit too leg-sidey. All the same, Australia's struggling a bit with the dual threat of Rashid and Archer, and knowing that they've got to be a bit careful with their wickets. That's holding them back. They do pick up a single there in front of point. I think that's the worst thing for Australia here. They've kind of got to keep the brakes on for a bit, because they just fear getting absolutely rolled. But sometimes that inhibits you from putting up a proper total.
Well, you've got Maxwell there, and if Maxwell can build a little bit of an innings here and not get out in the next few balls, you never know.
Well, he goes back and plays that into the leg side and should pick up an easy single. But at some point he's got to open his shoulders, and it can happen to anybody. At some point you've got to play a big shot, and the first time you do, you get out, everyone's on your case.
Yeah. It's the 28th over, so he can afford to wait a few more, I think.
Well, yes, providing they're ticking it over, of course. That's a big wide ball from Rashid. Marsh clubs it into the ground. It goes straight to cover for no run.
Jay Grover points out, if I'd had a beard and no McEnroe hair, my life might have been different. I did have the McEnroe hair at the time. I was hanging on to it for grim death at that point.
Did you have a headband to keep it on?
No, there was a slightly. It started to slightly thin at the front, and I was sort of like, oh dear. 27
Much
inch
like
going.
McEnroe himself.
Much like Mac, yeah. But,
Remember when he was actually a TV thing? He was presenting quiz shows and so on.
oh my God, it's awful.
That was weird.
You know,
Seemed
I
to last
don't mind
long,
his.
Fortunately.
His punditry was good at the start, and now it's kind of annoying.
Mitch Marsh is stuck. He got 20 off 22. He's only scored 7 off his next 25. Did you want to give us the end of that poem as well, Michael? You could always save it because I think you'll be on in a couple of hours. So, Jofra bowling his 7th over, 1-23 so far. Maxwell plays a flashing shot through the covers, but he's only going to get singled out to the sweeper. It's 137 for 5, and Australia, as we see from that stat about Mitch Marsh, not really knowing whether to stick or twist here.
They are a bit stuck, aren't they?
I think they're going to play like this. Sorry.
Sorry, go on.
No, I said I think that they're going to play like this for the next 5 overs or so.
Yes, yep.
It's going to play themselves in.
That one's flayed away by Marsh, and he's
Lovely
broken
shot,
the shackles there. He has found the gap and put it through for 4. But yes, you can do it like Maxwell. Actually, I've just realised he's got 5 overthrows off his first ball, so his 9 off 9 is a bit misleading. So I'll abandon that point. Finally got some room to swing his arms there, Mitch Marsh. Poor ball from Archer. He got the treatment. See what he can come back with. Straighter ball up to mid-on, and there's no run.
The 3 I've counted. This is what Archer's 7th over. He's bowled 3 balls which are drivable length outside the off, and they've been hit for 4. Other than that, he's just been. He's really been good today.
Yes, I think every bowler just sometimes gets a bit bored of doing the right thing. It's the captain's bane. Throws up the half volley trying to do something different. That's a good short ball. Marsh ducks under and away from, and there's no run.
Now, why is Josh Butler not wearing a helmet?
Well, I would hope there's no need standing back.
Well, where's the hat then?
Well, where's the hat is a good question. It's probably
It's
on
probably on
Morgan's head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that. See if there's 3 on his head now.
Given the way he keeps, I'd put a helmet on if I was facing Archer.
That one's into the leg side, and there is a single. Well, I think Butler's still a better keeper than Bairstow. He seems to be just getting worse and worse. Dropped that sky the other day. Awful.
Well, that was appalling.
Yeah.
But I think Butler's batting is rubbing off on his keeping as well. I mean, like it always does, right?
Yeah, confidence.
Confidence, yeah.
Looking at a variously disconsolate Australian changing room. No sign of Justin Langer. Onto the leg stump from Archer. Maxwell tips it into the leg side and pick up a single.
Well, he's probably shooting for a documentary.
yes, being a leak somewhere. 143 for 5 off 29. Anything on the old social media?
I was interested in looking at those seats. They've got the do not use and the use, and then you've got 2 guys sitting next to each other.
Well, they're Australian.
Let's have a look. That's the Monty Python gangster name. Eon 3 Caps Morgan, says Jay. And Armchair Cricket Podcast. England content to see this pair puttering along at under 5 runs per over, even if the threat of big hitting is just around the corner. It might come at a cost. This pacey attack for Australia, and anything short of 300 would be tough to defend.
Well, it will. I think they'll do well to get close to 300 from here. 21 overs to go, and Rashid and Archie doing their work. Maxwell goes back, even though the ball was full. Clips it down to short 45, and there's no run.
Ooh, excuse me.
Still not getting used to these grounds being empty. Still looks strange.
Yeah.
Maxwell's very open stance for Rashid. That was too short, and Maxwell has levered it over mid-wicket, but the fielder did have a go at it, but nonetheless, it was 6.
in miracles since you came to bat. You 60 thing, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles since you came out to bat. You 60 thing.
Rather awkward that was from Maxwell, and Tom
was
Banton is on
slipped.
the field for someone. Not quite sure who. Maxwell goes back and punches that out for deep cover for, I'm sure that will be a single.
Yeah, I've been
came
watching.
round and kind of dived at it with one hand and was never very close to it.
I've been watching the US Open tennis with the no crowds. It's very odd.
I was just going to say that I was this morning. I was watching Serena Williams and Azarenka, and that was very odd without any crowds.
Receives in again and defended by Marsh. Rashid scurries across to stop the run.
Well, one thing they picked up is the coaches are coaching because they can hear them.
Are they allowed to do that?
No.
Right. That's what I thought.
I thought they were allowed to do that for the women. No,
I'd be very surprised if the rules were different.
in the WTA does allow it, but I don't know about the Grand Slams.
Don't think it's allowed at Grand Slams.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't think it's allowed at Grand Slams. Should be. So biggie.
Played out to mid wicket. Banton is in to keep it to a single. We're going to have a switcheroo at the end of this over. It's 151.5. I think I'm going to nip out and have a cup of tea. That's right. It's going to be Knackle, Tony, and Nestles. Rashid to bowl the last ball of the over. It's cut by Maxwell out to the sweeper. It's quite square. And indeed, that's where the ball went. So just a single, 152 for 5. Australia rebuilding, 20 overs left. Can they post a challenging total?
The question indeed. Thank you, Andy. You're listening to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of Australia's White Ball Tour of England. You join us for the first one-day international Australia put into bat by England. And England will be much the happier at the 30 over mark, the theoretical doubling point of the innings in terms of the score. Australia 152 for 5, 2 wickets to Adil Rashid, 2 to Mark Wood, 1 to Jofra Archer. The men in Glenn Maxwell, who's on 18 not out of 14, and Mitchell Marsh, who's got almost completely stuck, is on 33 not out of 53. We will have a change of bowling. We'll have Jofra Archer bowled a 4-over spell first up, then a 3-over spell, and now he's been replaced by this lusciously bearded spin bowler.
You're introducing me.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over,
Moeen Ali into Glenn Maxwell with his open stance, turns this into the leg side, takes a single out to deep square leg.
I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
The man taking Moeen Ali's compliment to himself was Tony Bishop, and I'm also joined by Nestle Boy.
Who will stay on tweets?
Yeah, okay.
Moeen in a little bit back of a length, and Marsh goes on the back foot and punches through the legs of the non-striker Maxwell up to Johnny Bairstow at long on. They come through for a single. I have been unsure about what Australia's plan was coming out to bat.
Well, I mean, in the T20s, they'd hold the thought for a second.
In comes Moeen, the sun bursting through the clouds outside off stump, and Maxwell defends into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, in the T20s, the feeling was that they were a bit slow in the sort of finishing.
Yeah.
So
as this is tossed up, and that's nicely driven by Glenn Maxwell. It was a full delivery, but he powered it away between extra and short extra for 4. Yeah, I think that's fair, and to me, it's the same shortcoming that ultimately cost them the 2019 50 over World Cup. Is that it's great if the openers get off to a good start and then Smith, but if that doesn't happen, the only plan appears to be Glenn Maxwell, please do something. This is on a length, and Maxwell goes back and turns it into the onside for a single. And now they've held Maxwell back with the clatter of wickets. You've got there was a lack of urgency in the middle overs. There was almost a fear, really, or a caution with Warner and Finch's start, which is very unusual. That's short and doesn't really bounce, and so Marsh can't time this pull shot very well. Billings does the fielding out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Got a good arm, only a single.
Well, they're giving. We were talking about it earlier, weren't we? We were sort of saying you shouldn't promote a player based on their inadequacies, as it were. But they push Stoinis up to 3, give him a bit more time, and really bolster the run scoring and stability with Marsh and Maxwell in the middle order, either as finishers or as to manage the acceleration as needed.
Yeah, I think a flexible middle order, depending on the match situation, is fine. Obviously, Stoinis in for Stephen Smith, who, if you're just joining us, took a blow in the nets yesterday on the head and is being rested. Stoinis top scored. He made 43 at better than a runner ball, considerably better than a runner ball. Actually batted quite well before he got out. Australia 165 after 31. It'll be a double change, so Al Rashid is getting a little bit of a rest. Perhaps will come back towards the death, and this man is coming back for a second spell.
Do you know Mark Wood?
Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
Wood's been very good today. 2 for 22 off his 4 overs. He's in right arm over the wicket from the Brian Statham end. That's back of a length and hurries at Mitchell Marsh, and he blocks into the offside. There is no run. Maxwell really wanted the single, but Marsh really didn't. There is no run.
Joe Grover says, due to my lifelong fear of crowds and loud noises, I think they've missed a trick not giving priority discounts to autistic people. I'd have paid for all the matches if I knew I wouldn't have to interact with anyone all day.
Except via Twitter.
Well, and also your whoever's testing you for COVID on the way in. As Wood turns at the end of his run, grimaces in concentration as he's in full delivery. A little hint of movement off the seam, perhaps. Marsh drives, doesn't time this either. Billings does the fielding out on the deep point boundary. Marsh now 36 off 57 balls, and as we were talking about a little bit earlier, having started quite well, quite brightly, 20 off 22 balls, has just got completely stuck.
Well, he does. Yes, he has. The game plan would have been a healthy start put on by the 2 openers, and then look to press the gas. But he's having to play a slightly different kind of innings with 5 wickets gone down for not particularly many. It's a different kind of brief for him, isn't it?
In comes Wood to Glenn Maxwell, back of a length, and Maxwell is forced to defend off the back foot. There is no run.
Knuckle, your sister is in the greenhouse. She's doing some potting.
That's my mum.
Oh, it's your mum. Sorry, she's doing potting.
Yes, that sounds like a good way to spend an afternoon, potting and pottering. A very my mum way to spend one.
She's sent a picture in of her potting talents, and she's listening to us. Hello, Knuckles' mum.
Hi, mum. Yeah, presumably it's a nice cloudy day for her and up in East Yorkshire. She prefers to do her gardening when there's a bit of cloud cover.
Make it sweet.
Your boy's all right. He's doing well.
In comes Wood, 4th ball of the over, a little bit wider on the crease, perhaps full and wide, and Maxwell looked to crash that through point, but crashed it straight to point, and there is no run. Jason Roy doing the fielding at point, back into the team after his side strain.
I now have visions of your mum wandering out into the garden, looking up at the sky, prodding the garden a bit and deciding what she's going to do. A la England captain. Pre-toss.
She does her staring.
Yep, it's definitely a potting day, I think, today. We're going to have a pot. We're going to have a pot.
We'll have a pot. No, she does her baleful staring at the sky long before she steps outside. Why waste the effort?
If in doubt, pot.
In comes Wood, definitely going wider on the crease to Glenn Maxwell, perhaps to counter his open stance, trying to access the leg side. Maxwell defends this on the bounce to point, and there is no run. One does sense that yet again a lot rests on Glenn Maxwell if in Australia are going to get up to a competitive total.
That's dangerous, isn't it?
I think we saw it during the World Cup. There was various times where he had no support and had too much to do. This is why I would question an India's contention that they're the second best ODI team in the world. As Wood comes in, last ball of the over, Maxwell blocks this very full delivery out through the gap at cover. They come through for a single. Maxwell will keep strike, which is definitely what Australia need. He's on 25 off 22. Mitchell Marsh, though, 36 off 57. Australia pottering along, to use the phrase of the moment, at 162 for 5 off 32.
Jeff Perkins wants to know if your mum sticks her keys into the lawn.
That would do it, wouldn't it?
And Jay says to your mum, do you demand your bairn's stylish, clean pocket handkerchiefs to be washed, or is that just my Yorkshire mum?
I'm not within physical badgering distance.
Now, you dress smartly, Knackle, when you go on there. There are people watching you.
There's people watching all of us, Nestless. You're floating around in space and
not
with
like
your
that
t-shirt.
other rabble in their t-shirts.
No, including me.
In comes Moyne, starting his 8th over. Tosses this up. Maxwell really wants to take this down the ground, but it's not quite there for the stroke. Nicely bowled by Moyne, and he drives out to Joe Root at cover. There is no run.
Andy Burfitt says Phil Salt there as well, isn't he?
Phil Salt is
He is. He's added as substitute or
reserve.
What do they call it? Squad player? No.
Reserve.
There's a title.
Reserve. He's
Reserve.
He's a reserve along
yeah.
with Joe Denley and Saqib Mahmood, but the two non-playing members of the actual squad, three rather, are the Curran brothers and Tom Banton, though Banton is on the field. The second ball of the over was blocked into the offside for no run. The third is pushed down to long off for 1 run. Mitchell Marsh back on strike and needs to do something, which appears to be as far as Australia got with their planning. Tossed up, and again Marsh doesn't play any sort of aggressive stroke. He just clips this bottom-handedly down to Bairstow at long on. You know, I understand setting up for a late acceleration. I understand that Australia have to be a little bit cautious with the fact that they're into the bowlers after they lose this wicket, but Marsh hasn't even tried to hit a boundary for about 25 balls. This is a little bit flatter and fuller on leg stump, and Maxwell ends up defending it up to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Question for you from Armchair Cricket Podcast, Knackle.
Hold that thought as Moeen's in. Last ball of this tidy over. A little bit of drift, and Maxwell plays outside the line of it, and his attempted drive through the offside squirts off the inside part of the bat and is fielded at mid-wicket. A good over from Moeen Ali. How many came off that over? Just 2 runs came off that over. Australia 164 for 5 off 33.
Armchair Cricket Podcast wants to know, as a Yorkshire lad, what do you think of Azim Rafiq's allegations?
Yeah, it's deeply worrying. Not wholly unsurprising. Azim Rafiq's very well founded, it seems, allegations of institutional racism over many, many years at Yorkshire. I knew some of the Azim Rafiq story, including the story about him not being very well supported after his unspeakable family tragedy. His daughter was stillborn. And he got very little support from Yorkshire through and after that process. Come to that after this ball from Mark Wood, steaming in from the Statham end, and he beats Mitchell Marsh for pace as Marsh tries to pull him over the leg side, but it skids through to Butler. There is no run. So yes, there's a lot of good reporting on this subject in Taha Hashim and Wisdom. James Butler on the Cricket Badger podcast did a very good interview with Azim Rafiq, and George DeBell has done some good reporting on this story. Yorkshire have launched an inquiry with a subcommittee that seems to have some good people on it, so hopefully they will be able to actually do some proper investigating. But it is deeply worrying, and Yorkshire's lack of response, a meaningful response, and lack of apparent contrition or acknowledgement that they've done anything wrong is disgusting, really. Back of a length, and Mitchell Marsh drops this into the onside and gets off strike.
Didn't the day after he lost his child, they got him in for a meeting and just sort of had a go at him about his cricket?
Something like that, and then...
Yeah, I mean, absolutely astonishing if true.
Yeah, and there are other stories. You know, he talks about a member of his playing one of his Yorkshire colleagues. I know who it is, but I can't say on the record.
Allegedly.
Well, the yes, I suppose, although it's not a legal case. Back of a length, and Maxwell pushes this off the back foot. Doesn't time it that well and just gets a single out to Billings on the cover boundary. So in one of for Australia 166 for 5. So in one of his first games, Azim Rafiq, he and Adil Rashid and Ajmal Shahzad and Ran and Naveed Ul Hassan were all in the team. And as the players were going out onto the field for the first day of the match, Yorkshire, one of his own team, turned around and said, "There are too many of you lot now."
Yeah.
And he had a captain who was openly racist in the dressing room. Again, I know who it is, but I can't say. A lot of this stuff is not wholly a secret.
One of those two you've referred to has been named in the various articles.
Full outside off stump, and Marsh might get a boundary. He does. He opens the face nicely. Other Rashid is quite fine at third man. So Mitchell Marsh will pick up his first boundary in quite some time.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Mitchell Marsh there, just using the pace of Mark Wood, but it is the most authoritative stroke he's played in some time.
Just holds that run rate above 5. It had dropped down to 4.6 or something.
Yeah, it's just nudged above 5. Australia scoring at 5.8 and over in the last 5 overs, so mostly through Maxwell, really. Mark Wood pulls out of his run-up, so we can continue talking about that. Which of those players has been named in public, Tony?
Well, I think Andrew Gale. Yeah, well, I have to be careful, but I think Andrew Gale, certainly as captain, was called out.
Andrew Gale's had incidents in the past. I understand that neither of these two players is Andrew Gale.
Ah, okay.
Obviously, I cannot say who. But people who follow this, who've followed Yorkshire closely for a number of years, know who they are. Back of a length, and Mitchell Marsh defends into the onside rather, and there is no run. Yeah, Andrew Gale was banned, I think, for a couple of games for racially abusing Ashwell Prince towards the end of Yorkshire's title-winning campaign in 2015.
Makes you wonder if there's going to be anything else come out from other counties, though.
It will be staggering to think there wouldn't be.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not something that just happens in Yorkshire, is it?
No, I mean, Yorkshire are pretty intransigent and evidently very tone deaf as to the seriousness of what has happened and have been over a number of years. But there certainly can't be the only one in that regard. Last ball of the over from Mark Wood. He falls over. Mitchell Marsh takes a single, and they come through for that single quite easily as Owen Two Caps Morgan misfields. Australia after 34 overs, 171 for 5.
Jay Grover would like to have a rant about Yorkshire, but I don't think this is a forum. And he has no hesitation in naming Gale as a prick.
Oh, I'll do that, but these specific incidents do not refer to either of those two. Neither of them refer to him. He was my first thought, but I'm following the story quite closely.
Barong says many thanks. I assume for the commentary. I was just laughing there because you said Mark Wood comes in, bowls and falls over. It's got to be the only international cricket player that you do that in commentary for, isn't it?
Yeah, the logic would say perhaps it's when he's really striving for that slightly quicker ball, but it isn't always. He fell over on one of his wicket-taking balls.
The first one
today.
Yeah, he really flings himself at the crease. He doesn't have like a solid base like some do. Like sort of Archer is very balanced at the crease, but Wood is almost leaning forward as he bowls, and sometimes he gets it wrong, even with this new longer run-up. So if you're just joining us here on Guerrilla Cricket, you are joining us 34 overs into Australia's batting innings of this first one-day international of 3. And of course, Australia's first game of the World Cup Super League, the qualification process for the 2023 World Cup. England played their first series in that competition against Ireland, won it 2-1, so they've got 20 points going into the series, 10 points for a win, 5 for a tie or no result. And at the end of the 2-year process, the top 8 teams plus India, or possibly top 7 plus India, the hosts, will qualify automatically for the World Cup. So there is a chance for some of the nations who were not able to make the last World Cup potentially to qualify. There are 13 top-ranked ODI teams in the World Cup Super League, so it's the 12 full members plus the Netherlands, and then the other 5 teams in the World Cup Super League go into the World Cup qualifier with the top-ranked nations outside it. So there is while the 10-team World Cup always was and remains a nonsense, at least there is a proper qualification process.
It is a shame.
Yes, we have. I think we actually have possibly Giles Clark to thank for that, among others. The maintenance of the 10-team World Cup through to 2023 and possibly beyond.
I don't understand the reasoning behind it.
More India games, therefore more money. And also cricket's general desire to keep itself very closed off and maintain power and money is the almost the stated logic, really. Where they're having a drinks break, by the way, in Manchester, which is why we're woodling.
Well, you generate more cash if you have more teams playing.
You'd think any sensible sport would be able to both expand the sport and make money at the same time. This is why, it comes to my pet theory after this delivery. First after drinks from Moeen Ali is flat on the leg side, and Mitchell Marsh turns it into the onside, just a single to Sam Billings' arm. FIFA and UEFA get richer by growing the sport. The mechanism works that way, and so the sport grows. That doesn't appear to be the case for the ICC or the richer nations within it. We've got backward point cover, shortish catching extra cover, a mid-wicket and short fine leg up in the circle. Maxwell goes for the reverse sweep and reverse sweeps it very well. There is a deep cover in place, but he's far too far in front of the square to cut that off. Lovely shot by Glenn Maxwell, moves into the 30s.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Classic case of hitting the ball where the fielders are not. He's perfectly in control of that stroke.
Derek Willis says, once at preschool, our kid fell over during group stretching, so I have a lot of tolerance for folks falling over in any circumstance.
Again on leg stump, and Moeen Ali is turned into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. 50 partnership up between these two with that boundary. 54 off 66 balls now, very much Glenn Maxwell, the dominant partner with 32 off 30. Mitchell Marsh, even in this partnership, 21 off 35, which is no great shakes. This one bounces a little bit, and Marsh plays it off the back foot up to mid-on. There is no run. You know, 64 balls and scoring at what is it? He's scoring at 44 off 45 off 65. He is scoring at as Moeen is in, tossed up, and Maxwell drives powerfully but straight to the field. Owen Morgan at cover. There is no run. Mitch Marsh is going up barely 4 and over, and has been for some time, and he's just going to be putting more pressure on Maxwell if he's not able to get a move on, one thinks. This one thinks, certainly. Tossed up, and Maxwell drives this pleasantly through the covers. He's picked the gap again, this time between cover and extra cover. Lovely shot by Maxwell. He's managing to find the boundaries even with the extra pressure being put on him by Mitchell Marsh. 11 off the over.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Which takes Australia to 182 for 5 off 35. Maxwell is 36. Marsh is 45, but slowly.
Armchair Cricket Podcast wonder if that subcommittee will be a change or just lip service. Well, it remains to be seen, doesn't it?
Some of the people on it are good. Gulfraz Riaz, who we interviewed on Guerrilla Cricket, he's the chair of the National Asian Cricket Council, and I actually know one of the chair of the committee, Dr. Samir Pathak, who is a surgeon of Indian descent and very clued in with the cricketing community. I think he's involved with the MCC as well. So, good, serious people. Just whether they'll be allowed to do their jobs without interference, and whether their recommendations get ignored at the end of this process, which is expected to take about a month. Mark Wood is continuing and beats Marsh on the outside edge. But again, Marsh, Tony, done for pace.
He was. That was a replay you were watching, Knuckle. And he did do him for pace there. I was just looking at WinViz actually while you were talking about that. Australia just at 31%. The tie moved from 2 to 1 as I was literally watching it. I don't know what WinViz thought it saw that made it do that.
In comes Wood again. Mitchell Marsh beaten for pace and late on the stroke. This time trying to drive through the covers, but it just dribbles up to mid-on. There is no run. If Mitchell Marsh is not finding his timing, he's just got to get off strike.
Well, yeah, and Maxwell, as you rightly say, has seemed to have hit his straps more effectively. Those 5 wickets down, though, making Australia perhaps a little bit cautious, but the wicket is slow-ish, it's lowish. I know England have bowled fast. Certainly Wood's got the ball 90 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, as has Archer. But I think 270 is not a bad score on this pitch, batting first. As Wood is in back of a length, and Marsh does manage to get off strike. He jabs this backward of square. It just evades Jason Roy. Arthur Rashid fields at third man. They come through for a single. Now, I don't think Australia will get close to 270 if Maxwell gets out anytime soon.
Jeff Perkins says by shrinking the sports, 5 in cricket nations have to share the pot of money amongst fewer recipients, and each can stay in a big fish in a small pool.
That's certainly true. It also makes those nations dependent on the bigger nations for money and therefore survival, which increases political power. But it does mean that you're growing your potential fan base, or shrinking rather your potential fan base, or limiting it, which even from a nakedly capitalist point of view seems self-defeating.
Yeah.
As Wood comes in back of a length, Maxwell has absolutely no idea where that has gone, and seemingly neither did Mark Wood, because he was about to fall over. It hurried Maxwell as it went in on the angle to him, presumably inside edge onto thigh pad, and then just looped up in the air and dropped at Maxwell's feet. We'll see this delivery again on replay. No, just pad, just top of pad. Yeah, Mark Wood fell over, so even if it had been off the inside edge and a potential caught and bowled chance, he would have been nowhere near it. There is no run.
We need Mark Wood's falling over stats, really, don't we?
Well, do you know what? I was just thinking that.
It does seem to happen 2 or 3 times in innings.
It's so common. There must be some kind of mechanical deficiency there.
Short ball again. Maxwell this time rather again. Wood doing a batter for pace, and Maxwell not timing this, but gets it past mid wicket for a single. So he should be on strike for the start of the next over, which presumably will be bowled by Moeen Ali, although you could throw Joe Root the ball.
I mean, his response, wasn't it, to try and protect his body more, was to extend his run rather than shorten it. If you recall, he had a much shorter run, thought being that, you know, a smoother, more flowing run into the wicket would be kinder to his body, but he still seems to topple over.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be kinder to...
Once and over at least.
Certainly wants a spell. Wood goes wider on the crease this time, and Marsh blocks up to mid-on. There is no run. A good over from Mark Wood, just the 2 runs off it. Australia 184 for 5. I mean, it has made him more fluent, and there's some stats that he's actually bowling faster now with his length and run up. And
very much so.
He looks much smoother. Apparently came out of a chat with Michael Holding at some point last year, but he seems seemingly still incapable of not falling over. Australia.
If you were going to go to someone and ask for advice on a smooth flowing run up for a fast bowler, you could hardly go to a better reference point, could you, than Michael Holding?
Well, Holding came to him apparently.
Well, probably offering, out of the kindness of his heart, a chance to extend his career.
Yeah, indeed, and make him more effective at doing it. Australia 184 for 5 after 36 overs. Moeen Ali will bowl up, none for 55 off his 9. He's been tidy enough, apart from that last over, but this is pretty much his role in the England team with the ball, just holding up an end, particularly useful in tandem with Arthur Rashid. He holds this back a little bit, it doesn't quite get to Maxwell as he was as quickly as he was expecting, and he turns it to mid-wicket. There is no run. Butler setting up a long way outside off stump, but Moeen bowls into the pads, perhaps to get Maxwell off strike. Maxwell's very quick between the wickets, but Archer's to that quickly, and it's just a single. Presumably Butler, standing that far outside off stump, is not expecting very much turn from outside off stump for Moeen Ali.
Well, no, and we've hardly seen a jagging off break from Mo. Giving it plenty of air, though.
He is. He's floating it up there and keeping it full. This pitch doesn't give you much for the fast bowlers when you drop short, let alone the spinners. Marsh leans forward and clips this up to mid-on. There is no run.
Jeff Perkins says maybe the odds of a tie moved because you were looking at it, Tony. Heisenberg and all that.
It could be.
3 balls left of the 37th over, Moeen Ali's spell. Still 3 balls left because he slightly aborts his run. Maxwell setting up with that very open stance, trying to make sure that he can get the bat through the line of the ball and access the leg side. He's bowling very straight, Moeen Ali, at Glenn Maxwell. He again pushes into the leg side wanting a single, but again Jofra Archer's in quickly from deep backward square, and there's only 1.
Jay Grover says he doesn't consider himself easily influenced, but I always want Maxwell to do well. More sinned against than sinning.
I absolutely believe that's the case. I think he's been quite badly treated at various points by the Australian selectors. Mitchell Marsh facing up to Moeen Ali. There'll be no run this time, despite Maxwell running a run by himself. But Marsh was unmoved. There is no run. Last
I rather
ball
like the idea of Maxwell being King Lear. That's quite an interesting thought.
Last ball of Moinelli's spell is turned into the leg side by Mitchell Marsh out to deep backward square. Moyne finishes with tidy figures of 10 overs, none for 59. Australia 188 for 5. Mitchell Marsh is on 48 off 72 balls. Glenn Maxwell 39 off 37. One senses the acceleration will have to come soon.
Jay Grover says he's worked out an excellent falling over algorithm based on booze and stares and hours of sleep. As Wood is an athletic teetotaler, this may not apply. And Anna Forsyth says the fact that even Pat Cummings looks stupid in his Aussie kit is proof he shouldn't play in yellow, with apologies to Tony's Hornets.
I was about to say.
Who are playing tonight, I believe, not in the Premier League?
Well, they're playing tonight, that's all we need to know.
I don't mind. I quite like this Australian kit. I think it's a decent...
yeah, it's alright.
It makes them like the international cricket version of Norwich City, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure anyone wants to be.
The green and gold.
Norwich.
We have
that's your Norwich, yeah.
We have a change at the Brian Statham end. Mark Wood being held back for the latter stages for the death overs, and this man comes back into the attack. 2 for 35 off his 7 so far.
And a Rashid on the 45. And a Rashid on the 45. And a Rashid on the...
In comes Rashid to Mitchell Marsh, who's on 48. Now 49, because that was a full toss and clipped up to Moinelli at mid-on, who's up in the circle, interestingly. They managed to come through for the single anyway.
And you can turn it both ways. And you can turn it on the 45.
See the odd googly turn from Adil Rashid, nothing extravagant from the leg break, and indeed Marnus Labuschagne was dismissed playing for turn that wasn't there. We have a slip in place for Glenn Maxwell. Short third man, short fine leg. Mid-on, back on the edge of the circle, and a cover. That's very floaty outside off stump. There is some cover out there at deep cover indeed. Sam Billings, perhaps trying to get... he was expecting Maxwell to come down the track and then threw it wider, but Maxwell stayed where he was and does well to come back for 2, actually, when Maxwell moves to 41.
Yeah, I mean, I let out an exclamation. It may not have been as bad a ball as I actually originally thought it was when it went for 2, but it was within the tram lines.
Rashid outside off stump, and Maxwell's had a huge yahoo at that. I don't think he got anything on it, and it's bounced over Butler via his gloves and over slip. I think that has gone for 4 buys.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not playing the buy jingle, it goes on for a year. Yeah. Oh no, was there a top edge there? It's hard to say.
I thought there was.
We'll have a looking at from behind. Still
it was.
Yeah, top edge. That would explain why it flew at Butler's head. Would have been an extraordinary take, really, for Joss Butler. He's not a particularly good keeper up to the stumps, but that would have been... oh no, it's been given buys. It's been signalled as buys. No run accrued to Maxwell off it. Still would have been a very good take. Maxwell does accrue another run, pushes a single out into the covers. Oh, there was a top edge and it's been missed by the umpire. So Maxwell's been denied runs, even if the Australia's total advanced. Marsh on 49 faces up to Adil Rashid and pushes this out to cover. There is no run.
We've been joined by Ed Shred, otherwise known as Ed Wen, who one of the UK's premier punk rock vocalist guitarists. Welcome along, Ed.
Welcome indeed.
An old friend of mine.
Last ball of the over from Adil Rashid is tossed up, and Mitchell Marsh will get to his 50 off 75 balls with 5 boundaries in that innings. It started very well for Mitchell Marsh, but it's been a bit of a struggle since. Nevertheless, he's got to his 13th 50-plus score in one-day internationals.
Well done, Tone, says Dave Grover. You didn't get Lear. Oh, sorry. Can't hear those.
No, I know.
Well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Yeah, Joe Grover says, well done, Tony. You didn't get Lear confused with Richard III this time. You're going to make it, baby.
Did I didn't know I had done before.
No, I didn't.
Somewhere in the capacious memory vaults
Jay knows
of Jay
things,
Grove. Right, I'm
things.
sure I must have done.
The Light Roller says the greatest cause of cricketers falling over is barrel racing.
Yes, true.
I'll leave that there.
Is it true? Really? Change at the other end, change at the Anderson end. Moen's bowled out, and so England's opening bowler comes back. None for 30 off his 6. Tidy, but not yet threatening.
How you could describe his hair as well.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Yeah, Chris Woakes had a little bit of sort of loose danger going on with that Alice band, but now he's gone back to his very much just about to go and meet the girlfriend's parents for the first time look. As Woakes is in to Mitchell Marsh, who clips this into the onside. Archer's at mid-wicket, but there was always going to be a single there as it went to his right hand. Marsh moves to 51, Australia 198 for 5. There's still a bit of length in it, but he's got a sort of undercut thing going on, so it's all very, as you say, it's all very tidy and nice, Tony.
Yes. What, his hair or his bowling?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. His bowling's been tidy and nice without being super threatening today.
Yeah, as Endo said earlier, he was looking for some swing that probably wasn't there, and so was occasionally bowling a bit too leg-sided. That's on a good length, though, and a good line, too, back of a length on off-stump. Maxwell pushes the 2 out to the cover sweeper. He wants the second, but Marsh sends him back, quite rightly.
Yeah, so, I mean, slow, low wicket, not yet at 200, 5 wickets down. England, I think, will be happy with their work. Marsh and Maxwell, I think, will be happy enough with their work because they're conscious that if you want to have a thrash 8-9 overs out, you know, you want your best hitters there to do it.
Short ball, and Marsh does seize onto this and pulls it powerfully in front of square. That was not the right length on this pitch at all from Chris Woakes, and Mitchell Marsh picks up 4. Brings up the 200 for Australia, 203 for 5 halfway through the 39th over.
Good, because I'm in the GPL.
Very good. What Woakes come back with, that was not a particularly good delivery. It's a slightly better delivery, not full, but on a length and angling into middle. When Marsh blocks back to the bowler, there is no run.
Well, you say block, I mean, I think he was looking initially to clip it away to leg, and he seemed to sort of...
He checked his stroke.
Check his stroke, and it ended up being quite ugly.
Yeah, again, perhaps just the slight lack of pace in the wicket. Forcing that late adjustment from Mitchell Marsh. Again, this one doesn't really come on to Marsh, even though it was bowled in the sort of early 80s miles per hour region, and Marsh this time can't beat Moeen Ali, who's wearing Chris Woakes' jumper.
Well, again, they have to, don't they? Because they can't hand it to the umpire.
Indeed, mildly confusing though if you're trying to identify players by if you're being narrow enough to only look by the shirt number. Chris Woakes number 19. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Can you catch COVID off a jumper?
Last ball of Woakes' 7th over will be bowled in just a minute because Mitchell Marsh backs away, having seen I don't know what.
I need a scientist in to confirm that.
I don't know the answer to that one, I'm afraid, Nestlers.
I don't think it lasts very long on surfaces, does it?
Probably not woolly ones, or there'd be loads of coughing sheep up and down the country.
I'm very confused by the whole thing.
I suspect these are some sort of artificial fabric, the England jerseys. Punched off the back foot by Mitchell Marsh, last ball of the over. He'll keep strike with that single. He's on 56. Maxwell is on 43. Australia, after 39 overs, 204 for 5.
Again, Rower's with us, chasing Willow.
Super.
Hi Rebels, CPL's been rather a nice diversion. I forgot this postmodern blob of a series was still happening, but it's still lovely. How are you? We're alright, Jane. How are you? I assume you're out in Russia?
Yeah, I was mildly diverted by the CPL. The final was a comprehensive chase by the Trinbago Knight Riders. The semi-finals were 2 absolute thrashings.
Didn't Hakeem Cornwall play particularly well in the final? I dipped in and out of it, Knackle, but I seem to remember Cornwall making quite a few. He did in the semi-final, not the final. I might be thinking about the semi-final then.
He hit a couple of boundaries.
Great catch in the slips.
In the semi-final, yes, he did, plunging forward. Adil Rashid bowls, and that might have taken the edge. It's beaten slip on his inside. It is going to dribble away to the fence. No bye signalled again by umpire David Milnes. Let's see if he got this one right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's been given run. Wait, it can't have been given runs. It's been signalled by. What's going on? This is tossed up. No, that one did just turn past the edge, and Butler was late to react, and Root had no chance. 4 byes. Good delivery though from Adil Rashid. Tossed up, beautiful leg break.
Yeah, he seems to have well and truly rediscovered his mojo, does Rashid, which is good news for England, definitely.
Yeah, he's bowling as well as he ever has, possibly even better than he was bowling in the run-up to the World Cup. Good news for England. Probably Adil Rashid is one of, if not the best white ball spinners in the world. There's something wrong with the sight screen, or there's somebody obliviously sitting above
a person in a red shirt.
4th umpire, perhaps.
The only person that can make an obstruction in an empty ground has appeared.
The 4th umpire. We're seeing this first ball of the over that was adjudged to be byes. Rashid comes in now for the second ball of the over, bowling to Mitchell Marsh. He's on 56 off 81. That's dragged down, and Marsh didn't really time that as well as he would have liked, and so only takes a single out to Chris Wokes. A rather untidy bit of fielding as the throw comes in from Joss Butler, but only a single from Joss Butler to Joss Butler, rather. There is only a single.
Yeah, Rashid's been looking good, isn't he?
Well, he did. He made a big difference in the T20s.
He did indeed, particularly
got his wickets at just the right time.
Particularly 3 games in a row, he got a wicket off the last ball of his spell.
Wow.
That is a magnificent shot from Glenn Maxwell. That has gone into the second tier. It wasn't a bad delivery at all, just tossed up, and Maxwell got right under that and hit it right out of the screws into the second tier over wide long on for 6.
2, 4, 6.
Shot that was, Tony.
Well, it was a fantastic shot, and now, of course, we've got the pantomime performance of looking for the ball.
This could take
what
a while.
Happens when it goes up? Oh no, they are sending. Someone's allowed to go and look this time. Man in a big hat.
Let me read a tweet while this goes.
It could take a while.
Jay Grover. I have very few exceptional abilities, but memory is one of them. I bear grudges from the womb. Thank God I'm not a Buddhist. And he says you can catch COVID off a jumper.
Yeah, any surface. The ball has been located.
So I see what. So what happened was one of the ground staff went up there, took a handkerchief out of his pocket, picked up the ball holding the handkerchief, and then threw it down to the lower level. Unfortunately, he appears to have landed it on a storm grate, which might have dented it.
Well, and we have no idea what he'd been doing with the handkerchief before he used the handkerchief. So I'm not quite sure that necessarily actually makes any sense. But
yeah, we might have to have the ball sanitised.
Yeah.
Anna Forsyth says Wokes is the epitome of who you'd want to bring home to your folks. Like his bowling today, tidy, nice, and non-threatening.
Well, that's what we were saying. He's just. I mean, admittedly, he's been looking for some swing probably today that hasn't really been there. And if you've got Wood and Archer steaming in at 90 miles an hour plus, he sort of almost by default looks the least threatening. But he's not been overly expensive, has he? But then nobody has really. Australia have been rather sedate in their chase.
None of England's bowlers have gone above a runner ball, and Archer and Wood have both gone under 5 and over, which is mighty impressive. Particularly given that they did a lot of their bowling in the power play. The ball has been sanitised, and it's back in the hand of Adil Rashid, bowling to Glenn Maxwell, who's on 49. Now make that 50 off 43 balls with 3 4s and 2 6s. A very good innings, particularly in the circumstances, for Glenn Maxwell.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Mitchell Marsh goes back and punches this away off the back foot past backward point. Fielder comes round from third man to field, bringing Maxwell back on to strike. Let's see how many 50 plus scores Glenn Maxwell has in one day international cricket. That is his 21st 50 plus score in one day international cricket. Scoring a 50 above a runner ball in the circumstances in which he came in on this pitch is worthy of a little note of congratulations for Glenn Maxwell. He opens the face to keep get the single that keeps him on strike for the next over. Australia reach 40 overs at 218 for 5, perhaps starting to stage a recovery. I will get off mic and we'll hear from Andy Ward on tweets and India Dutta summarising, and Nigel Hendo Henderson on ball by ball.
Thanks very much, Knuckle.
Thank you, Knuckle.
It's been a good recovery, I think, for Australia. It's what they had to do. They had to bring a semblance of balance to the middle order. Otherwise, this game could have been, or this innings could have been over in 35, 36 overs. They both batted well against their better natures to a large extent. Certainly that's true of Maxwell, but has still managed to get a 50 off 44 balls, as you say. So not bad at all. Australia 218 for 5 as they enter the final 10 overs. Welcome back, Nindo, and to Andy.
Thank you. So my second prediction of 50 worked out.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear that. I must admit, I was elsewhere. I didn't hear that one. But you fell short on Marcus Stoinis, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm hoping Maxwell's going to make up the 7 runs.
Oh, okay. All right.
So on average, I'm okay.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so. 50%. Wokes is in bowls, and it's pushed firmly to backward point by Maxwell, reaching for that a little bit, but quite nicely timed. Roy is the man doing the piece of fielding. A bit of worry there. He seemed to sort of hold onto his elbow after he'd done that piece of fielding, and we know he's been out for a while now with this side strain, so I hope that's not part of the same injury, really, but we shall see. I think this is actually potentially going to be a decent score for Australia. In comes Wokes, wide on the crease, slower ball that Maxwell has to wait for, and then pushes up to mid-on where Archer fields, and Maxwell is thinking, if I'd picked that slower ball a little bit more quickly, I could have done something with it.
This could go from
miles an hour.
This could go between 280 and 300, I think.
I think it could. If Maxwell, if it really starts to come off for Maxwell, then the sky's the limit to a certain extent. He's still on 51 from 46 deliveries. And he's waiting for Wokes. Wokes is in, full of ball, another slower one, which he has to check the shot with, but somehow he's threaded it past a rather disastrous piece of fielding by Jofra Archer at mid-on, who stooped to his left, didn't really make a great effort, and it, I don't know, just seemed to just go by. It was in the air. Was he trying to take a catch here? It was never really a catch.
Far from him.
Yeah, well, I think a little bit more athleticism was called for there, I have to say. It was rather a laconic move to the left, I have to say, from Archer. I think he should have done better, and Wokes won't thank him for that. 2-2-2 for 5, one more run for the 100 partnership, and I heard talk about whether Adil Rashid is best white ball bowler in the world at the moment, as Wokes is in again, bowls, flicked up to mid-on. This time Archer has to move around to his right, just on the edge of the circle, and they come through for 1. That is the 100 partnership between these two, who came together at a very difficult situation of 123 for 5, now taking it on to 223 for 5, and we're almost 1 over into the final 10. Best white ball spinner in the world. I was looking at another service a little bit earlier, where someone was suggesting that Adil Rashid.
Seriously.
No, it's incredible, isn't it? I'll come back to that after this ball. Wokes is in, onto the back foot goes Marsh, works it into the onside. They'll come through for a single as mid-wicket comes in off the fence. Is he our best white ball bowler ever? England's best white ball bowler ever. And I did a little bit of statistical analysis, nothing particularly tricky, but I just looked at the averages basically and economy rates. So the only one who would probably come near to that would be Graham Swan, wouldn't it be?
Spinner or all bowlers?
No, as a spinner, white ball spinner. Worked up to mid-on. Archer hurls the ball at the non-striker's end for absolutely no reason, really, because the batsmen were well ho, and that could have cost them runs in overthrows. Fortunately for England, it doesn't. But that is the end of the over. Australia have moved on to 225 for 5.
So I don't know about the stats, but I mean, I would even shudder to compare Adil Rashid with Graham Swan.
Right. I'll tell you
as a spin bowler.
I'll tell you the bare stats are that Swan took 104 wickets from 79 ODIs at an average of 27. Adil Rashid's played more matches, 103, 151 wickets at an average of 31.25. Graham Swan's economy rate is about a run better than Adil Rashid's at 4.54.
Well,
so purely on stats, that would
economy
suggest
rates were much lower, and you have to compare with the average at the time.
It's not that long ago that Graham Swan was playing, though, is it? I mean, there was. It's not like it's. Well,
10 years.
No, it's not 10 years. He was playing in 2014, wasn't he?
Yeah. At every level, Swanee was a far superior bowler.
Well, that's answered it. That's an Indo's opinion on it. I was just putting it out there because I was trying to think. No, I think that's fair enough. I was just trying to think of who else might be in that company, and Swan was really the only one I could think of. 225 for 5. Rashid will continue. He'll bowl his final over, 2 for 50, and he's in to Maxwell. Maxwell goes back and pushes into the onside. He wants 2. He's played that softly enough that the second might be on, but in the end they decide against it. Score moves to 226 for 5. Sorry if we're ignoring your tweets for the time being, but when spinners are involved, we do get through and over very quickly.
I thought you meant when arguing about spinners.
Oh, well, there's that as well.
Slip
is still in there as Rashid is in the slow leg break, which Marsh has time to wait for and cuts out to Sam Billings at deep backward point. Just advancing in singles at the moment, 227 for 5. England will be happy if that's all they do. What they don't want to see is Maxwell regularly winding up and clearing the boundary. And Maxwell, quite an open stance, waiting for Rashid, who is in, drives that up into the air over the top of extra cover. It's going to drop short of Billings, who's had to come around to his right this time. They want a second, but they won't get it. Good fielding by the Kent man, and Maxwell moves on by 1 to 59.
Well, that's what Maxwell could do. What you have to realise is that when you have batsmen who are capable of scoring 130, 140 strike rate in ODIs, they're often the ones who can score at 100 without taking too many risks.
In comes Rashid again. That's a better ball. Brings Marsh forward in nothing more than defence. Pokes the ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. Swan's last ODI was 2013. That was it was when he came back from that tour, wasn't it? Halfway, well, not halfway through. After, was it 3 tests of the 2014 Ashes? So he retired very young, really, didn't he? 33, 34. When you might think that a spinner's peak years were coming. Rashid in again, bowls a little bit of turn away from Marsh, who dabs it through the covers. Billings is being kept very busy out there, and he does the fielding again. 229 for 5. Marsh 61. Maxwell 59. But nothing more than singles really from this over, so they're quite like the big shot on the final ball. Let's see what Adil Rashid can come up with. Here he is, past the umpire, bowls, throws it up, driven all the way along the ground, up to long on, so just a single conceded from the final ball of his spell, and he's finished with figures of 10 overs, 2 for 55. 230 for 5 is the score. Let's have some tweets.
Yes, Jay says Swan hated white ball cricket. There's probably something in that. He also says the Bear and Mr. Dutta's loathing of the deal makes him cry.
It is sad. It is. I didn't really know about Graham Swan hating the game, but he's obviously still pretty good at it. That's the thing. I think anyone
is pretty good. Our best ever ODI spinner.
Well, I'm looking for other names. Maybe the Twitter sphere can throw a few at us.
You could look at Vic Marks, but he didn't play so much. Vic Marks didn't play so much, though.
I think Vic Marks would be very happy to be included amongst that number. I'd certainly have to look at his stats because it's quite a long time ago now, isn't it?
Well, it's 34 matches, 44 wickets, 25.79.
It's a good average, but that really was a time when scores were much lower, wasn't it? That was we're talking 80s, there, as opposed to 2014 versus 2020 or 2012, 2011. Anyway, Wokes is going to continue. 8 overs, none for 44.
Jay tells us that the first dance at Chris Wokes' wedding was Ed Sheeran. I bet that was a mad night of passion.
Don't get me started on Ed Sheeran, please.
No, me neither.
Wokes to Maxwell it is then, and he follows him as he makes room outside the leg stump. He Whips it away nonetheless down to long leg. They can come back for a second. That's very good running. It's a direct hit from Adil Rashid down there. Butler letting it hit the stumps, but I think they were safely enough home. But, just signs that this is the beginning of the Maxwell charge. And he picked his man, maybe a little bit weary from his 10 overs. Didn't actually direct hit. It was Butler trying to turn the ball onto the stumps, who did it with his gloves.
Butler doing a MS Dhoni there.
Yeah, I've not been, again, I think Butler's keeping today's been poor. I know we're no longer allowed to criticise Joss because he's come so good, certainly in terms of batting, but his keeping has been very poor. Wokes in again to Maxwell. Maxwell pulls a ball that keeps a little bit low. It's more of a jab than a pull, really. It'll bring him a single to deep mid-wicket, and he moves past Marsh. He's on to 63 now. Australia 233 for 5 in the 43rd over.
Jay's going to write to his MEP about two thin, non-bearded commentators on Gorilla Cricket. How is this?
Too thin? Oh yes, yes. I thought he meant me for a moment.
No, you're not.
Obviously
you're
not.
Too thin. No.
Full slow ball on leg stump is worked to deep backward square. Moeen Ali does the fielding, and another single is the result. What are we looking at? 7 overs. If you're looking at 6 and over, that's another 42. That gets you to 2.
I think it's going to be much more than that.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at a very base level. If you're just going along at singles, pretty much. But they do need a few boundaries.
One
as well.
wicket gets them into the tail. That's always the variable here.
That said, Pat Cummins last week Wokes in. Oh, a horrible full toss on leg stump. Somehow he's going to escape with only a single to mid wicket. Shocking throw from Billings, who comes in. Well, they were talking about how bad the fielding was, weren't they, in the third T20? And it hasn't been that great today. It's been a little bit scruffy.
Did you see the one Moeen threw like 2 strips over?
Yes, I did see that. Yes, yeah, that was a bit shocking as well. Anyway, it brings Marsh down to face. He's on 62 from 88 deliveries. Wokes, not really been his day. Shorter, slower one, but slapped into the outfield on the onside by Marsh, but can't get past the men patrolling that particular area. So again, it's a single. 63 to him, 236 for 5.
As Billings with the fielding, and Not Fred asks, how is Billings keeping? I don't know, but surely it must be better than Bairstow's.
Well, how long? He's been in the bubble, so he hasn't really been playing for Kent, has he? Anyway, Wokes again, following Maxwell. Well, that's what a question I'm asking. It's gone down to long on. This time, Archer is quick to the ball and prevents them coming back for the second. That is the end of the 43rd over. Australia have moved on to 237 for 5.
All the same, Butler, Bairstow, Billings, do any of them keep for their counters on the rare occasions they play for them?
Yeah. But this is there are so many potential wicket keepers in the various formats for England, aren't there now? You've also got Ollie.
I can't believe Bairstow ever does it.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather have Bairstow than Butler as keeper.
Oh, did you see any of that T20 series? He was shocking.
Well, as I say,
constantly.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Ben Folkes, there's an idea. Ben Folkes in the team.
He's better keeper than the rest of them put together.
And he's a damn good batsman. I watched him the other night against Middlesex, and no one was getting runs, but he batted really beautifully. The crispness of his stroke making was phenomenal. I do hope that if those series against India and Sri Lanka go ahead after Christmas, that Ben Folkes is in the squad and he's played as a keeper batsman with Butler in the side. I don't think they should ignore him, even if we have now decided that Butler earns or merits his place as a batsman. I think we can get both of them in the team. Anyway, Archer is back into the attack. He's got a jingle that goes a bit like this.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, holler than lava, cooler than...
And he's been launched by Maxwell.
Fantastic.
High up in the air.
What a
That's
shot.
Huge. It's cleared the boundary. It's gone about 15 rows back. It was right up in the block hole, but he'd gone right back on his stumps, and the arc carried that ball to a great distance.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
I suppose
Welcome to the Glenn Maxwell show.
He is the best.
Yeah, he's what did he call himself? The Big Show? That's the
No,
one.
he did never call himself that. Didn't like it.
He didn't like it.
No.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he'd been quite happy about that.
No.
Well, for IPL circumstances, I think you'd have been quite happy with being called the Big Show. Now we're gonna.
It's a pretty shit name, isn't it?
The Big Show.
Yes.
But the whole league is a big show, so.
Yes, that's true. Exactly. The Big Show in the Big Show, really. 243 for 5. Maxwell goes to 71. This is the danger for England, that a well-set Maxwell will go absolutely Burko. Full toss, whipped away. That's probably got enough legs on it as well, hasn't it? That's consecutive sixes. This one to deep backwards square. Maxwell is on his way.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Well,
that's just a remarkable shot.
Yeah, it's a bad ball. It's a full toss on leg stump, and when you've already got 71 from 57 balls, that should be put away. It's just that two have come in quick succession.
It's still Jeffrey Archer, who his predecessors were treating like Glenn McGraw.
Yeah, actually, I was going to make a point earlier and got cut off in my prime about Cummins smashing Archer straight for 6 late in one of those T20s the other day. That ball looks absolutely done for, I'm afraid to say. Torn to bits, really. It's like it's been in the mouth of a very rabid dog, and they're going to have to get something else to replace it, I imagine. But fantastic shots from Maxwell. Should we have some more tweets?
Oh yeah, sorry, that's me, isn't it? Yes, Jay confirms he loathed the Big Show. You can see why. He heard about folks' Christmas of stroke making from us. He said he was multitasking, so we obviously misheard that a little bit. But it did sound good. He says he's been calling Joss Butler a serial killer for years. Soon the truth will out, and Billings, the working classes will be hunted down.
Doesn't
the Bear believe that Adil Rashid is the only person keeping him out of the England squad?
Yes. I mean, the Bear. He's the next cab off the rank. It'll have to be a very big cab. Probably one of those people carriers, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I heard that the Bear's going to play. He's going to be. You will be able to see him if you go to Sussex, I think, in a couple of weeks' time. Because David Brooks, another of our commentators, you may know him well, he's having a birthday match. Archer in bowls. Oh, and he's pulled on! He's outside your stump. It was a little bit slower. He swiveled on that, got a bottom edge, and that is great news for Archer. Terrible news for Australia. Maxwell goes for 77, Australia 249 for 6. I think that's always like to happen on a pitch like this. It's a very slow, dead pitch. You put it in the middle of the pitch, and it just doesn't come on. And Maxwell was expecting it to arrive at him much more quickly than that, and I'm sure he would have put it away. But I suppose you give some credit to the bowler, do you?
Oh, yeah, but that's about the only way he would have got out, though.
This is what I touched on early on when there's inconsistent bounce. It's the cross bat shots that can sometimes be your undoing. It may have been a bit early on. It may just have kept a bit lower than he would expect. But great innings from Maxwell. How Australia could ever leave him out of a white ball side? Someone moving 5 for that.
Does seem strange, doesn't it? Actually,
yeah.
I mean, you don't necessarily.
But
well, I know sometimes. Yeah. Why was he kept out?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of
about
bullshit reasons. You could just tell they didn't like him and they were giving bullshit reasons for why he wasn't in the team.
But has he given anyone the impression that he's an unlikable character? I mean, I don't think so.
Not
he always
to my
seems
knowledge, no.
Yeah. I wonder what it is he does in the dressing room that people don't like. Anyway, we have a new batsman at the crease. It's Pat Cummins. Will jingle him up very shortly. This one is short. He angles it away, trying to play the shot over the top of the slips. He gets a bit of glove on it, goes down to third man, and picks up his first run. Australia's 250 is up, and I don't think this is a terrible score because this pitch is slow, and I think England, who really like to go off quickly and clear those infielders early on, might just struggle a little bit, especially against some really top-class bowling that Australia have got, the likes of Cummins and Hazelwood. And Stark, he's in again, he bowls a short one outside the off stump. That might well be a wide, is it? No, not given. I think I would have given that. I'd like to see that from side on as well. Anyway, nothing is added to the score. The umpires certainly not going that way. 250 for 6. We're into the 44th over. One ball of the 44th over to go. Marsh is on 63. Cummins has a single. So what an over this has been. Successive sixes to start it, followed by the wicket of Maxwell just as he was really teeing off. In comes Archer again, short. Marsh up onto his toes, can do nothing more but play that defensively. Back to Archer, and that is the end of the over. Australia 250 for 6. More tweets and social media.
I think he wanted to do a jingle, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
When bankrupt scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What you do, Cummins, when they were tampering? Yeah, you knew, Cummins.
Well, Mitchell Marsh on 63 off 90. He's got to really step up and try and catch up a bit, really. Jen Rose says the Big Show is maybe a wrestling reference, although she'd have to defer to Atif Nawaz on that one.
Yeah, he's a big fan, Atif, isn't he, of WWE?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Somehow
it doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't it? WWE, I think, has to be the biggest waste of time.
Well, I think you have to embrace the obvious, all the things that are obvious about it, and then it can be quite fun. I can't even be bothered with most of the sport nowadays, so no.
Well, you are a miserable old git, aren't you? What's happened to you?
I've loved lockdown. It's been great.
Yes, I was talking about David Brooks is having a birthday match on the 27th of September down in Hove. Wood is in, bowls to Cummins, who makes room for himself, pushes out on the offside, will take a comfortable single. He'll go to 2. And the bear has been specially selected to play in that game. I was quite insulted not to be asked to play in that game.
I would be. Yeah.
I was asked to umpire that game.
That's the ultimate.
Well, they needed a spinner, I guess.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, but I know my playing days are behind me, but unfortunately, I'm working that day, so I couldn't make it. But I would like I suppose the opportunity to give the bear out LBW it's not one that comes along that often. As Wood reels away from this one, decides not to deliver it. Maybe lost his run up, or the batsman wasn't ready, something like that.
Maybe you can no-ball bear a few times.
Well, I would if I was going to be. I won't be able to make the game myself, but it would be fun, wouldn't it? Because he's always going on about how do spinners bowl no balls, and if I just really played with his head, and just every time, even if he was bowling from 24 yards, told him it was a no ball under new regulations, that might just work. Marsh on 63 waits for Wood. Wood is in short and slow. He waits for it, slaps it out to deep wicket on the bounce for a single. Billings fires the ball in again at great pace, but not with particular accuracy. And for a moment they thought they might get another overthrow. 252 for 6 is the score.
Atif has obviously been lurking because he's immediately tweeted, "I should hope so," with a gif of a big fat wrestler.
Yes, he is quite a big fat wrestler, isn't he? Not a big fan of that form of sport, if you can call it sport. Wood in bowls. Cummins pulls it around into the mid-wicket area. That has been vacated now, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. They brought the mid-wicket up to an orthodox position, and he swung it away past him for 4.
Well, there's a downside to bringing mid up. Who knew?
Yes, well, that's another of the Bears' gripes, isn't it? The lack of an orthodox mid-wicket to, well, certainly to the spinner, but it's Wood operating at the moment. That was a smear, really, a superior smear, but a smear nonetheless. Wood in again, goes wide on the crease, and this comes off pad, I think, goes quite fine. Adil Rashid tearing round, I don't think he'll stop the second. He won't. So a couple of leg byes, I believe. Australia moved to 258 for 6.
We had an entertaining discussion, Bear and I, the other day on he was going on about the fielders and about whether you're a good enough spin bowler if you want to start with a point.
Sorry, Morgan has now got 3 hats on his head.
3 hats, Morgan. Wide on the crease again. He nearly played on there. They might be run out. Cummins made room, tried to poke it into the offside, got an under edge down on to his boot. It rolled out on the offside and he was setting off for a single. Wood was tearing in to prevent it, and Morgan, EOIN 3 hats Morgan, found it most amusing.
It looks ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, isn't it? That reminded me.
How does he run around with that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to run after a ball and to have one cap fall off, but have all 3 fall off in order. That would be quite entertaining, wouldn't it? If he has to chase one out to mid-wicket or something. Did anyone see that on the CPL yesterday? You were talking about looking for the ball earlier after Maxwell hit a 6, as Wood is in again to Cummins. Short, and he pulls it away. Didn't really time it. We'll get a single to deep square. Root finds himself out there, and he does the fielding. But yesterday, I think in the CPL final, the ball disappeared into the stands at the Brian Lara Academy, where it was being played in Trinidad. And because they've got lots of cardboard cutout fans, they were having a great deal of trouble retrieving the ball because no one in any of their rows would stand up for them and let them through. It was incredible. It was really poor spectating by those people.
So I have a question on the laws for you, Hendo. So I've got to ask you this. So if Morgan's standing there with 3 hats, and the ball hits his 3 hats, is that 5 extra runs?
15 extra runs, not
or has he got to hit each one in turn? That's the question, isn't it?
It's the equivalent of having a bloody helmet when you have 3 hats.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I don't know. I presume not. I mean, if you catch the ball and you brush the ball against your cap, if you catch it in the outfield, it doesn't mean that it's not out. Archer starts a new over, bowls, Cummins drives high up into the air. Is anyone going to get underneath that? Yes, they are. It is EOIN 3 hats Morgan who takes the catch. Jofra Archer is reduced to hysterics, and Australia.
And he's still got his hats on.
He's gone. Yes, so he leant back, did Cummins. Really couldn't get any length on it, got it quite high. Now, interestingly enough, I think that when he took that catch, EOIN Morgan, he had dispensed with 2 of the caps. So that was EOIN 1 hat Morgan taking the catch. I don't know what he's done with the other 2. Maybe he just tucked them away down the back of his trousers or something like that. Can't give them to the umpire, so I've no idea.
Craig Morgan's a new listener. Not sure how I've missed you, but thoroughly enjoying the coverage from Melbourne, Australia. You'll be a regular from now on. That's great to hear, Craig.
Excellent.
Jay Grover agrees. Lockdown is mint. He gets more books sent to him for more money. He wants Trigger Tony on to umpire to really screw the bear over.
Well, Trigger Tony did give out the bear on one occasion.
I thought someone
did,
game.
Yeah. I think it
Jeff
was.
asks, was Bear invited to play so the birthday boy would be assured of a good score?
Yeah, as long as you don't give him any return catches, because he tends to take the return catches because they're off his own bowling, obviously.
Jeff says heavy is the head that wears 3 hats.
Indeed. New batsman at the crease will be Mitchell Stark. We'll jingle him up in a minute because it's Marsh waiting for this one, and he tries to pull this, and is doubled up as it sort of seems to get tangled up in his waistband or something like that. That was a lot. Well, I say a lot slower. It wasn't a lot slower. It was 79 miles an hour, so probably 11 miles an hour slower than the Archer stock delivery, something like that. Anyway, but Archer's now picked up 3, I think, isn't it? 3 wickets for him. And he's looking a bit embarrassed about it, to be honest. Here he comes again, 3 for 43. Bowls to Marsh, short, swings it away. Doesn't really contact very well. Will certainly get 1 to deep backward square. Nothing more than that. He moves to 64, and he's struggling to to get going again, isn't he? Having lost Glenn Maxwell, he moves.
Yeah,
on
I think Maxwell. The focus was on Maxwell because he was the one really scoring the runs, and Marsh was quiet, and now he has nowhere to hide.
Yes, he should really be stepping up now. He's in danger of being cited for an MLK, a match losing knock.
Never heard that one before. It should be. I hope that's part of the new fangled.
That's been around for a while on T20 Twitter.
Has it? Has it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know about that. Archer will continue. He's going to be bowling to Stark. Going to face his first ball. We'll jingle him after this ball. Let's have a look at this field. It's got a backward point, mid, off, quite deep, extra, mid on the edge of the circle. Everyone else pretty much is out. And it's Archer coming round the wicket to the left-handed Stark. And here he is. The bling is on the outside. Do you think he bowls better with the bling on the outside or the inside? Here he is, bowling to Stark, short, and he's swung this into the onside. It's gone right up in the air, and man with one hat, not Morgan, Sam Billings has come racing in from deep mid-wicket, almost got there, but just spills it low down, and Stark survives to take his first run. This is the Mitchell Stark jingle.
He's had no swing! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town! Mitchell Stark's had no swing since Cape Town!
Clever, slower bouncer from Archer, which is swatted by Marsh out to deep mid-wicket, and they take a single, 262 for 7.
Jay says the BLM movement is going to be confused with my MLK. I was thinking that. He also says he's going to be double locking if 3 capped Morgan is about, but he's just remembered Central Sheffield is not the Caribbean Sea. Well, we've got that right.
Okay. Remaining around the wicket, or going back to round the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell Stark. Archer in to complete his 9th over. Drives aerially through mid-wicket, pursued by the two-hatted Morgan, and Billings does the fielding coming round from deep mid-wicket. They take 2, I believe, and Australia move to 264 for 7 with 4 overs remaining.
Looking for about 290, I would think, which would be a decent score.
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, you know, it didn't look good at 123 for 5, but that's been a really important and sensible partnership that we saw from Mitchell Marsh and Glenn Maxwell. It doesn't really matter where you do it, but as long as you do it and get at least one of those stands into your innings.
I think it averaged out. I think it averaged out as sensible. Maxwell was batting extremely well, going a run a ball without much risk, and Marsh was getting a bit stuck.
Well, also, yeah, and Marsh is still stuck. So, so if you've got to get to 290, it's got to be, Stark swinging his bat.
Well, what are we talking? We're talking about 26 runs off 4 overs. I mean, that's only really a run, just over a run a ball, isn't it? So I think, yeah. So I think 290.
I'm sorry, that's I've got my maths wrong for that. 300.
Looking at 300 here. Wickets might be a problem. Wood is into Marsh, short, pulled away. He's got hold of that one really well. Root comes round, deep backward square, throws it into the non-striker's end, but they've got back for a couple. Marsh moves to 68. What Marsh really needs is just 2 or 3 really big shots to get him going again, to make him feel like he's timing the ball well. There's a lot of clever bowling going on out there, taking pace off the ball.
Oh, we're in the death overs.
And we are indeed in the death overs, so they've got to make the most of it. But 2 runs a ball would be quite good for Australia if they can keep going at that rate. Wood in again, down the leg side, swung on its way. It'll only be a single this time as Rashid sees the ball coming straight towards him. And Australia move on to 267 for 7. But looking back earlier in the innings, I mean, Stoinis was going at a very good rate before he got out. In fact, at that point, Australia were looking a little bit dangerous when Stoinis and Labuschagne were together. And Stoinis, in the end, went for 43 off 34 balls, so a pretty good strike rate from him, up at about 127. So they had early runs, if that makes sense. They just lost too many wickets, really.
Yeah, and I think Warner didn't really know how to face Archer today for sure. Finch was okay in the beginning, and then he got out. So it's nobody really got in there except Stoinis, and until these two, until Marsh and Maxwell got there.
Yeah, Labuschagne didn't seem to be at his best. I mean, he played one really delightful drive down the ground, but otherwise he seemed to struggle a little bit. And it was a good ball from Rashid that got him. In comes Wood to the left-handed Stark, gives him width outside the off stump, just about manages to get back to it, and it skews away down to third man, where Rashid fields again. And score moves on to 268 for 7.
Apparently England might be struggling with their over rates here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they'd get a Super League points deduction.
Oh,
so
no.
How does that work?
Yeah, how much is that?
I've no idea.
We need to know what a Super League points reduction amounts to, and whether we should be very, very scared. Marsh comes down to faces on 69, 97 deliveries, and Wood is coming in his 9th over, wide on the crease, down the leg side. Poor ball will be given as a wide by umpire Kettleborough. So another run to the score, 269 for 7.
Jeff rightly points out, who would expect a Marsh to be anything but sticky?
Very good. There's no stopping Perko when he's on a roll. Bit of sunshine breaking through. It's still relatively gloomy, but here comes Wood again. He's going wide on the crease looking for that Yorker. It's dug out by Marsh, sent fairly square on the inside. Rashid runs round and picks up one-handed. Slightly risky thing to do, but he did field it well, but he couldn't prevent Marsh coming back for that second. 71 to the Western Australian, 271 for 7 is the score. 2 balls remaining in the 47th over.
Gonna go and have a look and see who's favourites here. It might be interesting. See what the markets think of this wicket. I think it might be quite even.
I think it is. I think it's going to. I don't think England are going to find it that easy to score. I don't think they're going to be able to go off at a really rapid rate as they likely do. And remember how horribly out of form. Short one, slower one, slapped towards long on there. They're going to come back for a second as Archer comes in. He's not happy about that. And he hurls it again at the non-strikers. Then there's no way that a bowler's going to get his hand in the root of that one. And now he's apologising for it. But
England are favourites. You can bet Australia at 2.3 if you like.
But I know Bairstow ended up getting a 50 the other night in that final T20, but he was horribly out of touch.
Did not look comfortable.
I don't think I've seen Bairstow look that bad when it comes to timing the ball in almost any innings I've seen him play. I mean, he did pick up a few runs with a couple of big, beefy sixes, but he was really struggling. Now that's hit him on the pad. That's worth a shout, and it's going to be given out. Marsh is going to review it. I guess he's thinking that he got an inside edge, or maybe because he was coming down the wicket a little bit, it might have been going down the leg side.
Right, he's pointing to his bat, the bottom of the bat. So.
Yeah, though we know that sometimes batsmen think they've hit it when they've maybe hit the bat onto their pad. Let's have a little look at this. Oh, it's very hard to tell, actually. I think we're going to have to wait for Snickometer or Ultra Edge. Otherwise, I think he's dead and buried. He's hardly got forward at all. Is that anything on the bat?
No,
Is that
I don't
something on
think
the bat?
No.
Hang on. We're just having a look from side on and front on. And if he's not hit that, he's in trouble. It's hitting. Yep. And the review is lost for Australia. Mitchell Marsh's innings comes to an end, and that's a very important wicket perhaps for England. Australia 273 for 8.
Well, they still tell us you always know when you've hit it. You get 10 points for a win in the Super League and 5 points for a tie or a no result, but you lose 1 point for every over you are short of what you should have been when the time goes off.
So it could be quite tasty towards the end of the Super League, couldn't it? Yeah, really could. Well done to Mark Wood. He's taken the 3rd wicket. He's bowled pretty well today. I'm really encouraged by Mark Wood. This talk about the Ashes and going there with fast men, and the fact you need to go there with fast men. he's shown, I think, Australia that he's a force to be reckoned with. It's all about him staying fit, isn't it? Because we're talking about a series that is over a year away. Mitchell Starc will face. That was the end of the over. Archer also has 3 wickets. He's going to bowl his last one round the wicket to Starc. Starc drives down towards long on. It's cleared the man at mid on, and that's a very good shot. It's brought in 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It's a very
this
useful
is what
Starc.
he's good at. This is what Starc is good at, right?
Yeah, he's a good hitter. He's a good straight hitter.
Very
he's got
clean.
long levers. Yeah, very crisp and very clean. And that was well over Morgan at mid on. There was no one back, and it was 4 runs. Archer brings up his 53 for 52, 277 for 8. We have 17 balls remaining. I think Australia can get past 300 here without too much bother, unless they lose another wicket. This is up into the ribs of Starc, which is climbing quite a fair way, and he turns it away down to long leg and picks up another single. Adam Zampa is the new batsman who will face. He's got a jingle that goes like this.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear above all others. They fear Adam Zampa.
I don't know whether you picked it up on when you were watching, but at one point Adam Zampa was sitting outside on the balcony earlier, and Labuschagne, who'd got out, was trying to have a little snooze under his hoodie, and Zampa wouldn't leave him alone, and he was trying he was trying to drop off. He kept asking him something. Obviously irritating little fella. Pushed away past the man at extra cover. They're going to get 1 as Roy. No, it's Billings coming in there. Come back for the second. Well run. Morgan comes up to the stumps to take that. But 2 runs have been accrued. Zampa off the mark straight away. 280 for 8. He's the man of many hairstyles, isn't he, Adam Zampa?
All of them terrible.
All of them terrible. Well, this one I'm not too unhappy with this one. I think it's quite nice. It's boyish.
And all of them long.
Well, no, there was the horrible Hitler one, wasn't there? This is a slower ball by Archer, which fools Zampa, who makes no contact, and it dribbles through to Butler. It was the knuckleball, very cleverly bowled by Archer.
Swing It Both Ways says, hello, it sounds like Maxwell finally did something on this trip. It's the kind of thing I'm talking about. He's only played 3 T20s, and in one of them he took 2 for 14, which is pretty good, but, you know.
Archer, and again, it's a Yorker this time, but it's angled into the legs of Zampa, who manages to work it up towards mid-on, and they'll take a single. He goes to 3, 281 for 8. Just the 2 caps for Morgan, who's now trying to... I don't know what he's trying to do with the ball. He squeezes it between his hands, it seems, and rubs it around. I don't know whether he's trying to... I don't know what he's trying to do, really. Has it picked up a bit of juice in a puddle somewhere in the stands?
My bowlers keep complaining that when the ball's sanitised, they can't grip it. But
it could be. Yeah, it could be the sanitation. This one is short, and it flies off the shoulder of the bat as Starc was trying to play it defensively. It's gone down to third man. They've picked up the single. He's kept the strike, and Australia, with 2 overs to go, are 282 for 8.
Anna Forsyth, some horrible reviewing going on in these 2 series. Takes me back to the good old days of Watto. Inside's defence, they have more reviews, and I mean that one of Marsh, there's only a few overs left. They may even have had 2 reviews left.
I mean, I think that's fair enough, isn't it? That we've got a man who's going well.
Yeah, he was 69 or something, right? So,
yeah, I mean, he's quite entitled to use that, unless it's absolutely plumb. I mean, it looked good. You wouldn't say it was absolutely plumb on first viewing. So, yeah, he's well within his rights to do that. Wood will complete his spell now. He's coming in with figures of 3 for 51. Bowls to Starc. Starc lays bat on a ball that's wide, looking for the Yorker. Ends up being a low full toss. Steers it out to deep cover, and they take 1, 283 for 8. What about Mark Wood? Is whatever happens in a day, he smiles about almost everything. He's a very, very good-natured chap.
Well, so does David Warner, but you wouldn't say that about him.
Yeah, but there's a grimace to his smiles.
Do you think so?
something?
I think he's crying on the inside.
Yeah, there's something genuine and open about Mark Wood's smile. So I don't think you can compare the two smiles, really. It's yeah. I wouldn't trust the Warner smile. I trust the Wood smile implicitly. Just a couple of changes being made in the field for the right-hander. It's Wood coming in to Zampa. Wide on the crease he goes. And Zampa, all he can do is play it back towards Wood. But Wood has done that thing where he falls over after bowling, the follow-through that goes too far. So he is in no position to stop that ball. And it runs up to mid-off and they come through for a single. It's the first time we've seen him do that today, isn't it, I think? Where the follow-through has taken him over. And I think he had to duck the ball as it was coming back at it.
And then he had to duck the throw.
Twice. Yes. He now has a look at Wokes who threw that ball in. And again, he's smiling, though. He's smiling. Stark down to face. He's on 11 from 7 deliveries. 284 for 8 is the score. Wood comes in, bowls. He tries to make room for himself. It's a very good take, actually, by Butler, because that died on him, and he scooped it up on the half volley, right-handed. And there was a worry
Stop
there.
dissing Butler.
Well, no, I just want to be fair to him. You know, I'm going to give him credit where he's kept well, and he did keep well there.
Yeah.
I just think he's been quite untidy, in general terms. But it was also clever bowling from Wood. The ball died a little bit, and prevented Australia taking any runs off that delivery. Here he comes again, and bowls to Stark once more. Good length. He gives room, or makes room, and punches it out to extra cover, who is right back on the edge of the circle. So there's a fairly comfortable single for them. 285 for 8. They need 15 to get to that psychologically important 300 mark. They've got 8 balls in which to do it. So there's going to need to be, I would guess, 1 or 2 big blows from the next 8 balls to get.
And he's got a cup from Stark.
Well, no, Zampa is capable. I've seen him do it off the spinners at least, but I don't think he's going to get over a spin.
Yeah, off Wood and Archer, unlikely.
Yeah, you're right.
Wood in, follows him, and he's hit in the midriff. Again, Wood is playing football, and that was a pretty good shot at goal because it's hit the middle stump. However, Mitchell Stark has got in, and so there's no appeal.
Speaking of Wood and football, not Fred is trying to get a rise out of you. Wood smiles on the cricket pitch because he's not watching Wimbledon.
Can we remove Not Fred from the Zoom group chat? I think that would be the thing to do. That's a beautiful left footer. That reminds me of Joe Piggott at his best.
Yeah,
absolutely wonderful.
Well, I don't know if Not Fred's aware that AFC Wimbledon will be playing at Loftus Road for a couple of months to make them an even more attractive prospect.
Yeah, and when they asked AFC Wimbledon fans about what sort of new stadium they wanted, Loftus Road was used as a sort of suggestion, really.
To watch football.
It is, because you're so close to the action, aren't you? This is drive played by Stark, but he fails to make contact. It's the end of Wood's spell. A very good one from him. 10 overs, 3 for 54, with 1 over remaining. Australia 286 for 8. They need another 14 to get to 300. I'm looking, I reckon, at about 293 here, 294.
Yeah, and you've got Zampa on strike, so it's just going to be that much tougher.
I presume it's going to be Wokes to bowl the final over. He's got 1 left in the locker. Not really been his day. Not been really much swing for him at all today. His line hasn't quite been right to take account of that. But still reasonably economical at none for 51. Economy rate of 5.67. And now discussing with Morgan any slight adaptations they want to make to his field to prevent Australia getting up near that 300 run mark. It's going to be Zampa to face, as we said, and Wokes is waiting for the ball. He's walking back to his end of his run up, but he's got no ball at the moment, so someone must have it somewhere. Maybe it's Owen 3 caps Morgan under one of his caps, maybe. Anyways, just doing a few limbering up exercises, Wokes, to get ready.
You might have both of them. It's still 2 balls, isn't it?
Yes. Well. is it in this form of the game in the time of COVID? I presume so. Wokes then in to Adam Zampa. Zampa gives himself room, tries to swipe this one, but makes no contact whatsoever. It runs through to Butler. So that is 1 dot ball, which will please Owen Morgan. It was that slower, shorter one, dug into the pitch. Zampa threw it far too early.
He could have got through for a single there.
Yeah, probably could have done, and you would want Stark to be facing, wouldn't you, at this point? Zampa's not really
tried to take some extra runs. Fast over.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he should be sort of halfway down the wicket, shouldn't he, by the time that Chris Wokes has let go of it.
He's keenly aware of his average.
Well, he should be, because good guy England will never mancad him, so you should always be half down the way down the wicket.
Ouch.
Yep. Well, here is Wokes again, bowling to the right-handed. Full one this time. He digs it out and sensibly realises that Mitchell Stark is probably more of a threat. Works that into the offside for a single, bringing Stark down to potentially face the final 4 balls of the over. 287 for 8. Stark has 12 from 10 deliveries. He's just stooping to clear some loose turf from around where he's trying to stand or take guard.
I think he'd leave it there because he's going to be bowling soon.
Well, yeah, but then you're going to have the ground staff out there before that, aren't you? So
ground staff.
Bloody ground staff. Archer's getting involved, having a chat with Wokes and Morgan. Now Archer has left, and it's just Wokes and Morgan.
Left the chat.
Yes. They're bringing a man up, I think, from probably long leg. They're maybe bringing him in to backward point now that it's the left-hander. Certainly got 3 men out on the leg side, maybe 4. I think 4, yes. No one saving the single on the onside at all. He's in, bowls a short, slower one, slapped up to extra cover and coming through for the run, but I'm wondering whether Wokes got in the way of that, actually.
I think he did. Yeah.
It was Root's throw from mid-off, and it might have hit, and I think Stark would have been short. But Wokes intercepted, didn't he?
In front of the stumps, certainly. Oh no, it's going.
No, he was
maybe not. It was a slightly misleading angle we saw then. So yeah, it was just off target.
He got a nasty one with the wrist though.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that's why he was looking so pained. Not about the fact that he was preventing a run out. Another chat. There's a chat every ball, so they're obviously not worried about these about losing these points.
They don't seem to be, no,
because they are involved in conversation after every delivery. There are 3 of them to go. 288 for 8. Zampa back down to face the right-hander, and in comes Wokes. Bowls a short one, and again he's done him for lack of pace. Zampa was trying to wind that into the onside, threw it too early, and it bounced and bobbled through to Butler. Very clever bowling from Wokes. It must be difficult as a sort of a man who's built his reputation on good length deliveries with a little bit of swing, digging in these horrible balls that look like long hops but aren't. It's almost goes against the grain, doesn't it?
Would it pain you?
It would pain me if I was a quick bowler to do this. I think it really would. Yeah.
If it's what prevents you from getting hit.
Well, true. I understand it. He's done it again. It's gone up in the air this time. It's going to be corn bowl. Simple catch for Wokes. Stand there. He has finally got a wicket with the penultimate ball. That really wasn't Adam Zampa covering himself with glory. He's gone, and Australia are 288 for 9.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Jay says, Mancad everyone with extreme prejudice. Vinny Mancad is possibly my favourite cricket player ever.
Okay. Well, Zampa went for 5 from 9 balls. It seemed longer than that, to be honest. It seemed like he was constantly driving at thin air. But it will bring Josh Hazlewood to the wicket, and presumably he'll have 1 ball to face, unless somehow. How did he? He only went 5 yards. How have they crossed?
Because Zampa was signalling as the ball went up. He was signalling to start run fast.
I didn't notice that. Tremendous. So it will be Stark to face the final ball. Oh, and he's made full use of it. He's picked that up, smashed it over mid-wicket. It's gone all the way. So smart move from Zampa if he didn't bat particularly well. Otherwise, as Stark wanders off with 19 from 12 deliveries, Australia end up 288 94 for 9 from their 50 overs, a run rate of 5.88, and I think that will give us quite a good game, I have to say.
Yeah, that's a good score.
Decent score. It's a decent score, I think.
Well, England are favourites. If you fancy a flutter, Australia about 2.3, 2.35.
Yeah. Would you fancy a flutter, Andy?
I think I might have a nibble on Australia at that price, yes. Only a nibble, though.
I imagine the Bear might also take that on.
Oh, he's more about the selling the first wicket stuff, isn't he?
Oh yeah, but he does sometimes go for those sort of
Which
things.
I also might be tempted to do before Bairstow's doing.
Well, and also, of course, Jason Roy's hardly played any cricket whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
it's all or nothing.
Exactly.
And it's a wicket which is not easy, right? It's a wicket which is not easy. So 295 is never going to be easy.
I think if you work out as a bowler what sort of pitch it is, which is a slow, sticky one, then you don't try to bowl the big, booming in-swinger. You just try to be accurate, don't you, and keep runs down by doing that. Really, Wokes took 1 for 59, Archer 3 for 57, Wood 3 for 54, Rashid 2 for 55, and Moeen Ali none for 59. I'll just give you the card, and then we'll listen to some highlights, which I believe are going to be England v Pakistan. David Warner's bowled Archer for 6, Aaron Finch caught Butler bowled Wood for 16, Marcus Stoinis caught Butler bowled Wood 43, Marnus Lammers Shane, LBW Rashid for 21, Mitchell Marsh, LBW Wood for 73, Alex Carey caught Billings bowled Rashid for 10, Maxwell coming in at number 7, bowled Archer 77 from 59 balls with 4 4s and 4 6s. Patrick Cummins caught Morgan bowled Archer for 9, Adam Zampa caught and bowled Wokes for 5, Mitchell Stark not out 19, Josh Hazlewood not out 0, didn't face, 294 for 9. Now maybe Knacker will be able to tell me what we've got. What are we going to play for the half-time period?
Yeah, we're going back to the 50 over World Cup from last year. You're joining us 13.3 overs into England's I guess Chase was it? I can't remember, against Pakistan in the 50 over World Cup. You join us with England 84 for 2 in the 14th over. Join us again in about 25 minutes or so for the second innings.
Indeed.
Imagination and scheduling and ways of avoiding tie breaks, but if you always look at the difficulties of an issue, you're never going to find the opportunities.
But also, doesn't it really depend on whether your view of a World Cup is one of it being an extravaganza of that particular sport, or whether it is the best in the world of that sport?
The best would still be playing the best. That's
Hassan Ali, full toss on leg stump, clipped away to deep square leg for a single.
You still have a round of 16, which you have now, and England might find themselves, or your own team might find themselves in a group of 3 with, let's say, Senegal and Australia. Are you going to tell me that's a?
I'm not arguing about that. I'm just saying with 48 teams, you're basically taking a quarter of all nations in the world into a World Cup. Well, because it depends. This is what my point. It depends on whether you want to see the very best in the world, and if
you will see the best, because the 16 best teams are still in the knockout stage as they are now.
Well, possibly, or possibly not, depending on whether one of those teams goes out, in the same way that in the qualifiers that you have at the moment, you often lose, come the World Cup proper, some great teams.
So you're more likely to have the best teams amongst the 48 than you are amongst the 32. More likely to see the best teams with the 48 team World Cup.
Well, I mean, my argument is that if you have too many teams, it seems to me to take away from the notion of there being an incredibly strong tournament in which every game matters,
and every game would matter more in groups of 3, because you couldn't have teams going through as they sometimes do now, 0-0, 0-0, 0-0, and 5-4 on penalties.
Well, you could still have that. You could quite easily have that. If every game was 0-0.
Don't think you could. You couldn't.
You could have 3 games you'd have 3 games, wouldn't you, in each league?
Yeah, but you wouldn't go through in those circumstances, because only the top team would go through.
Yeah, but what if every game ended 0-0 in any particular game? Which is quite conceivable. It's only 3 games, isn't it?
This is the if, buts and maybes. But
well, so's everything. You know, everything's if, buts and maybes.
I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying the if, buts and maybes of the 32-team tournament are not significantly different to the if, buts and maybes of a 48-team tournament.
We have got the UEFA Nations League as well.
I'm so not looking forward to that. I think it's time for football to lay down its arms and go to sleep for a couple of months, to be honest. It's the cricket season, it's the World Cup, it's the Ashes. Fuck off football. That's what I say.
And there's not much cricket being played, is there? We're talking now because after all of the breaks we've had, we're having another break, so it seems now.
On that note, Anna Forsyth says, the delays in this game make me suspicious that neither England nor Pakistan have any concern for the short time I have before work to listen. And Ed Benson says, I completely agree with Gary on delay, in particular with all the support staff players who can give anyone a drink at any time or substitute themselves on. Why do we still have a scheduled drinks break?
Couldn't agree more.
Ads for TV, I suppose, he adds.
Well, it's not really, is it? I don't think.
Neymar Butland is with us, just checking in. I have an excuse. Pacific Standard Time. Come on, England. Jack Cunningham's with us.
Hey, Jack.
These breaks are a joke. Wasted about half an hour of play from numerous delays. England may regret that awful review by Jason Roy. Poor day from him.
Yeah, I said that early on. What was he so upset about when he got out?
Oh, he's just angry. Leia says all those rules fail to speed up baseball, by the way. So Brian Barish says before there was Hamilton, there was 1776, and that's the better musical in my opinion.
Well, you can have that. It's a musical that's not performed very often, but it is the major antecedent of Hamilton. It's looking at slightly different things, I think.
The wicket of Johnny Bairstow was Wahab Riaz's first ODI wicket in 2 years, 1 month and 17 days, says Knuckle Pandy.
Well, you can see how I was so delighted then, can't you? He's waited a long time for that wicket.
There are numbers between 10 and 48, says Arthurshire.
That's true. Other numbers are available.
Oh, wonder, how many cricket countries are there then? How beauteous Mankadis. Oh, brave new World Cup that has 10 countries in it.
Who's that from?
Jeff Perkins.
Oh, right, okay.
So that was the hydration break after 14 overs.
Adnan Ali says, thank you for the great commentary, especially the customised jingles on cricketers during match, listening all the way from Dubai. Well, good to have you on, Adnan.
It is indeed. Yeah, go on.
Evil Scooters. I don't have a particular issue with the 48-team World Cup. I just hate the 16x3 format they proposed, especially with the history of collusion in the final round of group games at the FIFA World Cup.
Hafiz gives this one air, and Root waits for it and then strokes it through mid-on for a single.
God, you boys have really started Twitter going mad here. Mayank says, in the growth of cricket has been abhorrent, first by protectionist ICC in the 20th century and now by the big three, mostly BCCI. So trying to get a World Cup to grow past 12, which is pretty much a pipe dream because the minnows are so far behind the top 14 to 16.
Well, we've seen the improvement that Bangladesh have begun to make recently. I mean, I think there was this is played off the back foot to extra cover, I think there was a stat yesterday showing how much better they'd got per wicket against quick bowling over the last 10 or so years. It's quite extreme. Hafiz in, short, cut by Morgan, but he finds Imam ul-Haqs there away at cover point.
Messi Jez joins in the thing. So Gary, what's the point of a game between Senegal and Australia? Demoralising, predictable waste of time.
Round the wicket he comes again, and doesn't really time that shot as he pushes up to mid-on. That's great work by the man at mid-on, who I believe to be Babar Azam.
Brian Barish says they're talking about bringing in the shootout to make sure every game has a winner and then less points for a win in order to eliminate drawing of lots because...
I bowled him! He went back to that, it went straight on and it went through. He possibly should have been forward to that one. Hafiz has got another breakthrough. England, make no bones about it, are in a little bit of trouble. They're at 86 for 3.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yes, indeed, Morgan goes for 9. He never looks in great touch. I mean, he has been in pretty good form. Possibly should have been back to that one. Wanted to play it off the pitch. It hurried on after it pitched and couldn't get his bat down in time.
Knuckle Pandy says football's different because there's a genuinely meritocratic qualification process where every team has a chance of qualifying. So that's so very far from the case in cricket. And Evil Scooter says, but Hendo, the selling point of the 48-team format is there's virtually no chance of losing Italy and Netherlands, etc. in the qualifying portion.
Well, that may be so. That may be so. We've lost England a couple of times along the way, haven't we?
Messi Jess says, things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 175, football can fuck off.
Yeah, well, it can for now. I mean, I love football, but I've really had enough of it now. And it'll be back at the beginning of July when they start the pre-season friendlies, when all the big clubs who complain about the fact that there's no winter break then go off on these incredibly long-winded tours to the Far East or wherever. It's a load of nonsense, isn't it?
Chris TV says, I'd support the 48-team tournament because it would mean our men's side might actually qualify.
Which team's that?
I don't know. Could be South Africa, I don't know. Robert Spink says 3 team groups were tried in '82 World Cup, I think, didn't go well. Do have sympathy for 48 teams idea and the fuck off football plan.
Okay, should we jingle up the new batsman?
We should indeed.
I got up on the steps and he called me a if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me up.
Hafiz to another left-hander who also goes back to this one. It doesn't hurry through quite as much this time. He plays it out to extra cover, and that is the end of a successful second over from Hafiz. Just the 1 run and the wicket of Owen Morgan. England off 15, chasing 349 to win, are 86 for 3.
Park says, I second the fuck off football call, or at very least fuck off football unless you've done credible transfer news, which I wonder if you're like me, an Arsenal fan. Nick Nelson says, I've been completely won over to the 48-team Football World Cup by this argument. 180 degrees turnaround in about 5 minutes.
Bloody hell.
Well done, Antonius.
If you want more, you can read...
Hang on, I'm wondering if there's hope here. There's hope here for the Labour Party, isn't there?
If you Google Gary Naylor Guardian 48-team World Cup, you'll get a more extended argument from me.
And that's all. That's what you deserve, to be honest. Here comes Hassan Ali over the wicket to Root, whose position there becomes even more important. He just chops this down to third man and takes the single.
Neymar Butlins asks, how many hipsters does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Don't know.
Answer, it's a very obscure number. You probably never heard of it.
You mean I'm not a hipster?
Greetings, men, says Seagrave Sarve. I have an idea regarding over rate. Let's say you get 3.5 hours, 12.50 overs. Each ball bowled after that 210th minute counts, and also carries a 1-run penalty.
Well, that has been mooted from time to time. I've just seen the Hafiz moustache. Although he has got a wonderful beard, the moustache is also very twirly, isn't it?
Yes.
A wonderful little
Mr. Monopoly.
Rubbing air and Warwell Pond, so we're doomed.
This is flicked off his legs by Stokes. He's underway. He might get back for a second here. Wahab is out there. He's going to have to hurry, but he's going to get there comfortably. As the throw wasn't actually that accurate, Sarfraz seems a little bit annoyed and a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, Morgan didn't really commit again to the shot, did he? Ended up sort of crabbing the back down on it, premeditated, and didn't look good at all.
You know what he did there?
He missed it.
You and me.
Took the words right out.
You and me. He bloody missed it, didn't he?
Oh, hello. Now we've got some extra information about Ben Stokes. He's left-hander, top order, aggressive down the ground. Hassan Ali bowls, and he's not very aggressive down the ground there, as he plays this off the back foot down onto his toe, and it shoots out towards cover point. I guess aggressive bunts ball onto toe doesn't actually have the same ring.
He's usually aggressive out of the ground.
Well,
actually.
that's another point as well, which we shouldn't dwell on for too long.
Messy Jez is happy that the Ben Stokes jingle is back. He thought it had been rested. But there is another Ben Stokes jingle.
We swap between the two, depending on our mood.
We refresh some of them from time to time, don't we?
Hassan round the wicket to Stokes, and Stokes is forward, and he almost brushes this almost down to third man. And takes a single.
Evil Scooter says, so I'm not going to be able to convince any of you to lose your shit over the Women's World Cup from Thursday? That is a shame.
Yeah, you can make me... I can lose my shit over that, because I did make this point the other day, is that, kind of how great would it be if the BBC had paid for cricket, not another football tournament.
I bet you any money that not Fred is going to be glued to the TV watching
I think
that.
he probably will, yeah. 90 for 3. Hassan Ali bowling to Root. And he bowls him a bouncer. He shaped to play the pull shot, but it probably got a bit big on him. Was wise to pull out of it. It's the 1 for the over, says umpire Erasmus.
As he flicks a bug off his shoulder there.
Maybe it's the same bug that got into Joe Root's eye.
Now, has Erasmus been an umpire for quite a long time?
He has now, yes. He has been around. He's been around.
I was watching something on YouTube the other day and he was there.
Yep, he's quite a familiar figure now. There's been a lot of changes.
Certainly is that.
He's quite a rounded figure. Quite but a rounded man. Hassan Ali into Root. Root does pull this one. He'll only bring him a single, I would think, down to deep square leg. As Fakhr Zaman does the fielding. There's a wild throw over the top of the non-striker's stumps, backed up by Hafiz. And Root has another single, 91 for 3 from 16.
Armchair Cricket Podcast is worried.
He is.
Considering how accurately he's been following up and doing the things he tweeted about 4 to 5 years ago, should we be a bit worried about Jofra Archer's off-work activities?
What off-work activities?
I don't know. And there's a tweet, don't like cricket, ?
Well, I don't know what that's all about. We do get the odd rogue tweet that gets in. Gets through the moderators.
Dave Wood says, just got home from work to see we're doomed. I tell you. No, Jofra Archer tweeted in from 2014, don't like cricket ? And there's a little stick mate. I don't quite know what Jofra Archer's tweet's about.
Maybe he was joking. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got sunglasses on in the tweet.
Hafiz in, bowls to Root. Root turns that with a little bit of movement off the pitch from Hafiz, very little really. There doesn't seem to have been much in it for the spinners today. Takes another run, he goes to 39 off 37. He's absolutely crucial to this run chase for me, Root, having got in there. It's too often he gets out when he's got in, Root, as we know, in all forms of the game really.
Better in than out.
Well, that's true. It's a certain amount of tension in the crowd at the moment, just a little bit quiet.
Well, everyone's probably trying to figure out where their team stands at the moment, aren't they?
Well, I think Pakistan are a little bit ahead at the moment.
Yeah, I think 3 wickets, yeah.
Hafiz has brought a slip in for Stokes, and Stokes goes back, plays a very similar shot to the one that got Morgan out, but he gets bat on it and laces it down to a long on for 1.
Played with a slightly straighter bat. I was going to say, you know what the difference is there, Endo.
He hit it.
He hit it.
Yeah. I'm quite sure whether Morgan was actually trying to play across that in the end.
Yeah, I think he was. He ended up with a kind of 45-degree bat where he wasn't driving it the way Stokes was, but nor was he pulling it either.
Hafiz into Root. Root goes back, and then he strokes it with a very open face to the man on the 45, and the man on the 45 fields it, and there is no run.
News from Ed Benson, the boy Benson.
Yep.
Hendo, I'm working on some World Cup dates. I may be back for looking at England, India, and the final.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be wonderful. This is stroked down to long on. It'd be magnificent if you can do that.
Always good when the boy Benson is on air.
We will, of course, have to soundproof the house. Sydenham, in fact, the whole of Sydenham will have to be soundproof.
I'm going to be in Spain for the final.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're going to Spain, Nestlers. What's going on? Full ball, stroked through mid-off. That's another single. The boring middle overs are bringing singles almost by the ball.
It's nice, and I get free accommodation at my sister's.
Yeah, but you've only just been.
I was there in April.
It's only May now. No, it's not. It's June. And you're going again in July.
Yeah.
It's going to be burning hot.
I know. That's what I want to experience, the 40+ degrees heat.
Back over this in, and Root again strokes it past the bowler and takes a single. This time the man from mid-on comes around to field just outside the circle on a mid-on line. That's the end of the over.
You know, I went to Gibraltar beginning of April, which was which I enjoyed very much. But one of the things I enjoyed most about it is that you get off the plane at the airport, you go through passport control, and then you walk back over the runway.
Oh yes, I've heard
to go
about this.
into Gibraltar, and then the hotel is like sort of 5 minutes away, the Holiday Inn. And on the Wednesday, Jesper and I walked round I keep saying the island because it's like a self-created island. We walked around the whole of Gibraltar from one side to the other, a big circle, in about 3 hours. So everywhere's walking distance. The sinful stuff, you know,
there's sinful stuff. Hassan Ali bowls a short ball, which is signalled as a wide.
The booze and the fags are incredibly cheap. You know, it's nice weather. It's not particularly picturesque. But what I enjoyed the most is went to watch some Gibraltar Second Division football at the Royal Stadium. It was fantastic.
What was it? The Lincoln Red Imps or something they called?
I can't remember what they were called. Magpies. One was Magpies.
Did they beat? One of them beat Celtic in the first leg of a
quality of football was really game, didn't they? Very good. Free to go in.
In again, cut by Root. He's going to get 2. He's going to get 4. I think. Yes. Third man won't get around to that, and it's another boundary. Sorry, we're just discussing things with. We do have another man in the building, Jim, who's Kiwi Jim, who's going to come in and do a little bit of commentary shortly. So
Ed Benson's back again.
About 3 overs time.
Always great to hear you too, Nestlers. Also, no soundproofing material.
Oh, that's worth a shout! That is really worth a shout! Maybe he got an edge on that. Erasmus not moved in the least.
Going down leg side.
I don't know. I've seen him play that shot and be out like that several times where he just overbalances.
Yeah, he does have that tendency.
5, 4,
3,
no,
2, not having it.
Well, they're not having it. Oh, well, I'm quite glad they're not having it. I think that was closer than Gary gives it credit for, but we shall see.
Well, there's only one football stadium in Gibraltar, but I'll break off.
Let's have a look at this. It's angled in, maybe he's a little bit wide on the crease. He's not really got very far forward of the crease there. He is falling over again, and as you say, he does have a tendency towards that. Imploring the umpire was Hassan Ali. He was very keen on that.
There wasn't a single face muscle that moved in Erasmus there, does it? He just boom.
I'd like to see that again. Or certainly the ball tracking. This one comes back into him, just off the seam, finding a little bit of movement. Is it going to come back for the second? He's going to have to hurry. The throw's not good. Sarfraz looks rather disappointedly at his man down at long leg. Has he got an inside edge? It's looking like he's got an inside edge. That's what it is.
Yeah. And still going down
Might
like
just
side
miss
as
leg
well. So there's one 3G pitch, and it was the first time I'd watched football on 3G pitch. Really, the ball moves around so quickly, but not uncontrollably quickly. And it's no wonder that smaller players and all this tight passing and triangles is in the game, because you can really do it on these pitches.
Hassan Ali in again to root. He's using that angle, probing around about his middle and leg stumps. This is pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Anyway, I can recommend
top teams use them for training.
Yeah, you can see why, and obviously you can train them as much as you like. Went on Monday morning, came back on Wednesday night, and it's perfectly manageable for that kind of short break, because there's no transfers. The airport's very quiet. There's only planes going in from Britain and going back, so it worked for me, I promise you.
Ali in again, onto the back foot goes, really sets off immediately. He obviously saw the single more quickly than I did. Finds the gap, and they take one.
It's only about a 3.5 hour drive from my sister's house, so I won't be going there this time.
Oh, I mean, I don't think. The rock itself, Dwayne Johnson is worth seeing, but it's not worth a 3.5 hour drive. It's just nice to get the sun and the heat, especially in April.
Hannah Forsyth says, is Ed Benson in Canada now? No, he's in Luxembourg. I thought I could hear a booming sound coming across the Rockies.
That's a beautiful
You
shot
probably
from
did.
Stokes. That's an absolutely top-class effort. The ball, Hassan Ali came round the wicket. It wasn't a half volley, but he produced the straightest of bats, timed it perfectly, and away it went for 4. With a couple of boundaries and a wide, 12 runs came from that over. That's a useful one for England. Hassan Ali now has figures of 4 overs, none for 29. Root has moved to 48. Stokes has 9, and England are 108 for 3. That said, the win predictor is now saying 66% Pakistan.
Yeah, but England are well ahead of where Pakistan were after 18 overs, would be my guess.
Yes, I think you're probably right.
Park says, is there any other sport that can boast such a wonderful and broad range of commentary entendres as cricket? Probably not. Erasmus has been on the international panel since 2006 and the elite panel since 2010.
So he has been around a very long time.
Only Alan Dart and Ian Gould have been on longer. This is his 84th ODI, plus 53 as a TV umpire. He stood in 55 tests, plus 36 as a TV umpire, 26 T20s, plus 14 as a TV umpire. Guess who's tweeted that in?
Does it begin with N?
Yeah.
And end with E? Anyway, that's pushed by Root down to long on as Hafiz starts a new over.
Brian Barish says they use 3G pitches in several stadiums in the US. I played on one in Portland. It was like running on a cloud.
Is that a good thing?
The good turf fields are a little bouncier than regular grass, and that was jarring.
There's a number of non-league teams over here now that play on it. That's very full, and it's just outside leg stump, and Stokes will be a little bit annoyed that he didn't clip that wider of mid-wicket instead of straight to him, because it costs him at least one. And he settles down. There's just one slip waiting. Hafiz round the wicket. Stokes is forward, pushing. and it goes to extra cover. There is no run. 109 for 3. I think England have got it all to do here. Pressure will build. He's in again, gives that one flight, and it's punched back to him by Stokes. So 3 dot balls at the beginning of this over, just enough to make Stokes feel a little bit nervy, a little bit angsty.
Is it scoreboard pressure, Henry?
I think it is. I think it's scoreboard pressure. He's down the wicket this time. He'll get a single though, as he meets this and runs it through mid-on, or mid-off, should I say?
Scoreboard pressure.
And so that's 1 off 4 balls this over.
Do they need momentum?
They do. I mean, they kind of need some big shots just to get themselves going. It's all a bit too sedate at the moment. Now, interestingly enough, I don't know whether Mohammed Hafiz slipped or whether he was issuing a warning there to Stokes not to back up too far. We have seen a bit of that in cricket in recent months. Anyway, Hafiz is in again. Bowls. Root goes back, flicks it away off the straight. Down to deep backward square, and they come through for 1. He'll keep the strike. 3 runs from the over. It's 50 for Root from 47 balls. And, well, as I said, and I keep saying, they need him to stay there.
Well, at the end of the 19th over, Pakistan were 108 for 1.
Ooh.
England are 111 for 3. Given the relative depths of the batting, I don't think there's a huge amount in that. And Pakistan were about to enter a kind of almost a kind of lacuna where they spent 10 overs scoring not very many runs.
Well, this is a chance for England to push ahead a little bit then, perhaps.
So at the end of 30 overs, Pakistan were 176 for 2. So can England score 66 runs from the next 11 overs? Well, they should do, shouldn't they?
Well, the important thing is not to lose wickets, I think, as much as anything, to keep those big hitters there with their feet up for a little bit longer. Is that Wasim Akram? Or just a man who looks a bit like him?
I think it was, on the left.
Yeah, anyway, we're going to get another change of bowling. We get more spin. We've had quite a bit of spin. We've had Mohammed Hafiz, we've had Shadab Khan, and now we're going to get a bit of Shoaib Malik, who's a very economical bowler. 4.66 runs and over come off him in one-day internationals.
You always think of Pakistan as having lots of young players. But this must be one of the oldest Pakistan teams in the World Cup.
Shoaib bowls from round the wicket, very flat, and Root is trying to work that away but gets it too straight, and there is a fielder in the way, so there is no run scored.
Chris Vickery says it's good to hear it's hot and sunny in Gibraltar. We're not in Gibraltar, we're listening here in Chiang Mai. Bloody hot.
Oh, now Root has tried to play a reverse sweep and got it horribly wrong. Didn't get that at all. Maybe hit the glove low on the ground, or maybe into the pad it went.
Oh my god.
What's the matter?
Messi Jez. He came across him at his old school yesterday, Jacob Rees-Mogg, and there's the sticker on his Bentley. Keep Gibraltar British.
Forced up to mid-on, but not past mid-on, so no run again.
Wow.
England letting too many of these balls go by without picking up singles. Shadab Khan did the fielding on that occasion.
Well, they're still ahead.
Yeah, not a lot in it, but they have lost more wickets as well by this stage. But as you say, there is a difference in the depths of these two batting lineups. In again, forced through mid-on by Root, who will take the single.
Welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of Australia's 2020 White Ball Tour of England. You join us just before the second innings is about to start. Australia were put into bat by England and made 294 for 9 with Glenn Maxwell's innings of 77 off 59, definitely the standout. Mitchell Marsh played a curious innings of 73 off 100, started very well and then sort of progressed quite slowly, but he did a job. Marcus Stoinis made a good cameo of 43 off 34 balls. Not a lot for the rest to write home about. 3 wickets apiece for Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, 2 for Adil Rashid, 1 for Chris Wokes. Moeen Ali economical, but not able to take a wicket. All of England's bowlers going between 54 runs off 10 overs and 59 runs off 10 overs, so extreme consistency being shown. I'm Nakul Pandey. Tony will be taking you through the first 10 overs of ball by ball, but he doesn't appear to. Here he is. And I'll be summarising, and Nestle Boy will be reading your tweets while we get Tony settled. Let's play some jingles for the England opening batters.
Earth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
Johnny Best is smarter than the average besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Best is smarter than the average besto.
Well, let's find out. I am going to be very interested to see how these two go. It wasn't easy going from the start for Australia. I was very impressed with the contributions of Marsh and Maxwell, who really seemed to dig him out of a bit of a hole. And I would say, Knuckle, this score is fairly competitive.
I'd say it's defensible. It reminds me a little bit of Australia on that tour in 2018, where they didn't have Smith, they didn't have Warner. Were able to get some decent totals on the board. This pitch probably isn't quite as good as quick as some of those pitches. I think I would be backing England. I think with the sheer depth and quality and just the well-drilled nature of this one-day team, which is pretty much at full strength without Ben Stokes, but Australia have some high-quality bowlers, and this is definitely a defensible total, and one of those quality bowlers will take the first over.
Yep, it's going to be Mitchell Starc.
He's had no swing! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town! Mitchell Starc's had no swing since Cape Town!
Which we've said a few times is not necessarily true. He's going to be bowling to Jason Roy. He's bowling from the Statham end. He's left arm over and he slings it across Roy, and Carey has to skip to his right to take that behind the stumps. There was no run. I wouldn't be surprised if they do everything they can to obviously deny Roy width, because he loves that ball slightly short and on his off stump, and he'll cane those away.
Yeah, if that's the case, then Mitchell Starc can get the memo first ball.
Well, he gave him width, but he gave him. It was not actually a bad ball because he gave him so much width without being a wide. It wasn't so bad. In comes Starc again and beats a little prod from Roy, who has a look back down the track and, not surprisingly, has a little moment's inner contemplation, I would imagine. That ball did swing. It swung in, and it legitimately beat that Roy outside edge, and Starc with his hair pushed back. It's a very blustery day up there in Manchester. We were just having a look at the flags, weren't we? And they were fully aflutter. They weren't fluttering, they were fully billowing.
Yeah, the breeze is blowing towards the short boundary.
Well, yeah, you'd think that would work in the batsman's favour, and the batsman at the moment being Jason Roy. Stark's in very close to the umpire as he comes in, and this one is met more solidly by Roy, just pushed to mid-off, where David Warner, I was going to say he's looking pugnacious. Is he looking more pugnacious than normal, though?
It's just his face, I think, isn't it?
Maybe it's just the sort of face he's got.
Resting, slightly angry face.
Yeah, he looks like he would start an argument in a phone box on his own with himself.
Obviously,
he just always looks slightly miffed about something.
Obviously projecting certain aspects of his personal life onto his face.
As I suppose we all do at certain points. Starc's going to be in again. Over the wicket. Again, wide and quick. 86 miles an hour and a little bit of extra bounce. Roy looking to cut. Wasn't near that. So out of 4 balls received, I would strike 3 up to the bowler, and only 1 so far. Solidly met by Jason Roy, who we were speculating might be a little rusty. Obviously with that side strain he had to sit out the T20s, and obviously would have spent time in the nets, but he hasn't had Mitchell Starc arrowing in at him on the nets. In the nets. 2 balls left for Starc. He's in, and again he's past that outside edge. He sticks his tongue out He looks back at Roy. Roy just shakes his head, but I think he knows that he's in a battle here.
Yeah, he's trying to sort of punch, drive and hit his way out of trouble. He didn't get many runs against in the Ireland ODI series either, Jason Roy. 24, 0 and 1. So he is a little bit short of time in the middle. Johnny Bairstow, I agree with Hendo. I watched his 50 in the third T20 against Pakistan, and it was not a very good innings, really, even though he scored he scored a 50, but that's about the best that can be said for it.
Yeah, well, obviously Josh Butler had been opening in the T20s, and that did work. That one's down leg, and that should, well, I thought for a moment Carey was about to toss the ball up and claim a leg side strangle. It wasn't, and it will be the first run on the board for England, but it comes in the form of one of these.
Why?
Yeah, slightly getting the
Let's
line
wait
wrong.
to see if it appeared.
Yeah, I think also our jingle machine is a little bit sticky and slow today. Yeah.
A bit like the wicket.
Well, yeah, somewhat. Yeah, yes. Butler and Bairstow were opening through the T20, the first two T20s.
Indeed, as in comes Stark, and this one is driven, but driven again straight to Warner, who's very short there at mid-off. And it's the end of that first over. It's a very good one for Australia, just the one off it in the shape of a wide, nothing off of the bat. Testing for Jason Roy, and Nestler's coming to us from outer space.
Ravi Nair is with us, and he was confused by the replay. He thought it was live. Jay Grover, Tony's jingle bopping is a good deed in a naughty world. Which is more unfair, jingle wokes or starts? Fair does. The most untrue one is the funniest.
The most untrue one is the funniest. That sounds like a sort of the slightly weirder follow-up to the first cut is the deepest.
Weirdly, I was just thinking the same
but
thing.
there we go. Josh Hazelwood is going to be taking up the attack. Economy rate of 4.74. Best of, what was that, 6 for 52? Yes, where did he get that? Got that against New Zealand at Edgbaston. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. As he's in, right arm over, and that's slung very wide, and again it is wide. Good keeping from Carey, but kind of to no avail in that there's still an extra on the board.
Yeah,
2017 at Edgbaston. Must have been a three-way series between Australia and New Zealand.
Champions Trophy. Would have been the Champions Trophy in 2017.
Of course it would. Well, he got Guptill, Broome, Neesham, Santner, Milne and Bolt on that occasion. 6 for 52. Not a bad haul by any stretch of the imagination. But it's Johnny Bairstow that's occupying him now. 2 slips are in place. Bairstow dabs that wide of the second of those slips. They will get themselves off the mark. Or did he? No, they didn't. They didn't run that. I could have sworn they were running that.
No, it was well fielded in the end. Off the bowling.
Well, they said off to run, and then they obviously changed their mind, which is probably sensible.
Indeed. Off the bowling of this man.
This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood. This is a jingle for Josh Hazelwood.
Very loud jingle for Josh Hazelwood, who's in left. Big high lift of the bat by Bairstow through to Carey. Again, there is no run, so 2 runs on the board, neither of them yet off the bat, both delivered in the form of wides, one by Stark and one by Josh Reginald Hazelwood. My dad was called Reginald. There is nothing wrong with Reginald as a name.
Reggie Bishop.
Hang on. It's also one of my middle names before you start dissing it.
What dissing it?
Hazelwood's going to be in again. Over the wicket. Full! Beats Bairstow. Hazelwood, he's got a touch of the Warner pugnacious look about him too, as he looks at Bairstow like he was looking at a really unpleasant thing, almost as if hitting that ball with your bat was not worthy, Bairstow.
Yeah, came in sharply off the seam. There's a good line and length found by Josh Hazelwood. Is usually pretty immaculate. Wasn't in the 2019 World Cup squad, of course, but has made his way back into ODI reckoning.
Hazelwood in again, met more solidly this time. Was this going to be the first run off the bat? No, it wasn't. Bairstow thought about it and quickly changed his mind. So still 2 without loss. 4 balls into this first of Hazelwood's overs, second of the innings, of course. Just the one, and that one, the wide. Hazelwood's a wide down leg. Stark's a wide down off. 295 the target, and if they can bowl this tightly, that might start to seem a fair way away. Driven uppishly, but uppishly straight to mid-off again by Bairstow, who, a bit like Roy, has not picked up the pace of this wicket just yet.
It was a tad early on it. It came sort of off the toe end of the bat, and
well, it did. It was a bit uppish for a while, wasn't it? And
it sort of bounced.
Could have kept him.
It sort of bounced on the cut strip, and then so it wasn't timed very well. Not many have been timed, kind of those on the up drives in this innings, in this pitch.
This is the thing about this wicket. It doesn't look like it's been naturally the ball coming onto the bat, and this one is driven, looking to bisect cover and extra cover. Didn't the man at cover. David Warner again, looking like an angry budgerigar.
Jay Grover said
yellow and green outfit.
If I had wraparound shades, I could have a Duncan Fletcher thing going on. Look for the winter season. Well, what do you think?
Those aren't really wraparound shades, though, are they?
Well, I mean, it's the nearest I've got.
Yeah, I mean,
quite cool. You look like you should be a DJ.
I was going to say a roadie.
So I think
that's more my thing.
Kinder.
I mean, I've been compared to Darren Lehman in the past, so I'll take anything.
I can see that. Yeah. I could also see you as a wedding DJ.
I can see maybe F1
possibly
pit crew?
For a second wedding rather than the first one.
F1 pit crew just sort of sitting there.
Oh, thank you. I'll take that. I'll take that.
3 without loss then. Bairstow is off the mark now. In comes Stark, pushed wide again, and taken by Carey.
Are you talking exclamation marks deliberately on every ball?
No, I have not used a single exclamation mark in the last fortnight. No, absolutely not. I mean, verbally, possibly. Those just sort of come out naturally. I find it very hard to restrain them.
He's bowling!
Restrain them. I find it very hard to restrain them.
He's come through, and the wicketkeeper's taken it.
Anyway, Stark again. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Bairstow. Left-hander to left-hander, and Bairstow pushes it away to cover. They run a very smart single.
Bairstow's definitely right-handed.
In fact, they're also able, through to a complete cock-up in the field, are going to take a second one as well. They should have done. Let's have another look at what happened there. The throw was... it hit the stumps. So actually, doesn't that make it a dead ball?
No, but they didn't take the run because Roy
throw hit the stumps. The man was safely home. Obviously, the deflection then enabled them to...
No, it didn't.
No, they didn't. They would have been within their rights, do they?
They'd run so far past the stumps that they weren't able to turn and make the second run. Also,
which kind of tells you what the effort they had to put in just to be sure of making their mark, which they did well enough. Anyway, Jason Roy, he's yet to get off the mark. 6 balls he's faced, hasn't put a bat on too many of them. He pulls this though, pulls it through mid-wicket, gets a bit of an under edge. It's not going to go all the way. 3 Australians are converging upon it. It's a sliding Pat Cummins who is the one who gets there first, who turns and throws, and Jason Roy will be delighted to, inverted commas, exclamation mark, delighted to have got himself off the mark. Finally.
We've got a tweet from someone I don't know. It's Bush did 9/11. Listening to the England overs on cricket at work. Pure bliss. Never heard that listener before.
It was a very
Bush did 9/11.
No, well we are nonetheless delighted that you're enjoying the coverage. Mitchell Stark in again, left arm over, onto the back foot goes Johnny Bairstow, drops the bat on it. It's away to square leg, and there is no run. Without loss, England.
Whenever Nestler's ducks out, I get worried that the corpse in his bath has just woken up and it needs to be dealt with. Or maybe the phone.
The phone's, I don't know. Are both possible? One would hope just the phone, but
I've got the phone here, so who knows what goes on when I get up and go off.
There. We've talked about your name being Tracy, of course, and you are out there in space. So you would be John Tracy.
Dawn is Irish for John.
Ah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That was an attempted pull by Bairstow, lifted quite dramatically from Stark, and Carey to leap and grab that double-handed above his head. Suffice to say, Johnny Bester, who didn't really have the room to play that shot at all, and if he'd have top-edged, he would have been fortunate not to be out. Lackoe didn't seem to he seemed all cramped, didn't he? He just hadn't set himself for that shot at all.
There was no extension of the arms as you would hope with the pull shot. Stark is obviously very quick. He's also, I think that sometimes gets forgotten, he's 6'6", Mitchell Stark. He gets significant bounce and carry on even quite flat pitches. I suspect that at that pace it might have gone over the keeper's head, but still a good short ball.
In comes Stark again, met far more solidly again by Bairstow outside of the off stump, pushes it away to cover, no run. End of that over, and Nestlers, who and what have you got?
Muttley, well, welcome back to the chase, peeps. What has our Gorilla Gurus predicted? I'm going with an Australian win, but with a caveat that this team with Owen Morgan do find a way to win matches, don't they?
They do when they're chasing. I can tell you WinViz has Australia at 55, England at 44, and as ever, the tie at the obligatory 1%, at least for now.
Joe Grover says, when the screen reflects off Nestle's glasses, it looks like the Star Child denouement of 2001. Oh, I know it.
The last half an hour of the film that makes absolutely no sense.
Ruined it for me. Brian Barish, I've managed to discover a web-based test simulator that allows one to manage teams from the beginning of Test cricket in 1877 to 2009. The last time
comes Hazelwood outside of the off stump, and Roy was looking to lean back and drive that off the back foot, that it was past him, and there was again no run.
And he's currently pitting 1877 England versus 2009 England, and the latter has been made to follow on.
Who I'd be most interested to know, 1877.
Yeah,
uncovered.
As in that would be the very first Ashes Test, would it?
Yes, that's what
I'd be. Very first Test, full stop.
Oh, well, I'd be extremely keen to see the scorecard when he's finished that, as this one is cut straight to point by Jason Roy. No run still. He's looking frustrated. He has the general demeanour and facial expression of a man who's feeling that this is slightly tougher going than he wanted it to be, and feels he should be doing rather better. It ain't easy out there.
You've made Joe Grover spit his tea out, Tony.
Oh, what have I done now?
Chekhovian burn, no exclamation marks, I could tell.
Righto. Hazelwood, none for two for him. He's bowling the third ball of his second over. Down the track and cuts Jason Roy in half. I'm not quite sure what Jason Roy's looking so perplexed about. He was looking to rush Hazelwood, I think. And it just went through him between bat and pad. We'll have another look. Yeah, 2 or 3 skips down. And if he'd have stayed where he was, he might have had a decent chance of tickling it round the corner. But as it was, he just gave himself no room to do it. Perhaps Hazelwood saw him coming and just dropped it just that tad shorter knuckle. What do you think?
I don't think he had that much time to react. I think it did come in off the seam, though.
Hazelwood in again. And this one is met by Roy. Perfect delivery. On a length, on off stump. And Roy able to do nothing but defend it, albeit confidently enough.
And Jay also says he's never going to be able to say anything nice about Tony without it sounding sarcastic.
No, not at all, not at all. I genuinely, I've said it, I absolutely mean this with utter sincerity. He's actually done me a favour with the exclamation marks, because it now forces me to think whether they really need to be used or not. Which is a very good discipline.
Too many commas I use.
Driven
what a
back
catch!
And straight as to a one-handed catch. He hadn't looked comfortable had Jason Roy, but I don't think he would have expected to go to such a reaction catch as that. Down low to his right, bunted back by Roy, taken by Hazelwood. England have lost their first wicket, and rather as we feared, and out of sorts, Jason Roy has to go.
Good catch.
It was a fantastic catch. He never looked comfortable, did he?
No, he didn't, although he timed that really nicely. That's just a fantastic catch from Josh Hazelwood, plunging low to his right, going against his follow-through. He's a big man as well, Josh Hazelwood, getting down from whatever 6'5" or or whatever he is. I think if you're Jason Roy, you can count yourself a little bit unlucky to get out like that.
Well, you can count yourself unlucky, but you can also say if he'd have just waited that split second more for the ball, it would have been played down into the ground and not given Hazelwood the opportunity. That said, it was a fabulous reaction grab by Hazelwood. Phenomenal reactions on his part.
Yeah, most of the time.
But it's a wicket gone for England.
Yeah, most of the time that'll screen past the bowler for four.
Yep.
But yeah, superb work by Hazelwood. And Jason Roy's run of low scores continues. Obviously, he's a fantastic white ball player, and I'm sure we'll have a run of good scores in not too short a period of time. But England at number 3. This man is back in ODI in limited overs cricket for the first time since barest of margins day.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Yeah, we're just watching that replay. I'll come on to it in a moment as Hazelwood is in, and this one swings away past the outside edge of Root's very tentative prod. Welcome to the crease, Joe. Terrific delivery by Hazelwood. End of a very successful over for him. He's got rid of Jason Roy, and England are 7 for 1. I'm not hearing anything in my headphones.
River Rushy says, not Bairstow, I'm surprised.
That's better, maybe I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good, alright.
I just wasn't saying anything.
just to see how long I'd rumble along, just being sure. We are looking at a man who seems to be playing a didgeridoo on the tram station next to the Old Trafford, but we're now back with the live action. This one is which is Mitchell Starc bowling to Bairstow, pushes away into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, not all.
Maybe this is part of the COVID restrictions, because when Pakistan played here, there was a band playing on that station on the tram stop. And now we have Australia. We have a bit of didgeridoo playing.
Yeah, there was a couple of Pakistani drummers. I'm not wholly sure about the a white man playing a didgeridoo, which is very much an indigenous instrument. Seems a little bit.
Well, it's funny how your mind goes that way. My mind,
I just went to Rolf Harris.
Well, I'll tell you what I was thinking.
You know what it is?
I'll tell you what I was thinking after this ball. As Stark's in, left arm over, and a swing and a miss by Bairstow. Beats the outside edge through to Carey. My thought, rather bizarrely, was it's a real shame Mexico don't play cricket, because the idea of a mariachi band playing away on the tram stop at Old Trafford just tickled me.
Mexico definitely do play cricket, but the chances of them playing England anytime soon are pretty remote.
In the foreseeable future is most countries, I am sure you could prove and knuckle do play some form of cricket, but the chances of Mexico playing at Old Trafford in the near future are slim. Well, certainly from a cricketing perspective, maybe not from a footballing one. Stark in, cut. There was the width that Roy was craving, but it was Bairstow that got it, and he tucks in, and it's away to the cover boundary for one of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah, first poor ball that Australia have bowled, really, or at least the one that wasn't a wide. It's too short on this pitch, really, and particularly with nobody back on the offside. Beautiful shot by Bairstow.
Bairstow's face and his kind of manner, he just seems perpetually sort of like he's worried.
He seems anxious and he seems angry, and everything's a bit tense. Might explain that horrible drop the other night.
Big job to do here. And this one he waits for and guides, but guides straight to point, where Maxwell dives to his right to make a fairly spectacular stop. So England stay on 11, just the one boundary so far, that one from Bairstow. It's been good, tight, aggressive opening bowling from both Stark and Hazelwood. England opened up with Wokes, didn't they? And then Archer from recollection, and then they fairly quickly put Archer and Wood in tandem. Australia have really opened up with their gun attack, and that one short, and Bairstow has to duck and sway, and it's on the up to Carey. So this may be a slow wicket, but that was nearly 90 miles an hour worth of a particularly ugly delivery as far as a batsman's concerned, a particularly good one as far as a bowler's concerned. We're having another little look. 0.505 seconds. That catch by Hazelwood. The instinctive grab. Fine effort from him. 11 for 1. 295 the target. And England making comparatively heavy weather of setting off on that target. That one's to backward square leg, and there's no run. End of that Stark over. None for 9 for him. 11 for 1 England. Nestlers.
I won't leave you hanging this time. Joe Grover says, it is something I get paid to do, Tony. I wasn't a bean a Tuesday. In fact, I reckon you owe me a pint consulting fee, or half a pint, or a packet of crisps.
Fuck, which one? I don't mind. I could probably go all three at some point next time I'm in Sheffield, which I might be during the course of this football season, because my lads. Go on.
Tom M says, did I just tune into a test match? 7-1 odd 4.2. Jane Grover says, my mind goes didgeridoos are fucking annoying. I'll culture approach.
Hazelwood is in and left outside of off stump by the new man at the crease, Joe Root. Two balls face, 3 balls face, 2 balls face for him, and no runs as yet. Sorry, Nestlers, carry on.
Yeah, Jay says, my mind goes didgeridoos are fucking annoying. I'll culture appropriate up the arsehole of anyone who plays one near me, regardless of race, creed or colour. He doesn't like them.
I think that we can safely say that. I think they've got a certain charm. Put it this way, if I had to stand next to a man playing the bagpipes or a man playing the didgeridoo, it'd be the didgeridoo every day of the week.
Oh, I like the bagpipes.
Not what they are, you see. Everyone is different, thank God. This one, it beats Root again. It swung and moved a little off the surface. Root with that cheeky, impish grin, which actually turns into a bit of a chuckle. He knows he was absolutely done like a kipper with that one.
But then I am a Celt.
Fantastic delivery. Well, that could explain that.
Just a little bit of
Personally, it's a type of torture having to listen to the bagpipes for me. I'm sorry if you're Scottish. I don't wish to offend anybody, but
or Irish.
They're outrageous.
Do you know a rock song that has a bagpipe solo?
I'm sure there must be one. As I say, Hazelwood's in, and this one is flicked straight down to Cummings at mid-on. And again, it was a little uppish. This time, Hazelwood couldn't perform the miracle. The Roy miracle didn't work for Johnny B. No run. Cummings was there.
There is an obvious one.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's the
Mull of
obvious
Kintyre?
one.
Mull of Kintyre. Yeah, Mull of
Kintyre.
No, I'm thinking something.
Lord.
Rockier, something Australian.
If you'd like to donate money to the show to stop Nestlers singing, then
Mull of
by
Kintyre.
all means, go to our website. This one is again, it beats Root. Hazelwood's giving poor Joe Root a right going over here, as and Root is probably lucky still to be there. He stepped back. He was looking to drive off his tiptoes, really, and was beaten all ends up past his outside edge.
Hazelwood's
excellent.
Hazelwood's line and length has been absolutely immaculate in this spell, and he's just getting the ball to move a little bit either way, hence all those play and misses that we're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's in again. Root a little bit squared up, but gets most of the face on it, and it's a way to cover. There's no run.
The match between England 2009 and 1877 is over, and 1877 England has defeated 2009 England by an innings and 66 runs.
Was it an uncovered pitch in 1877 style? By the way, we retweeted the link for that test simulator because it does sound interesting. I have some Steve Smith news at the end of the over.
At the end of the over. So we're actually looking at Mr. Langer. That one is full, and Root again just plays us away to the offside. No run, 84 miles an hour, 11 for 1 England. End of another excellent Josh Hazelwood over. Knuckle, you were going to tell us something.
Yes, so Stephen Smith obviously is not playing in this game because he was hit on the head during a throwdown session yesterday. He passed the concussion test that was done today, but he will have to, yesterday rather, he will have to pass another concussion test in order to be in contention for the second one-day international on Sunday.
Well, I'm sure Australia would be rather with him than without him. That said, they're doing all right at the moment. If you're listening in from Australia, it's getting late for you. Although we did have a number of people kindly letting us know they were listening from Australia. I hope you still are. And if you are, your boys are doing all right now. They've got England 1 wicket down for just 11, and they have a change of bowling. It's going to be the vice captain, Pat Cummins, who hopefully has been back trouble free for a while. And onto the back foot goes Bairstow, punches this away into the offside, and they do take a single. Move on to 12, 84 miles an hour, the opener there from Cummins.
Yes, indeed. Pat Cummins seems pretty much indestructible these days. He plays almost every game for Australia. Here he is.
When Bancroft scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What'd you do, Cummins, when they were tampering? Yeah, you knew, Cummins.
Cummins is over the wicket to Root, who steps back and guides this to Gully. And Maxwell does the fielding. There is again no run. If somebody didn't someone tweet saying they thought they'd tuned into a test match?
Well,
I can see their point.
Well,
it's not been easy to get runs.
Indeed, England haven't yet played a shot that's been classed as attacking.
Well, what was the bite of the boundary? That's not true, because there was that. That was a fairly aggressive. Cuts by Roy. And certainly the one that Bairstow got away to was a legitimate drive. This one's not a legitimate shot of any kind. One hand off the bat handle and away into the onside.
Sorry, that was off Hazelwood. They haven't been able to play an attacking stroke off Hazelwood yet.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. I thought you meant generally.
No. But
off Hazelwood, no, I'm with you. He's bowled quite superbly.
But even so, England only attempting 2 attacking shots in the first 6.2 overs of a one-day innings for this modern England speaks to how well Australia have bowled.
Yep. Aaron Finch, the skipper, is next to Alex Carey behind the stumps there. Cummins is slightly short, pulled backward a square. There's a man down at long leg. It is Josh Hazelwood, and they will only get just the single. So 12 without one. Have I missed something? They must have taken a single for that.
I don't think they.
Well, I'm afraid if you pull down to a fielder at long leg and you don't take a run, something's amiss.
Maybe the camera operator. Hang on, Bairstow's definitely on strike, so they must have taken one.
I think our friends at Sky are just playing with our heads. It wouldn't be the first time. And that one is in to Bairstow, although our junior trainee Sky operator, caption operator, hasn't quite caught up with it yet.
Something's gone wrong with their score. But this is. I wonder if Stark bowled 3 good overs, bowled 3 for 9, got some movement, but they've gone to Cummins and Hazelwood. I wonder if they've basically decided we need to bowl like we would in a test match, just aim everything at the top of off. And so gone for Cummins and Hazelwood.
It's working for them. Cummins has a busy run in, does Patrick Cummins, and the bat is dropped on this by Bairstow, but it's away to the offside. Again, there's no run.
So
tight, aggressive bowling is doing the trick for Australia and frustrating England.
Well, I've got a lot of tweets about bagpipes. Jay Grover says they're mint. Brian Barish, when I played Aussie rules for the Philly Hawks, our coach had a friend, an American, who said he could massage our muscles by blowing a didgeridoo near our bodies. He was weird. And Mark says in a big country, by big country, for a bagpipe style solo.
Very good.
People with bagpipes need to have a cordon sanitaire put around them, says Pirate Badshaw. And a couple of people are pointing out that, of course, AC/DC's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, has a bagpipe solo.
Does it, by Jove? That one swung away and has taken the edge, and Hazelwood had his second wicket, and it's Joe Root who has to go. Again, an absolutely corking delivery from Hazelwood. Little movement off the pitch, a little movement in the air. Root prods, Root edges, Root's gone.
Yeah, not a happy return to one-day international cricket for Joseph Edward Root. He recognised that the ball was moving away from him and tried to open the face, almost to try and run it past the slip cord and trying to play with the swing, but it was just too good really from Hazelwood, and the almost off the face of the bat going through to Alex Carey. This is a fabulous start by Australia.
Well, it's been fast, it's been accurate, it's been aggressive. Everything they could possibly have wanted is going their way at the moment. I mean, England also started well, don't forget. But we'll have a look at our friend Winviz in a minute, who I'm sure will have lurched dramatically in the general Australian direction. In fact, I'll have a look for you now just to see what it's.
While you're doing that, I can say Joe Root 1 off 11, which is very unusual for someone as free scoring as Joe Root normally is.
Yeah, well, the thing we always say about Joe Root, isn't it, is you go away and make a cup of tea and suddenly he's got 40 and you don't quite know how he got there. Winviz, I will quickly tell you before we announce the new batsman, has Australia at 66, England at 34, and they've given up on the tie completely. The new man, of course, is the England captain, and he has a job to do. Of edges, wasn't it, that one from Root, but obviously it was enough. Hazelwood in again, and the left-handed Morgan is forward, and it's into the offside. There's no run. 13 for 2, 7.2 overs. So England are plodding along at around about 2 and over, under 2 and over.
Yes, I don't know if this is perhaps over-cautious or it's just been really good bowling.
I think on this occasion, well, I think it's a couple of things. Roy might have been a tad rusty, but I don't think. I just think the bowling has been terrific, particularly with this man who's in now, Hazelwood, and swings in to the left-handed Morgan. He is off and running though, the shot away into the offside, and he knows that if you can't get them in fours and if the bowling's tight, at least look to work the field and get the ones and twos, so you don't fully stagnate. Had that direct throw hit, mind you, Johnny Bairstow, the throw was from Warner, it was pretty wild. Had it connected, England would have been 3 down. So it shows how desperate they are to get that scoreboard clicking over. Indeed, it does click, being electronic these days. 2 slips are ready there. Oh, what a delivery that was! Kept fairly low, and Bairstow had to drop the bat on it, right on middle and off. Superb ball again by Hazelwood. He has the mojo with him. 2 for 3. He's bowled 3.4 overs, and he seems to be in inspired form today, much to the discomfiture of the England batsmen. 14 for 2 they are. We're in the 8th over. In fact, we're getting close to the end of the 8th over. Hazelwood in again, left by Bairstow. He'll be relieved that didn't nip back in. Hazelwood's got a bit of a wry grin on his face to me, but why wouldn't he? He's thoroughly enjoying himself. This is a quite superb spell of aggressive, accurate, limited over white ball bowling. 295 looks a big old target to me right now.
Yeah, I mean the run rate is not out of hand by any means. It's 6.66 and over. England just have to survive this period, really.
In comes Hazelwood, squarely defended by Johnny Bairstow. Back to the bowler, 83 miles an hour from Hazelwood. It's the end of that over, and we will call Nestle in from space.
Steve Kellett is with us. He says his wife just looked up to see us lot on the TV and said, "Are they still playing?" They all blur into one to the outside observer. And he also says England are buggered here, aren't they? Craig Morgan is still going strong in Melbourne at around 3 a.m. Certainly doing very well at the moment.
I could see the incentive why he would be right now.
Yeah, he's happy. Peter Watson says there's an Australian song, apart from AC/DC, another one called "You're the Voice" by John Farnham.
That is precisely the one I was thinking of.
Yes, I know the song, but I don't remember the bagpipes in it. But if you say they are, they are. The left-handed Morgan stands ready to face Patrick Cummins, and a bit inside edgily away to mid-on. I'm not entirely sure that's where he meant it to go, but it's where it has gone. And again, there is no run.
Well, Owen Morgan and England will get the opportunity to practice chasing decent totals on slow pitches that they wanted, it seems.
Well, yes, I mean, and Morgan was celebrating and happy about that fact. But he's also learning it ain't easy, and it's not necessarily the natural game of our two openers, one of whom, though, to his credit, is still there. And forward comes Morgan. This way, at time it's pushed away into the offside to cover. No run.
No. Dave Grover says, Tony, I live next to the station, so if you want to pint in a soft pub with a man who only wears culturally appropriated Kurta pyjamas, whatever they are, I'll happily welcome you.
Right, well, next time, if for any reason I head for football reasons or any other to Sheffield, I'll be letting you know, Jay. More likely to be football, I think, this season. It's my friend whose son is at university in Sheffield, so when everything hopefully gets back to some normality, then Northern games, that might be our base. This one is away, left outside of off stump, into the gloves of Carey, left alone again, quite watchfully by England's captain. Who would love, I am sure, to have been coming in with 150 on the board as it was. There's only 14 and he has one of them. So when did he must have come in? What was the score when he came in, Knuckle?
When Owen Morgan came in?
Yeah.
England's second wicket went down at 13.
Yeah, 13, which gives you a sense of just how laboured and how difficult progress has been for England. Cummings in, driven sweetly through mid-off, and that will go all the way for one of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Much needed. Good shot from Owen Morgan. Weight properly transferred through the ball. Good decisive footwork, showing that he at least is in form.
Yeah, no, it was a very unflamboyant shot, wasn't it? Everything just moving in the right place at the right time to let the ball do the work, and away it went. This one, he waits and late cuts down to third man. They will just take a single. 19 for 2. That boundary was very welcome indeed for England. We're approaching the end of the 9th over. Likely to be a change, I'm sure, in the commentary team. I can't remember who's doing what. I think I'm staying on to do something other than talking.
You are summarising.
So
you are summarising. Andy Ward is social mediaing, and Hendo is ball by balling.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Hendo, who we were going to make an Easter Island statue of last time I was on with him, which was seems a long time ago at the beginning of the day. Seems a long time ago for England, I'm sure. As Cummings prepares to be into Johnny Bairstow, full, and again late cut by Bairstow, goes down to third man. Another single, so he moves on to 8. Morgan is on 6. It's the end of that over from Pat Cummings. 20 for 2 England. Nestlers.
Yes, England slipped deeper into the treacle, say Armchair Cricket Podcast. Route dismissed, an excellent delivery by Hazelwood. This pair of Bairstow and Morgan will be the key to take England deep.
And do we have any friends on Hot Mic or Crick Tracker who are letting us know what's they're thinking about?
Crick Tracker Thotta Siva says England win this match. Samantha Hay is with us.
Interesting and bold. Hazelwood in again, flicked, but flicked of a bit of a toe end to mid wicket. There was a half LBW shout there as he played that across his pads, but no real excitement. And again, it just proves that these runs are not easy to come by. The very tall Josh Hazelwood is walking back to his mark with the not so tall David Warner. A bit of a little enlarged show there as Hazelwood turns. That grand old pavilion behind him. And full and inside edgily backward of square. They will take one. Adam Zampa comes rocketing in from his long leg station, and I think they were able to get 2. Easy to spot Zampa with a cap on, because his hair just explodes out the back of it. So you can kind of always tell when it's him. 22 for 2. If I was a bowler, I'd do that in the voice of the great Richie. Hazelwood in again. Lord, Bairstow leaves. Hazelwood puts his hands to his face. I hope he's sanitised them. And Bairstow just looks back because, well, that was the absolute definition of the coat of paint above his off stump.
I think it was
as we were saying, there's two types of leaves, good ones and bad ones, and that was a good one.
Good ones and ones that flatten off stump,
which would be bad. 22 for 2. Hazelwood again. He's got 3 balls left of his 5th over. Drops this short, and Bairstow looks to pull but ends up wearing it on the chest, and again it just didn't come onto him the way he wanted. He seemed tucked up for space. Played it with his body, not his bat, and it's another dot ball. Well, he did actually, to be fair, he got a slight bottom edge onto his elbow, but once more he just didn't seem to time that. He was all tucked up for space and had not really much appreciation of where the ball was actually going at the end of it, which all is suggestive of a bowler who feels he's very much on top in the confrontation. And here he is in again, and that one was kept a little bit lower and fuller, and Bairstow manoeuvres it away into the onside. 1 ball left of the over. I can see Hendo preparing himself, psyching himself up, limbering up, adjusting his hair, just so that not a strand is out of place. He does look, actually, you're right, he does look a bit like Zeus, or actually looks not unlike pictures of God that you sometimes see, a sort of a man with a very large beard floating.
If Hendo actually turned out he was God.
Well, what a scary, can you imagine?
Like Phil.
This one, well, that looks to me going down leg. Hazelwood's had a big shot. No, it's not, it's been given. Johnny Bairstow is looking back to his partner and captain, and is reviewed immediately. Hazelwood was up like a shot. Wicketkeeper and slips were up like a shot. I, for once in my life, wasn't so sure and felt it was going down leg. What do you think, Knuckle?
The umpire and the bowlers look pretty confident, but the speed of the review, maybe just clipping.
Hits him on the knee roll.
Quite a long way forward-ish. Well, he's batting slightly outside of his crease. He's not got a huge stride in. It's hit him on the inside of leg stump. I think this might just be clipping leg stump.
Well, in which case, probably umpire's call.
Ooh, missing.
It's missing. I will chalk one up to my infallible eye when it comes to LBWs. Johnny Bairstow has survived. Bear, are you listening? I got that one right. And on that, well, when it's not the end of the over, I'm not going to hand over yet, am I? That would have been the perfect cue for me to go on that triumphal note, and then it all falls a bit flat when I go, oh dearies. No, it is on that triumphal note. I can hand it to Hendo, and I will move into another chair.
Yeah, I hope you all heard me say
in a bit
as well. I said that wasn't.
I gave it not out, although when I saw the replay I thought perhaps it was just about clipping, so just a little bit fortunate perhaps there, Johnny. I thought it would be a struggle for England. I did say it in my the final 10 overs of the Australia innings that this was not going to be any sort of cakewalk for England, even based on their reputation, but I didn't think it was going to be quite this difficult. 22 for 2 from 10 overs. The 10 overs of the power play. I was asking Knuckles to do a little bit of stats work. I'll come back to that as Cummings starts his 3rd over into Morgan, who pulls and pulls well. That is going to bring him 4 runs to deep backward square leg. Really got hold of that, and an important boundary for the England captain.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
A couple of good blows from Morgan in the last over or two, but looking at one point, England were 14 for 2, and 7-8 overs had gone by, and I started to wonder to myself, what is England's worst opening power play? We have finally got to the bottom of it, and I'll tell you about it in a moment. In comes Cummins again to the left-handed Morgan. Morgan chops this away. Lovely bit of timing down to third man. Josh Hazelwood comes round to do the fielding. First of all, Knuckle got back to me and said, I can tell you that the worst ever power play is 11 for 3 by India against Sri Lanka in Dharamsala in December 2017. 11 for 3. A team like India as well. It's extraordinary. I'll have to go look at the details for that. England.
Bit of a Turner, probably.
Sorry?
Bit of a Turner in terms of a wicket, probably.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Some slow bowlers involved. England's is 18 for 5 against Australia on the last tour. Oh, now Bairstow has played at this one outside off stump, and he's beaten neck and crop by that one. Goes through the keeper, and there is no run.
England won with the Butler 100?
Do you know, I say all these games they merge into one for me.
No, that was the year before, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, on that tour, didn't Jason Roy get 180 in one of those games? I'm pretty sure that he got that highest score for England. Was it at Melbourne? But this was Adelaide. I don't remember anything about that game. Perhaps someone can furnish us with more details.
It was 2018.
Cummins in again, bowls, and Bairstow trying to play this into the onside. Gets a leading edge. The ball fires out towards Maxwell, a very dangerous fielder at backward point. Not worrying in the sense of it being a catch. It went straight to ground. But he's a brilliant fielder in that position, is Maxwell. In fact, a brilliant fielder in pretty much any position, but that one in particular. Morgan has gone past Bairstow, 11 off 9. Bairstow 10 off 32. It's another scratchy knock from Johnny, but he's still there, and that's important, really. It's about not letting wickets go down, I think. He's in again, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow staying leg side of this, just pushes it into the offside, and once more Maxwell is in rapidly to prevent thoughts of a single. So any more details you can get about those particular games would be greatly welcomed. I've got some more info. The India wickets all fell to seamers. 1 to Angelou Matthews, 2 to Lackmal. Lackmal ended up with 4 for 13. There you go. Who was opening? I presume Rohit Sharma opening for India in that particular case. Shikhar Dhawan. Cummins again to complete his third over. He's racing in with real purpose. Bowls it short. Well played by Johnny Bairstow. He pulled that straight down into the ground, out towards Stoinis at deep square, and he'll come through for a single. He's gone to 11. And after 11 overs, England are 28 for 2.
Well, the idea of
sorry, Andy, go on.
The idea of Hendo being God has tickled Twitter a little bit, as you might expect.
I am. Listen, do you not think the world would be a better place if I was God? I wouldn't have allowed what's happening in this world at the moment.
Jeff says if Hendo were God, there would be even more rants in the Bible. I would say Hendo is probably about as forgiving as Old Testament God. Jay says Hendo's views on tithing might be pretty brutal. He also says, are they going to bowl? Hang on, no, he also says, if there are any classicists in the room, well, I've got O-level Latin. Has Hendo ever fucked a swan? Well, that was what Jove did. The Greeks had a very different idea of their gods. They would come down and pretend to be animals and have congress with young women.
Oh well. Hazelwood starts a new over, away from talking about congress with young women, as defended by Bairstow back to the bowler, and there is no run. Listen, guys, if I was God, the world would be a far happier place than it is, to be honest. Well, yeah, mainly for me. I agree, mainly for me. But when things are going well for yourself, or going well for you, it tends to make you more benevolent to other people, doesn't it?
Yeah, works for Putin.
Well, yes, indeed. I don't think he enjoys life, and that's the one thing I take from the fact of all these people.
I think Trump is having a miserable time.
I hope so. Driven slightly airily and almost one-handed by Bairstow up to mid-off. David Warner does the fielding. I'm hoping, beyond hope, that the most miserable men in the world at the moment are Donald Trump, Vladimir, Boris Johnson, Ian Duncan Smith, who I will always hate, with Michael Gove, Jacob Rees-Mogg. Have I missed anyone out?
Well, some of them. You
Dominic Cummings. Dominic Cummings, he's another one, isn't he? Any of those?
I'm sure Johnson is miserable. He loves the idea of being Prime Minister. He just actually doesn't want to do it. I'm not sure people like Rees-Mogg actually have to do very much.
No, I don't think they do. This is defended into the covers by Bairstow, and there is no run. England 28 for 2. If you're just joining us on Guerrilla Cricket, did we have any entries to the GPL today in the end? I know Ombre Nuevo got us off to a good start, but I don't know whether many other people joined in. Hopefully they did. I like the idea that people would go for high office and do it for purely egotistical reasons, then don't enjoy it when they get there. Let's hope so. In comes Hazelwood. He's bowled brilliantly already today. Bowls a short one, which Bairstow tries to pull. He's probably a bit early on it. Wraps him on the shoulder. Runs out into the offside. There is no.
This is what I was about to say about Bairstow. He seems to, on many occasions, miss time and get very cramped looking to pull. He also swings. He seems out of control when he swings, which is precisely
his head's spinning round to square leg when you should be looking at the bowler and looking at the ball all the way through.
Well, it cost him that crazy wicket, didn't it, in the T20s when he tipped his own bails off, and it's lack of control.
I'll come back to that. Hazelwood bowls, comes back into him. Has he got an inside edge on that? Hazelwood's asking the question. So is Alex Carey. Aaron Finch is going to have to make a decision on whether there's going to be a review, and I think they're going to decide not to. But it was a hell of a delivery, cut right back between bat and pad, cut him in half almost. But it was hope more than expectation that they went up in the appeal for. I think the difficult thing for Bairstow, I think he's in a little bit of a scratchy run of form right now, as we saw on Tuesday, was it, in the T20. And I think that a hit wicket was just a freak occurrence. That's my view on it. Hazelwood in to complete the over, driven by Bairstow, but straight up to mid-off. There is no run. 28 for 2 off 12. Normally, Bairstow is a very good puller. He's a very good driver. I just think that it's the slowness of this pitch. He's trying to get through the shot a little bit more quickly than
I think
he needs
to. It's exposing poor technique. On a quick pitch, he can move. He knows where the ball's going to be, and he can go through the shot. But when you take your eye off the ball and your head's spinning round on this, and then the ball's not quite there, then you miss it. Jay's making comments about Zeus's trickle-down economics. Muttley suggests that Hendo should be compared to the honey monster rather than God. And I think I agree with Jeff. He said, one flood didn't wipe out humanity. God was contrite and promised never again. Hendo would have told Noah there was more where that came from.
You've all got it terribly wrong about me, you people.
I can see you as sort of Thor, the thunder god.
Yes, I'm feeling very Thor at the moment, so it must be something to do with the rash. Anyway, Cummins, 3 overs, none for 14, is into not Bairstow, Morgan, who takes a little step down on the wicket, then plays it out into the covers. It's a terrible piece of fielding at extra cover, and they're going to get 3 where they probably shouldn't have even got 1. So putting the pressure on the fielder there, Owen Morgan, and doing it pretty successfully, I would say. England moved to 31 for 2. No one's looked happy apart from Morgan so far in this England lineup. Root struggled. Roy has barely played any cricket and has had injury. Was out to a very good catch, but didn't look convincing. Morgan's come in and looked pretty good. He's gone to 14 off 10. Bairstow, a man that we expect to go off like a firecracker at the top, 11 from 40 deliveries.
In a damp squib.
Indeed. Cummins in again to Johnny Bairstow, full driven, beautiful shot, which brings him no runs because Stark was very alert at mid-on and moved quickly before putting in the dive, picked it up cleanly. Very good piece of fielding for a very tall man.
Don't return to him if his shot doesn't go off there, because it and not many have.
Exactly. No, exactly. You don't want to go. You should never go back to a Johnny Bairstow that hasn't gone off. It can be very dangerous indeed. He's on 11 still from 41. He's waiting for Cummins. He'll feel aggrieved that shot did not bring him more runs, or any runs even. Cummins in, shorter, tries to pull, loops up off the pad or off the thigh. They're going to hurry through for a leg bye. So nothing more to Bairstow's score, but a single more to England's score, 32 for 2. There's a real intensity about the Australian bowling, isn't there? I mean, it helps when you get early wickets. It fires you up, but they really have bowled exceptionally well. Well, we could have come in with some tweets there, but we didn't. Never mind. 32 for 2. Morgan with his bat aloft waits for Cummins. Short ball. Was already on the way down. He went down further to get underneath that one, and through it went to Carey. More power play news. This is England's lowest total off the first 10 overs at home since they made 21 for 3 against Pakistan at Lords in September 2006. So there you go.
Wow.
It's pretty unusual, isn't it? That England get stuck or get pinned down in this way at the top of a...
I don't know if you could hear me, but I'm having...
Yes, you are. You've disappeared a wee bit there.
Andy is having trouble with his
Okay.
technology. Short again.
Got a ball.
Morgan was going down and then swayed out of the way of it as well. So 2 short balls in succession, which are signalled by umpire Milnes. That's your 2 for the over, but nothing more than that. Otherwise, there will be penalties incurred. But this is exceptional one-day cricket, really.
It is.
It's not typical, but it's gripping. 2 men back on the boundary, a long leg and a deep backward square on the leg side. Cummins racing in again. Final ball of his 4th over. Down the wicket comes Morgan. Tries to lift that over the top of mid-off and does it. Plugs though. Only halfway back to the boundary. Warner chases after it. Well, they've got 2 runs, and it was a chancy shot from Morgan, but he's got away with it. It's the end of the 13th over. England 34 for 2. Perhaps Tony should take over on the tweets. We've lost...
Yeah, I was just about to check where Andy stood. Genro says, nothing would change with Hendo as God for thoroughly normal, can't be asked reasons, but we'd honour him by eating cake. Why is no one wishing misery on Henry Kissinger? He deserves all of it. Okay.
Yeah, Henry Kissinger. Yeah, I mean, but the very fact that I would be ordering cake for everyone is a great thing for the world, is it not? I mean, that's pretty benevolent.
I'd say that's...
Someone who likes cake, to give it all away...
Better than a plague or a virus, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Hazelwood starts again, chopped by Johnny Bairstow, and despite the attempts this time at backward point of Glenn Maxwell, that one has got free of him, and it's gone away to deep backward point for 4 runs.
I can't quite see Boris lecturing people on the R rate associated with Victoria Sponge somehow. I think it would definitely be an improvement in life generally.
The R rate for me is how fast I can eat Victoria Sponge. Hazelwood bowls again, a straighter one. He's looking for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry, but he spotted that middle start was just hanging back a little bit, and he gets through very well for that one. Maybe this is what Bairstow needs to get him going. He's now on to 17 from 44 deliveries. England 39 for 2.
Bit of a cry for help, I think, from Tom M, who says, someone convince me, England will take the Aussie spinners to the cleaners or I'm going to bed. It's 3:15 in Sydney. Yeah, it would be. I wish we could. I suspect they'll try, if that's any consolation, and we might keep you with us a bit longer.
Yes, do stay if you possibly can. Don't leave us alone to endure this. Especially as England were 62-82 behind on the ODI overall figures against Australia. Slip in for Hazelwood for Morgan, the left-hander. He's in, he's down the wicket again, and he's gone right over the top of extra cover again. How much has he got on that? He's got an enormous amount on that. You didn't really feel as if he'd hit it that well. If he had hit that well, it would have been on its way, I guess, to Liverpool. As it is, it's just 6 runs.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Slow start? What slow start?
Great stuff from Morgan, who is taking this game by the scruff of the neck and trying to hit back against some very good and very tight bowling from Australia. 5 for 2. Morgan on to 22. Hazelwood will wonder what happened there. He's in again. Bowls it shorter. He tries to pull, hits him on the raised front knee and loops behind towards slip. And there is no run. 45 for 2. We're talking about Australia spinners. Adam Zampa, of course, who bowled in the T20s. I thought he didn't bowl too badly, but there seemed to be a lot of criticism on Sky.
He didn't take many wickets, did he?
No. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty tricky.
He got hit around in his final over in the second ODI against Butler. T20 rather.
Well, 2 for 34, 1 for 42, and none for 47.
This is jabbed off the hip by Morgan. Marcus Stoinis coming in, I think it is, or maybe Labuschagne, I think, from deep square leg, and they take 1. I was just trying to think of the other spin options.
Maxwell.
It'd be great if
Maxwell.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it'd be great if they had Nathan Lyon, but Nathan Lyon doesn't play a lot of one-day cricket, does he? I think that's a mistake from Australia, to be honest.
Well,
if he doesn't play a lot of one-day cricket, why is he in the squad that's here in bubble bound? It seems strange to bring a man of his calibre and to keep him bubble wrapped, as it were.
Here is Hazelwood again to Bairstow, and Bairstow goes back, works this into the onside, past the man at mid-wicket. They should get back for a second, as it's left to Stoinis to come off the fence at square leg. And that's 2 more for Bairstow. It's just signs that Bairstow is beginning to get going. England at the end of that over are 48 for 2.
Jay Grover says, this is why creative firebrands like Tony get fettered, soulless sub-editors like Hendo and Andy who work for the man. Seems rather harsh. Jeff Perkins says, will England end up regretting that Bairstow successful review?
No!
No, not yet. Leah, the Hanoverian Hun, says, I, on the other hand, applaud Bairstow's efforts to be dropped from the LOL team after proving he's not test material. LOI team?
Limited Overs Internationals.
National team.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, the talk is that he's losing his test central contract, isn't
Yes,
it?
I believe he is. At the cost of about 60 grand a year, was it? Or 160 grand? It was some massive cost, I noticed.
Yes, quite a lot. Anyway, we are going to get a bit of spin. It is going to be Adam Zampa for the first time, and this is his jingle.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear above all others. They fear Adam Zampa.
Now, if I really was truly God, that is the kind of voice I would like to have. If anyone can arrange for that, that would be most helpful in my attempts to take over the world. Anyway, let's have a look at this field. He's got a slip, a backward point, pretty much on the 45, deep backward point, extra cover, and as usually happens at this point, the camera immediately closes in on individuals.
There's also a mid-off, a sort of squarish mid-wicket up in the circle, then 3 men back on the leg side.
3 men back on the leg, so there we go. Bowling to the left-handed Morgan. He'll be hitting with the spin if he aims shots out that way. Down the leg side, well taken by Carey, but almost certainly a wide. Yes, it is signalled as such. So England move on to 49 for 2. This is shaping up into a very interesting game.
Yes, possibly England. I'm still not quite sure how to read England's power play.
In comes Zampa. Down the wicket comes Morgan. Did he see him coming? He put it in very flat indeed, and it went off the thigh of Morgan down towards long leg, and they have come through for an extra. He started to advance, big advance down the wicket, and Zampa just fired it in short. There was a little bit of turn. It bounced as well, took the hip, and went away. England's 50 is up, nonetheless. 50 for 2 in the 15th over. Zampa wants a change made, seemingly, for the right-handed Johnny Bairstow. He's got a man out at deep cover, backward point extra, mid-on round towards mid-wicket almost. There's a man on the 45 as well. Zampa in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow comes forward and leaves the ball outside the off stump. That one went through at 56 miles an hour, quite quick through the air, that one.
It'll be it'll be a long off and a long on back as well, I think.
Yeah, I would think so, because he would fancy going over the top against Zampa, wouldn't he? Certainly on a better wicket than this, or a better, quicker wicket than this. Again, he tries to turn this one. He's got a little bit lucky. I think that's come off the hip again, and it's going to run all the way to the boundary. We've seen a few do that today, and that is 4 leg byes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Leg byes.
Yeah, Carey got the thinnest of gloves on it, but couldn't do anything about it really, as it came off Johnny's thigh.
Not sure Carey's a very good wicketkeeper.
Useful runs. This one is fired through. I think that was the flatter, I suppose you might call it the what do you call it? The flipper. Attempted anyway. They're going to go singles. It's chopped backward a square by Bairstow, who moves into the 20s. England 55 for 2.
Not aware of Adam Zampa having a flipper.
No, I'm not aware of it, although that might have just been the front of the hand one, maybe. Variation. He's got a slip in there. That's Aaron Finch for the left-handed Morgan. He's in again. Morgan goes back and pulls, and he's caught at mid-wicket. He slapped it straight, I think, to Maxwell at mid-wicket, and Maxwell doesn't miss opportunities like that. And that is a huge blow, because Morgan was looking good, I have to say. And England have lost their 3rd wicket at 55, and Morgan goes for 23.
Yeah, it's not looking good for England at the moment.
Only one.
Oh, it's a gimme delivery as well. It was short, and he only had one man to beat up in the leg side, but he's picked him out perfectly.
Yeah, that is a killer as a batsman. That's absolutely infuriating. I remember my final game for Test Match Sofa. Something very similar happened to me, and I've never recovered from it. That was 2011. Wow. There you go. And I think it was, of all people to take the catch, it was none other than Ollie bloody Rayner. Ollie bloody Rayner.
Sad loss to the game. We liked
He stood
Ollie.
there for about 15 minutes waiting for it to come down. Anyway, that's beside the point. The important thing here is that Australia have taken a 3rd wicket, and England are back in trouble. I would say.
And
I was just saying, a man who doesn't seem to be in quite so much trouble is Andy. Are you back now? No.
You're muted.
You're muted. You're muted,
my friend.
And rightly so for what I
Yes,
just said.
some people have said so.
Okay.
Let's have some tweets then.
The Jersey jingler 6 minutes ago, Andy, if you want to pick up where I've got to.
I've only just come up. I've got to read my Twitter.
All right, well, I'll read this one for you then. The Jersey jingler says, has Bairstow, a Yorkshireman, prematurely gone through the Pokemon evolution into the final form, that, of course, being the highest order of Yorkshire, get the boycott? 12 or 42, WTF. Do you know what? Jeff Boycott played in the first ever ODI at this ground, 1972, as a 55-over game, and he made a magnificent 25 off 38.
That's not bad.
Australia made 222, 50s for Chappell and Ross Edwards. 3 wickets for Bob Woolmer, 2 for Jeff Arnold. England made 223 for 4. And 103 off 134 for Dennis Amiss. It was fairly sedate and pedestrian stuff.
Yes.
As you might recall in those days, Hendo.
I do. As soon as you mention Ross Edwards, I feel obliged to tell my Ross Edwards story.
Oh, go on.
And my Ross Edwards story was Lords in 1972, 73, something like that. I was about 10. And I'd gone to the Test match against Australia with my grandfather. And my grandfather had gone off for his afternoon drink at the bar. He wouldn't drink in front of me. He'd go to the bar and have his beer. And while he was away, Ross Edwards got out LBW for 99, and a man died in front of me.
Oh dear.
Oh man.
I know. Awful. Terrible story, isn't it? But I remember it now, 44 years on.
And who was it? Your uncle was busy lagering it up at the bar.
He was lagering it up,
this
yeah.
Disaster was happening to the young Hendo.
He protected me from the alcohol, but he couldn't protect me from death. In comes Zampa, smashed by Johnny Bairstow all the way along the ground. Is it Johnny Bairstow? No, it's Josh Butler, of course. Josh Butler has come in ahead of Sam Billings, and we'll have his jingle.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone suffer. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler, just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
Josh Butler, of course, who managed to have his birthday with his family, came out of the bubble, has gone back into another bubble, and he's out there looking if he can carry on where he left off. That marvellous opening knock of 77, I think it was, in the second T20.
I'm quite curious about that. Do you think there was a pre-agreement? I mean, maybe we know, and I don't. Was there a pre-agreement that said, well, I'll wait till after this ball, obviously.
New over from Hazelwood. He's into his 8th. He's bowled 8 in a row, has he? That one's gone again between bat and pad, with Johnny Bairstow neither forward nor back. He's getting the ball to jag around off the seam, is Hazelwood, and he's unlucky not to have found an inside edge. That one, I think, just dropped. Well, maybe just taken by Kerry, but it was on its way down as the wicketkeeper grabbed it.
Yeah, September the 8th is birthday. So was the agreement he could leave anyway after 2 games, or if the series is nailed on, done and dusted, then you can go, Joss?
I think it might have been something like that. And the fact that you'd played quite well in the last few weeks, We thought we'd be defended by Bairstow. Thick inside edge, ball runs into the onside, and there is no run. Does it look like Hazelwood's going to bowl his way through? He's into his 8th over. Would you leave him a couple for the end, perhaps? Or do you just keep him going when he's bowling as well as this, conceding a little over 2.5 and over? And he's picked up 2 important wickets as well. Sometimes it's worth keeping these guys going. 55 for 3. Target is 295. England need to rebuild again. They need a 100 partnership, really. He's in again, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow waits for this and then just jabs it away through gully down to 3rd man. Start does the fielding. 56 for 3. It's a different type of innings, this, for Bairstow, that he's got to play.
Yeah,
much
a terrible
like,
one.
well, but it's much more like a test innings for him in this situation, because...
Well, look at Mitchell Marsh, the innings he played. How critical we were about, he's plodding along.
He wasn't 20 off 50.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not going to criticise Bairstow for that, because I think he's a man who, normally up top will go off like a train, and I think it's not that kind of pitch, and I think they've recognised that to a certain extent. Hazelwood again into Butler, and Butler advances down the wicket, then defends a ball that's of good length. Back to the bowler. There is no run. Andy, you were going to come in there, weren't you?
Difficult, even if you prefer a better wicket, you should be able to do better than 20 off 50. You should be 35 off 50, even if he is struggling and everything's against him.
Well, if you're on a slow pitch and you ask, we don't often actually see Bairstow often struggling with his timing. I think that's one of the good things about Johnny Bairstow. His timing is often immaculate. He hits the ball very hard when he's on song, which is quite a lot of the time up top. Hazelwood into Butler. Butler defends but drops the ball down to 3rd man for a single, and England move on to 57 for 3. I can't think of many innings, even when he's not got runs, where Bairstow hasn't come out and played 2 or 3 absolute beauties. Even if he's gone then fairly quickly, he doesn't normally hang around, and I think the combination of him struggling a little bit with his timing and the fact that this is quite a slow pitch and Australia are bowling extremely well under lights is what's hampering him a little bit at the moment. I just think there's signs that he's beginning to find a little bit of timing. In comes Hazelwood again, bowls, and he chops this down into the ground and then up into the hands of Glenn Maxwell at backward point. That is the end of the over. 16 gone. England 57 for 3.
Right, I have to go backwards here. Jeff Perkins, Hendo's grandfather, took his eyes off the young kid for a few minutes and the first of the deaths occurred.
Yes.
Jay rightly says, I'm looking like a doomed pilot in an Aliens knockoff movie, which panels have just short-circuited.
Yes. That's a pretty good description.
Mark Zip says, and a very nice ambulance man then gave me a pastry.
And then, the rest is history.
Yes, that's what I was looking for.
Yes. No, unfortunately that didn't happen. But I've always associated Ross Edwards with death from now on, from then on, I'm afraid to say.
Well, it's not his fault.
It's not his fault, and he would have been upset getting out for 99 as well, to be fair. Not a good day for anyone. Zampa throws this one up. Butler's gone after it. He's got underneath it, too far underneath it. He could be in trouble. Brilliant catch! Oh. Brilliant catch by Labuschagne, diving forward at a long off. He'd run in 20 or so yards from the edge, and he's taken it really low down. He couldn't have taken it any lower, and well, that may be the stake through the England batting heart, because Butler has gone. Hang on. Is anyone else looking at that replay and thinking, hang on?
No, only you, Hendo.
As he took that, he seemed to put that down on the floor. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, no one's going to listen to me. It's been given him. Joss Butler has marched off. Great effort from Labuschagne, and England in all sorts of difficulty now.
Yep, they're boned. The light roller, because I'm behind, these have all been overtaken. England might need a Butler miracle here.
Uh-huh.
But he does say you should keep the miracles for the big games.
Oh, this is what happens if you let him have a day off, isn't it? You know?
Yeah. Jeff Perkins, on the first day, Hendo thought about creating the sun and the earth, but decided to have a nap instead. On the 7th day, he finally remembered his deadline and said the word, and the word was shit. And verily the rush job, that was the universe, was indeed shit. Story checks out.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I probably wouldn't have said shit. I'd probably just said, "Oh bother," to be honest. I mean, if it was the bear, if the bear was God, and he woke up and realised he hadn't done anything,
Imagine.
yeah, he'd say, "Oh,
You'd have to rewrite the Bible.
You would. Anyway, well, that change in the order, we thought Sam Billings was going to come in at 5. Hasn't really worked out for England, and it is now incumbent upon Johnny Bairstow to stay all the way through while others play around him. Sam Billings is the man coming into the crease now.
Stroking the ball through the covers, pinging it deep through backward. Billings is softly scoring runs. Billings is softly hitting long.
First ball to Bairstow, because of course they crossed, is a horrible full toss which he swipes into the onside, brilliantly fielded by David Warner. Looking at that catch again, he had to slide. He slid a long way after he took that, didn't he? Maybe I'll give that to him. I'll give it to him.
That was harsh.
Very generous of you.
Short onto the back foot goes Bairstow, chops it away through square cover. They'll take 1, and England move to 58 for 4. Well, what were Australia? They were 123 for 5, so this is a lot worse for England than it was for Australia, especially if they lose another wicket in the next.
Australia still had 100 after 20 overs, even though
exactly.
they were 4 down. Yeah.
England was so slow at the start. Really, it was Morgan who began to get them going. I'm suspecting that they thought they needed to continue that approach, which is why Butler came out at 5.
Well, he needed 7 over.
Although Butler, of course, is a far more experienced and competent, really, T20 batsman than Billings so far. This is jabbed backward of square by Billings on the offside. There is no run. Big sigh suggests he's just a little bit nervous. He walks away towards square leg before settling again, waiting for Zampa, who now has 2 for 3. He's in, bowls, and he always gets through him there. Big appeal for LBW. I thought he got a bit of bat on that, so David Milne says no. Whether Aaron Finch is going to have a little look at that, I think he should. I think he should have a look at that, simply because if they could get another wicket here, it's all done and dusted.
Yeah,
pretty
but
much.
on counter argument is though it's not out. It's going down.
There is that counter argument, but it depends whether he got a little bit of bat on that or not. Anyway, Zampa again causing all sorts of consternation in bowls. Billings is forward to a foolish delivery and defends it back up the offside of the pitch. There is no run. The end of the over. Zampa has 2 for 3 from 2 overs. England after 17 are a disastrous 58 for 4.
Warren on hot mic said surely Hendo should be Bacchus. That's the great thing about the Greeks, they have a god for everything.
Bacchus, wasn't he? He just enjoyed
sort of wine.
His head.
He was the god of wine.
Pleasures of the
head.
Pleasures of the flesh, I prefer to call it. There was a big inside edge on that LBW shout, so Aaron Finch was quite right not to ask for the review. And I think this is good captaincy from Aaron Finch, because immediately with another new batsman out there, he's turning back to one of his big guns. He's turning back to Mitchell Stark, 3 overs, none for 9. He's going to be bowling to Bairstow.
He's had no swing! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town! Mitchell Stark's had no swing since Cape Town!
Bairstow goes back to the first delivery, pushes up towards mid-on, was looking for a quick single, won't get it. And Mitchell Stark, what do we think? I quite like his headband. He's got the broadband on. Broad is in the commentary today.
It always looks better than the Alice band, the broadband.
It does, doesn't it? I think you've got to go for the broadband over the Alice band.
Yeah.
Who was the Alice who originally wore the Alice band?
Alice, as in of Wonderland.
Oh, was
Alice
it?
in Wonderland, yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know. Stark again, striding in, bowls to Bairstow and almost finds his way through a rather edgy defensive shot, which is takes the inside part of the bat onto the pad, drops out to the offside. Again, no run. Bairstow 22 from 56.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Indeed.
If we were Alice in Wonderland characters, I'd have to see the bear as the Mad Hatter.
Mad Hatter, that's a good call, isn't it? Is he mad enough, though?
No,
I'm sure
maybe
we've got
not.
madder people in
Not Fred, maybe.
We're
Fred would make
to
a
be
good
honest,
Mad
I don't
Hatter.
think we're short of candidates for the Mad Hatter. Put it that way. Stark then in again into his fourth over, his first of the spell. He bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives well, but good backup there from Mitchell Marsh at mid-on. And again, there is no run, frustrating Bairstow these first 3 balls of a new Stark over.
Yes, would have to be Tweedledum and Tweedledee, obviously.
Oh, obviously. Although I like the fact that that Knackle has said that the bear is the caterpillar.
The caterpillar.
Yes, he always reminds me of the caterpillar with the smoke, the vape surrounding him. It's quite a sight to see. Joss is sitting up there on the balcony, looking very distressed.
Looking asleep, actually.
No, he doesn't look asleep. He looks very disappointed. Short. Oh, he tries to uppercut that and makes no contact at all. Taken at chest height by Alex Carey, and there is no run. England a long way off reaching this target of 295 at the moment. You thought when Morgan came in, got a little bit of a move on, that he might take the game back from Australia, but they have struck with the wickets of Morgan and Butler in quick succession, and now it's a real effort for Johnny Bairstow. Maybe Johnny Bairstow can get his Test Central contract back by playing brilliantly here in a sort of test-like vein. Stark in, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Johnny Bairstow down the leg side. He pivots and sends that away behind square leg. They should get back for a very comfortable 2. They do. England move to 60 for 4, and there's 1 ball remaining in Stark's over. Any tweets?
Yeah, Jay has Nestlers as the caterpillar, so having seen him vape.
Oh, right, he vapes too.
Oh, yeah.
Fair
Jeff
play.
Perkins says Tony sounds quite keen to rewrite or at least repunctuate the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, can you imagine it full of exclamation marks?
Well, I can imagine as you set fire to, I don't know, a church or something, chopped away by Bairstow square, they'll get a single. Cummins, I think it is, out there doing the fielding.
Let him who is without sin cast the first stone! Exclamation mark.
Well, there'd be no casting the stone from anyone within the Guerrilla cricket fraternity, because they're a whole bunch of sinners. I can tell you that.
That's true. Let him who is without sin, or whatever it is.
We'd have to look a long, long way in the Guerrilla cricket fraternity to find
a man or woman without sin.
Indeed, indeed, absolutely.
Jay has Hendo as the walrus and Tony as the carpenter.
Oh,
what's the carpenter? Was it the oysters and the carpenter?
I don't remember much about the walrus. I'm not sure that I actually like being equated with a walrus.
A walrus.
Not quite. It's not quite the image of myself that I have. But there you go. Each to their own, as it were. Bairstow has kept the strike. He's going to be facing Adam Zampa, who has the remarkable figures of 2 for 3 from his first 2 overs. One of those an absolute gift when Morgan picked out mid-wicket with a bit of a long hop, and Maxwell took the catch. So, Adam Zampa in to Johnny Bairstow. There's 1 slip. He's in, throws it up. Good ball. Ends up being almost a Yorker, dug out by Bairstow, but he wasn't going to be able to get his levers into that one and send it flying out towards the boundary. Zampa has the ball back. Something's tickled Tony. It's tickled
Something
Tony.
tickled me. Well, I will send you the picture by Twitter.
Well, he tries to bring out the reverse sweep. He doesn't play it particularly well. Plays it with the spin. He'll get a single as Stark comes round to field. And Johnny Bairstow moves to 26 from 62. A most unlike Johnny Bairstow innings. Billings takes guard to Zampa. And awaits the leg spinner. He's just tossing the ball around from hand to hand. It's very blustery out there now, quite gloomy. The lights have been on for some time now. Zampa is in again. Bowls to Billings, who's down the wicket, meeting that defensively, but it brings him a single because he was already halfway down the wicket, really. And as the ball went to mid-off, he had plenty of time to come through. 63 for 4, Billings off the mark. We'll be having a change in a little while. Just an over and 3 balls. There'll be some movement in the virtual studio. So Johnny Bairstow comes back down to face. And it's Zampa again in bowls. He's gone for the sweep. He's got well outside the off stump. It's a big appeal for LBW. There's nowhere near being LBW. I can't believe he's appealing for that. And if Finch is thinking about reviewing this, then he's utterly crazy. And he's not. So he's not.
No, the
crazy.
ball wasn't that far away from trickling onto leg stump, and Bairstow didn't seem to want to do anything about it. He was oblivious to it.
Going to have a look at a replay of this one. He's got so far outside off stump. I mean, even though it's hit the inside of the pad, or the inner part of the pad, he's in again. He's gone for another sweep. He didn't really get hold of that either. And I'm not surprised that Zampa's got his hands on his head, because if he hadn't got bad on that, that would have been stone dead, I reckon. But this is a little bit worrying for England. Bairstow's trying to bring out the sweep shot. He's not playing it particularly well at the moment. It's one of those scratchy innings that ends up being wonderful towards the end. Well, let's hope so if you're an England fan. Bairstow waits for the final ball of the Zampa over. He's forward to that in defence. Nothing more than he can do with that. Very well bowled by Zampa. It's the end of the 19th over. England really struggling here. 63 for 4. What tickled you, Tony?
There was the allusion to you and I apparently being the walrus and the carpenter. So I decided to have a quick look for visual references of the walrus and the carpenter, which should at any moment now appear in our Twitter stream.
I have to say, I'd rather be a carpenter than a walrus. If that's
I'd rather be a hammer than a nail.
Well, exactly. I'm going to go and have a look at our our Twitter feed to find out what the what those particular characters are. Oh, I've just seen a good one from Jay. Is that really the carpenter? Is that the carpenter? It looks more like a chef. It's a chef, it's not a carpenter.
Disney interpretation, that's not necessarily Lewis Carroll's.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I must have went. I was actually trying to summarise the cricket rather than look for pictures from Lewis Carroll.
It's hard to do those two things at once.
Multitasking doesn't come that naturally to me. I need to focus.
Billings will face Stark, I think, for the first time. Stark is in, bowls, and he's turned around a little bit by that one as he was looking to jab it into the onside, and it maybe just held up in the pitch a little bit. He got in behind it and defended it in the end, and there is no run. I mean, if England lose another wicket here, I can't see them coming back from this. These two have got to add, I don't know, another 70 or 80 to put England in the game.
I was thinking of 150 and still 4 down. Would be a target.
Overs. That is what they need to do. They've been Billings in particular has been put in a really horrible spot by his teammates. He's got to stay in and score at 8 over,
which is always the most difficult thing to do. Stark in again, jabbed onto the onside. Going to have to hurry. In fact, Bairstow had to run round Billings to get to the other end. In fact, the throw went to the non-striker's end, but both are safely home. 26 to Bairstow, 2 to Billings. And England don't look like they're enjoying their work too much today, it has to be said. They look a little bit unhappy with life. Billings just having a word with Bairstow, maybe talking about the fact that he was sorry that he got in his way a little bit. 64 for 4. We'll have a change at the end of this over. Who's in at the end of this over? I think Tony's taking his leave. He's got some
more misery to heap upon myself
by watching Watford. Yes. Decent one-day career from Sam Billings as a man who's been in and out of the team, averaging 31. In comes Stark, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow turns this into the onside. There's a big open gap around there, and they'll take a single out to the deep mid-wicket and move on to 65 for 4.
I think Jay has it right on the Cheshire Cat. That's Gary as he disappears until only his eyes are left.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I saw that as I was flicking onto Twitter, but I thought I'd leave that for someone else to read out because it's spot on, really.
Yes.
That said, I like cats and I like stroking cats, and I don't want to stroke Gary Naylor. Anyway, 65 for 4. Stark coming in again, bowls to Billings, who gets in behind that one. Perfectly good, technically correct shot, but nothing he could do to manufacture runs from that delivery. That's the unfortunate thing for England. Billings has 2, Bairstow 27.
The Cheshire Cat sort of largely enigmatically silent, though.
Oh, well,
doesn't sound like
that rules out most people around here.
Yeah. That's the but it falls down a little bit there, doesn't it? Knackle will be on ball by ball very shortly. Nestlers will be taking over on social media, and Andy will be staying in his spacecraft to summarise.
My doomed spacecraft.
Doomed spacecraft played off the back foot down to third man by Billings. Maybe just moved away, caught more of an outside edge than he intended, but he's got a single. Looks at the bat when he gets to the other end, and England move slowly onto 66 for 4.
Catch up.
That's what I was going to say. You're going to have to stay on. You're going to have to stay on tweets for the time being because Nestler's Sainsbury's delivery is just arrived. So it's all happening. It's all happening here on Guerrilla Cricket. The deliveries to.
I'm supposed to go, aren't I?
I got a mattress delivered today, but I still got it done in time to do this.
There you go. There you go. That's just a difference between your sense of organisation and Nestler's, really. Last ball of the over, bowled, pulled by Bairstow, pulled well. He'll get a couple here as Stoinis has to run around at deep mid wicket. They get back for the second. England end the 20th over on 68 for 4. Billings has 3. Bairstow has 29. And taking over for me with a big mic, it's going to be Nakal Mpandi.
Thank you, Hando. England continue to struggle. They are 68 for 4 off 20 overs in pursuit of 295 to win this first one-day international. Need 277 more off 30 overs at
227.
227 rather at 7.56 and over. Johnny Bairstow is 29 not out off 67, going well under 3 and over. Sam Billings, as you said, Andy, has been put into an invidious position, an unenviable position by the struggles of his teammate Zampa in 2 for 5 off his 3 overs. Googly strikes Sam Billings on the pad. I think that's turning down leg, and so does umpire David Milnes. There is no run, and apparently there is no. Aaron Finch has gone for a review. I suppose this is a review out of a position of superiority, but I don't think this is out.
Okay, let me do some tweets while we're doing that then.
That was out. That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
Leah says it's impressive seeing the reigning world champion fucking it up against some scrappy mid-table underdogs. Not really, because fuck Australia. So there I was. We should have known England can't complete record chases every time out. It wouldn't have been a record.
It would have been a record at this ground, record successful chase. I don't know how much that means, frankly.
Really? Yeah.
So, just going back to this LBW appeal, it struck Sam Billings high up on the pad, but he's a long way back in his crease. My initial suspicion was that this was turning down leg. It's hit him on middle and leg, and it is missing the leg stump, and perhaps going over as well. So Sam Billings survives. Only just, but it wasn't given out on the field, so it would have had to have been clattering the stumps for it to be given out. England keep the wicket. Australia lose their review. Good googly there from Zampa, and Billings didn't read it. Forward comes Billings and stretches and pushes back to Zampa. There is no run. I'm not entirely sure how England are planning on going about scoring 7.6 and over from this position.
Well, you're torn in two directions. I think you've just got to get on with it and try and score it. I mean, you've got two specialist batsmen, and if these aren't going to do it, who is?
Billings does show some aggression, tries to come down the track, but is beaten in flight by Zampa and has to adjust his stroke and defend into the offside. There is no run. Good bowling by Adam Zampa. Sam Billings in T20 cricket has a very low dot ball percentage against spinners. Remains to be seen if he can transfer that to the longer of the two white ball formats. He goes back and tries to work this into the leg side, but can't. It's slightly too quick for him. Fielded by Warner at mid wicket. There is no run. There's been rather too much of this pushing the ball straight to fielders in the infield from England. As I say, I'm really not sure how to read their power play at all, which has put them into this position.
Well,
it was very
really
good bowling.
Contingent on the batsman who had to be 100 for 4 at this point, not 68 for 4.
Forward comes Billings and defends this leg break back to the bowler. There is no run. It was very good bowling, but there wasn't a huge amount of run scoring intent from England, even to knock singles around and be. If you're 45 for 1 off the power play, you can deal with that. You can do something from there. Difficult when you're 20.
Well, England wanted some practice on some lower pitches, and it looks like they need it.
Yes, indeed. Paddle sweep from Sam Billings turns it into a full toss, but it'll just be a single down to the man at long leg. And frankly, I'm not. Well, I was going to say it wouldn't be totally unhappy with Billings on strike, but Bairstow's not going at any great pace either. Zampa just 1 run off the over after 21 overs. England 69 for 4.
Well, who's Australia's fifth bowler?
The combination of Maxwell and Stoinis and Mitch Marsh.
Well, they're certainly going to have to try to get after that combination, but even then, that's not going to be enough on its own.
No,
and it's hard to see where the runs are coming from against the three seamers and Zampa, who are bowling very well. So England are certainly up against it.
And the one man who could have taken the quality of the bowling out of the equation, Josh Butler, went early.
Yes, and so did Morgan, and so did Roy. Yeah. Let's have a quick look. I would think England are pretty long odds here.
One would imagine so. Yes, interesting to see. Hazelwood didn't bowl his 10 straight through, but we do have a change. We do have one of the so-called fifth bowlers, Mitchell Stark, out of the attack after just a 2-over second spell, and this man in. I might have kept Stark going for another over or two, or maybe brought back Cummins for one or two. Mitchell Marsh is in, back of the length, and Billings forces to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Mitchell!
He was born with a flawless Aussie name and a stamped on twatted kind of frame. His mighty whites fall, daddy bowls me bats. But it's
full, and again Billings pushes into the field, into the infield, and finds a fielder.
Well, maybe they want to sneak one of these fifth bowler overs in now while not much is happening.
Sure, I can see that. I don't think there's a huge amount to lose necessarily bowling Mitchell Marsh or somebody at this stage. And Marsh is not an awful bowler by any means. He's he's accurate, and he moves the ball a little bit.
And it's good to have three options for this fifth bowler.
Certainly. Mitch Marsh in, and Billings tries to come down the track and work that angle, but finds only Marnus Labuschagne at mid-wicket. There is no run. Billings now 4 off 17 balls.
Ouch. Yeah. I think Hendo said something about Billings being nervous, but it's not exactly his debut. He's got plenty of international white ball experience.
And he had a good series against Ireland. He had a very good series against Ireland, in fact, with the bat. And he's been essentially preferred as the spare middle order batter ahead of Tom Banton. I don't know.
Well, with all respect, this is a more of a challenge.
Full goes Mitch Marsh. A little hint of movement, perhaps. Billings drives and an inside edge onto his pad, and there is no run. Yes, this attack is very good. These pitches are slower than those pitches were against Ireland as well. It is a step up for sure.
Jeff Perkins. It's too long, so you're probably going into.
Obviously,
Jay's scared of my door. It's opening. He doesn't want to know what's behind it. He don't.
Obviously, England without the services of Ben Stokes, who's dealing with a family health emergency. Billings tries to open the face and run this into the offside, but Maxwell is in quite close at backward point, as is the man at cover, and Maxwell's in very quickly. Thou shalt not take on Glenn Maxwell's arm. There is no run.
Marsh is only one ball away from a maiden here. England just have to break. They have to go shit or bust here. Sorry, there's no point taking another 5 overs for 15. It's just too much to do.
It is. It's going to get desperate at some point, and then someone's going to get blamed for trying to play an attacking shot and getting out. Again, Billings plays out 5 dot balls and then gets off strike. It is technically a maiden for Mitchell Marsh because that's a leg by. England 70 for 4 and going nowhere slowly.
Right, Jeff says 'twas cricket, but just ODIs and Wibble wafted on the air. A bishop proclaimed Hendo God, but sacrificed to sacred bear. Beware the jabbering Rog, my son, the constant drinks, the late night jinx. Beware the contents of the fridge, the late bear mother's bottled booze.
That's very good. Very good work, Jeff Carroll.
Indeed, and you can see why Jeff's lyrical talents come to the fore there. 8 and over England need now.
Yes.
Current run rate 3.1.
They've just got completely
a good day.
Stuck. Really, other than Morgan, England have been entirely stuck. Root was 1 off 11. Roy wasn't scoring at any kind of pace. Bairstow's been plodding along all innings, and Billings plays at another dot ball in terms of runs off the bat. That is now 12 dot balls in 13 for Sam Billings. He's 4 off 21. Adam Zampa's being allowed to string together some cheap overs. 2 for 6 off 4.1 overs. Down the track comes Billings and drives into the offside. Good diving half stop from the man at cover. Takes all the pace off it. They will get 2, so at least that's something. And at least it was some aggressive intent from Sam Billings. Good fielding by Marnus Labuschagne.
Yes,
Maxwell, in fact, sorry,
I don't
short
see
extra
any
cover.
other option at this point. As you say, someone probably is going to get the blame, but that's the world we live in now. Don't worry about it. Everyone will have forgotten it in 3 days' time.
England are not being true to themselves, it would seem. Sweep from off the stumps by Sam Billings, plays it well, gets it down to long leg, but the man that comes around, Pat Cummins, and they'll get another 2, but at least Billings is being able to miss the fielders.
Yes, doing a bit better with that. But yeah, I did look at the odds, and England were only 11-1, which is a ridiculously low price.
Yeah,
they're still only 15.
Needing 8 and over with 6 wickets in hand for 27 and a half overs. Big LBW appeal, but I'm pretty sure he's got himself outside the line, Sam Billings, as he tries to sweep. Zampa cannot believe it. He runs his fingers dejectedly through his hair as he sinks to his knees. It did hit Billings on the full, but I'm pretty sure it hit him outside the line of off stump, and Aaron Finch seems to think much the same thing. Australia are not going to waste their last review.
Well, Zampa loves a kneeling appeal. It's quite funny watching kneel and beg for these LBWs and don't review, rather undermines him.
Was a googly from Adam Zampa. Not that it really mattered given how full it was. It didn't quite hit Billings on the full, but he did kind of york himself. Looking around for a gap in the field that he can pick. There's a man at mid-wicket, a man at slip, man at short third, man at extra cover. All in quite close, the fielders saving 1. The short fine leg, Mitchell Marsh, is sort of halfway between short fine leg and regular fine leg, and it's he who fields this as Billings again paddle sweeps. Yes, we're seeing the LBW appeal did indeed hit Billings comfortably outside the line of off stump. Yes, Adam Zampa's learnt his appealing from Nathan Lyon.
Yes. You can just turn round and ask how's that. It's still going to be out or not. It won't make any difference.
Short fine legs come up into the circle for Johnny Bairstow. So there's 5 men up in the circle, including the slip. Of course, that's the minimum you must have or maximum you're allowed, rather, as Bairstow comes forward and blocks this into the offside. There is no run. I'll get that word eventually. You're only allowed 4 outside the ring. Another decent over from Adam Zampa. Expensive above the standards of this innings with 5 off it. England 75 for 4 off 23 overs.
Well, the psychology of the batsman is always playing on your mind, especially Bairstow. If I get out now, it's going to look really, really bad. But you have to. It's hugely difficult to do, but sometimes being brave is not about physical courage. It's about doing the right thing for the team, even if you'll get a lot of criticism if it goes wrong. Mitchell
Marsh into Sam Billings, back of a length, and Billings does at least get off strike, runs this down to third man. They come through for a single. I think that's what they call defensive decision making, isn't it? Where you make the decision that makes you look least bad, even if it isn't going to get you success. Sure. There's loss aversion, which is, and you see this is endemic in club cricket and the kind of cricket I play, where you sort of just toddle along and you're, without ever actually explicitly stating it, your aim is to lose less badly. Sometimes that is all you can do, but England sometimes, but not yet, and that should never be in international cricket. Bairstow comes down the track and tries to work the angle into the leg side, does so, but only to the tune of a single. At least England are doing something here, rather than just blocking straight to the infielders. Well, let me put it this way. I've seen people take that attitude too early. I've very rarely seen them take it too late. No, it's true. And at this stage of the innings, there's so long left in this game. And England still do have batting to come. You've got Moeen Ali, you've got Chris Wokes can bat, Arthur Rashid can bat a bit. Well, more than a bit, but Marsh is in, and Billings comes down the track and takes a quick single up to Mitchell Starc at mid-on. A bit more positivity from Billings and Bairstow. But they needed to be doing this in the power play. Well, yes. What can you do? Put it out of your mind, be positive, and try to win the next ball.
Easier said than done.
Indeed, the previous 23.3 overs cannot be got back. England have to make the best of the 26.3 overs they have remaining. Mitchell Marsh continues fourth ball of the over, full and clipped by Johnny Bairstow around the corner. There should be 2 down to long leg as fine leg has to come around to field. There will indeed be 2. Bairstow moves to 30 of 69 balls.
Interesting question from Jay. What self-help books are we reading? I'll go first. I'm moving away from the reel. You can read them and read them and read them and read another one and read another one and read another one. And it's always, that's interesting. I'll read the next one. So I'm trying to move away from the whole genre.
In comes Mitchell Marsh, 5th ball of his second over, the 24th of the innings, is on leg stump and run around the corner by Bairstow, just a single down to Zampa at fine leg. I don't think I've read a self-help book since, possibly since before I left home. But I sort of...
They do all kind of say the same thing in different ways.
And I got quite good at spotting the point at which they were trying to sell me something.
Yes. And most of these books could say it in 1/20th space, but a 5,000 word book doesn't get published.
Well, indeed, and also it doesn't get you a lecture tour. Last ball of the over from Mitch Marsh. Down the track comes Sam Billings. Wants the single down to third man, but that's Maxwell lurking in that position, and you do not take on Maxwell's arm. And he's rightly sent back by Johnny Bairstow. How many came off that over? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs off the over. Little bit better for England, but they need
no boundaries though. Haven't had a boundary for quite a while.
Haven't had a boundary for quite some time indeed. After 24 overs, England 81 for 4, and Nestlers is back shopping safely put away.
Yeah, and bizarrely, not Sainsbury's fault, instead of ordering a bunch of bananas, I ordered one.
Well, enjoy.
I was standing there with the bloke going, why have I only got one banana? And he looked on the thing and said, well, you only ordered one.
You'll have to save that for a special day, Nestlers.
Oh, well, apart from that, everything's there. Anyone want a grape?
Mail it over, I'll look forward to eating it on Tuesday.
Zampa in 2 for 11 off his 5 overs. That's a short ball, and that is absolutely hammered by Johnny Bairstow. It's almost like somebody flicked a switch, and that's the best timed shot he's hit all day. That's gone miles.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
First boundary for 64 balls for England, much needed.
And I was just about to say, I'll come back on. How the hell is Bairstow still in?
Well, people have been asking that, yes.
Yes, and it's not entirely clear who's happier about that at this stage. England or Australia, given how poorly Bairstow's hitting the ball. That 6, though, has finally taken him above 3 and over. He has a big swipe at this, trying to slog sweep from outside off stump. It was the leg break from Zampa, and it drifted and turned and beat his slog sweep completely. Bounces off Carey's gloves to slip, and there is no run. Good delivery from Zampa.
Jay says it wasn't a serious question. Well, I interpret it as such. He also says, how much does one banana cost? $10? At Sainsbury's, it probably does.
Bairstow, short arm jabbed over mid wicket. Second 6, hard and flat. Two over pitched from Adam Zampa, and Johnny Bairstow takes advantage. This is much more like it for England.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum.
Bairstow's kind of put himself in a position where he has to try and hit a lot of 6s, but at least he's doing it.
Yeah, well, Leah just lost patience with him. She said, audition for your place in the test side in first class cricket, not the ODI side. Not that I think you should be playing any format anyway. Well, he's doing more and more to make your point.
Up until play something.
Johnny Bairstow has an outstanding one-day international record.
Well, it's tailing in the wrong direction, definitely.
Well, only in the last... It's a very small sample size that we're looking at since the World Cup. He was brilliant right up until the end of the World Cup, through that whole cycle. Swings this away into the leg side. There shouldn't be 4 because Pat Cummins is out there. He slips as he tries to throw the ball back in, and it'll just be 2 to Johnny Bairstow, who moves to 47 off 75 balls.
Perhaps in his defence, I will say he's one of those batsmen when he's not in form, he really, really looks bad.
Yeah, everything looks like a hack. Everything.
Yes.
The swing goes.
Aesthetics does count against you sometimes.
Well, but also his swing goes completely awry. That's a drag down from Zampa, but it was a straight drag down, and Bairstow was only able to club a single out to Cummins on the mid-wicket boundary. Decent over though so far for England. 15 off it.
Yeah, well, amazing how it changes the bowler's length once you hit him for a 6 or 2.
Yeah, I think Zampa is not as brave as some limited overs wrist spinners. He seems to react more strongly to being hit for a 6 than some. I say he's young. He's 27, I think, so he's not that young, but he's relatively inexperienced. An attempted paddle sweep from Billings, which he gets horribly off the bottom part of the bat, and it just goes nowhere. There is no run. Still 15 off the over. England need plenty more where that came from. At the halfway stage, they are 96 for 4, needing a further 199.
Farong says, have to keep the board turning over. Australia didn't do it in the first T20 and they paid for that. Did they learn from that today when they were 123 to 5? I would have to say yes. Well, I would say Marsh didn't necessarily, but Maxwell did. Maxwell really dug them out of the hole today.
Yeah, Stoinis batted well for his 40 odd, but Maxwell's innings looks even better. It looked better and better as Mitchell Marsh was batting on. But it was a fantastic innings from a player of rare gifts.
Absolutely. Well, 96 for 4 off 25. Marsh is going to continue.
Yeah, Mitch Marsh is going to continue. They're not going to bring back Cummins or anybody with that little bit of aggression from Bairstow. This is back of a length and jags in off the seam. And Bairstow has no idea where it's gone. He sort of wants a single, but then realises where the ball is and retreats. There is no run.
Yep, 3 fielders converging on him as the ball drops in front of him.
Significant seam movement.
And he could see where the ball is there, and then he still thinks, I'm going to go for a run.
Well, I mean, if Billings had responded very quickly, and if they decided immediately, maybe, but it took him so long.
That would have been an interesting TV review.
Maxwell's in very close at backward point, and cover, I think, who is Aaron Finch, is in quite close as well. Leg sidey from Marsh. Bairstow tries to take the pace off it and come back for 2. He is going to make it just. He's very quick between the wickets. Had it been a direct hit, it might have been interesting, but it wasn't from Marcus Stoinis. And Johnny Bairstow goes to perhaps his worst one-day international 50 ever. 50 off 78 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. But from England's point of view, he's still in and he could catch up and make it good.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Straight driven by Bairstow. Not a lot of pace for him to work with from Mitchell Marsh on a slow pitch, and takes the single to his fellow Mitchell Stark, who's to 51 off 79. Suppose anything looks good from 11 off 40.
Yeah, well, he's followed up his worst ever T20 the other night. Are you going to go back on tweets, Nestlers?
No, I'm happy to. Just a quick question. When they do the stats about 50s and the 100s, do they count the 50s in the 100s in the 50s stat as well?
No. What they are saying 50s is scores
No?
between 50 and 99 inclusive. Marsh in. Billings tries to pull this powerfully over the leg side, gets our bottom edge, and it dribbles off his pad into the offside, and there is no run. So that was Johnny Bairstow's 22nd 50-plus score in one-day international cricket.
It would make more sense if they did. You should say 22 50s including 500s.
Yeah, it's 22 50s including 900s for Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, whichever it is. Yeah.
As Marsh is in, 5th ball of the over. Billings on 11 off 30, not really giving Bairstow much support, and I don't know what he was trying to do with that. He comes down the wicket, a ridiculous LBW appeal from Mitchell Marsh.
Behind appeal, isn't it?
He came down the track, Sam Billings, quite a long way, and got outside the line of off stump, and the ball was going over the top. But apart from that, anyway, there is no run.
Jeff Perkins has sent in a mocked-up book by Hendo. Wean yourself off self-help books. Author of The Worst of Self-Help and The Worst of Self-Help 2.
Very good.
Available on Amazon. 1p plus £2.99 postage.
Yeah, I've never been a real fan of the genre, or a habitual reader of it, I have to say.
Yeah, I prefer crime.
Last ball of the over from Mitchell Marsh. He's bowled tidily so far, none for 9 off his 2.5 overs. So in the LBW appeal of sorts. Definitely hit him some way outside the line. Would have clipped the top of the bails, but hit him some way outside the line. Finch was wise not to use the last review on that. Billings nudges this to mid-wicket. Labuschagne's in very quickly. There is no run. England at 99 for 4 off 26.
Leia says, but Johnny has a stupid face and drones on about non-existent conspiracy theories in his presser's knackle. Does he?
Yeah, he gets a bit...
what, JFK?
No. He has this sort of siege mentality thing.
Chinese hoax.
He has this sort of siege mentality thing where he will try and say, everyone wants me to fail, and he seems to think he has to be motivated by, everyone having something to prove and the world being against him.
It's not a healthy place to be.
Jay Grover says the trans-county UK Maxwell loving is a movement building like a tsunami.
Well, I loved Maxwell before it was cool.
Yeah,
you liked his first album only.
There's a very good article on Cricinfo from a few years ago outlining the various nonsensical non-reasons that the Australian selectors gave him.
Before, yeah.
It's complete nonsense. He's speaking openly about one's mental health struggles while still playing. Takes some guts even now, which Maxwell did towards the end of last year. Took some time off. Was, to be fair, well supported by Cricket Australia, who do take these things seriously these days. And now he's back, and it's great to see. We do have a change of bowling. Zampa is out of the attack after being assaulted by Johnny Bairstow, and one of their premier bowlers is back into the attack. He bowls back of a length, and Bairstow runs this down to shortish third man, and they come through for a single off the bowling of this man.
When bankrupt scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What you do Cummins when they were tampering? Yeah, you knew Cummins.
Complicity, thy name is Patrick, according to our jingler Richard Peel. I haven't read anything of any note about that. Cummins in 1 for 21 off his 4.1 overs thus far. He's in from the Statham end. Full and driven by Billings aerially, but into the gap. Short extra cover is in place, so there's no regular extra cover, and he pings it through the gap for 4.
Kind of risk they're going to have to start taking. Executed it well.
Yeah, it was a nice shot, actually, and picked the gap. Finch is in there at the short extra cover. Made sure that he got it straight of him. Good shot.
Well, at least England have stemmed the flow of wickets. Something.
Billings now on 15 off 33. That's a ripper from Pat Cummins. An absolutely unplayable delivery, really. Length on off stump and zipped past the outside edge of Sam Billings. A beauty to respond to being hit for 4.
Well, there's something there if you put your back into it.
Oh, certainly. Jofra Archer proved that. Mark Wood proved that. There's been a lot of very good bowling today, even if some of the batting's been iffy.
Oh, there's always something to enjoy, I think.
Oh, in every game of cricket, yeah. As Cummins is in, 4th ball of the over coming into Sam Billings, right arm over the wicket, defended stoutly by Billings, drops it in front of him. There is no run.
4 people converging on that ball. That's what fielding teams do when they're on top.
Absolutely, and you can see them inching closer and closer. Normally at this stage of the innings, the fielders in the ring will be right back on the edge of it, but no, they're much more like 15 yards from the bat rather than 30. It's good aggressive captaincy from Aaron Finch.
Morgan knows. He's not
trying
worried.
to reel in some dots, build some pressure.
There's Cummins in again. Short down the leg side and gloved just over the keeper's head. Billings can't even glove the ball with any kind of timing, but he does get it over the keeper's head with sufficient pace to go for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It was short down the leg side. It would have been a wide if Billings had left it, but the time for leaving is long gone.
Jeff Perkins wonders if I prefer reading crime or committing it. Worst of Self-Help 2. Did Hendo write that book? Yeah, he did. And Jay Grover says Jeff's on fire tonight.
50 partnership between Bairstow and Billings. Short ball, another top edge from Sam Billings. I think that might have gone for 6. It has, by some distance.
It's in the car park.
Somehow that over has gone for 15. England 114 to 4, and the ball is rolling under one of the Sky Producers' vans.
So
and into the confectionery stand and out again.
Crowds of vans.
That's a good shot to get it through that gap, isn't it?
Well, Cummins has beaten Billings all ends up, and then had 2 missed hits go for 10 runs. Who'd be a bowler?
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh trudges into the car park to pick the ball up, and presumably, oh no, because there's the ball at each end, so he'll fling it back to the umpire and get the other one. England 114 for 4 off 27, need a further 181 at the small matter of 7.86 runs and over.
You're in danger of going a bit Gary there, Nestus. You just see a pair of eyes out of the dark.
How's that?
A little bit better, yes. Some of you have obviously got... Have you got a green screen behind you or something? You get that background from?
No, it's just a background. You put it on Zoom.
Oh.
Yeah, not everyone can. Not every computer has the right specs. I know my laptop doesn't. Well, Mitchell Marsh will not, in fact, be bowling with the ball from the James Anderson end, because the man that Andy and I were just singing the praises of has come into the attack.
And with the local GC News, Glenn Maxwell's comeback. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Respect talking mental health with your peers. Bowlers' tears rain down like a monsoon. Watch another 6 go boom.
Maxie hits that. That's gone all the way.
Well, a very decent part-time off-spinner, and he's talked about what he'll need to do to stay a relevant part of this team, that he'll need to bowl more. He starts with a horrible wide down the leg side, which Carey skips across to take.
Wide.
He's in round the wicket to Johnny Bairstow. That's short down the leg side, and again, Bairstow might have been better off leaving that, because it probably was a wide. He tries to pull around the corner and does well to get 2. It was misfielded by the man at short fine leg. The throw came in quickly from Zampa, but Bairstow and Billings are lightning between the wickets, and they come through for the second. Bairstow moves to 54. Not a very good start from Glenn Maxwell, who's usually pretty accurate.
Yeah, I read an article, I think it was last year, about how you're almost always better off leaving a ball that's going to be wide.
Particularly if there's not a lot of pace on the ball. That's on leg stump rather than outside it, and Bairstow nudges this round the corner to man on the 45. He comes round to his left rather, to field.
Yes. You can imagine
Unfortunately,
it's a J tweak.
He's wearing 2 hats. 2, I think.
Yes, just the 2 from
no,
Aaron
3 hat
Finch.
Morgan.
Maxwell in down the track comes Billings, and he doesn't get to the pitch of this, and just chips it through the gap at mid-wicket. Marcus Stoinis is back on the mid-wicket fence. It will just be a single. Well bowled by Maxwell, seeing Billings coming down the track and just shortening the length and taking the pace off the ball. Billings has timed about 1 ball in his entire innings. Not an easy
6 off 36, does that say?
38.
38.
Yeah, Morgan's laughing. He knows.
Well, I mean, even if England lose this game, he'll have some words for his batters, but he'll know it's a process, and if anyone can be trusted to preside over a process, it's Owen Morgan. So this is outside off stump, and Bairstow opens the face and takes the single to third man.
The Barong says he thinks a lava lamp would look good in my visual commentary, but it won't work in space.
Short and doesn't really bounce, and Billings pulls this out to Adam Zampa, who's cheating in a little bit off the backward square leg boundary. They come through for 1. 7 runs off this over thus far, including the wide. A boundary now and make it a good over for England, but it'll get an awful lot harder once Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood come back on. As Maxwell's in last ball of the over. I think Bairstow might have wanted to reverse sweep that, but doesn't know the way he sort of tried to change his hands, but then just blocks the single into the onside. 8 runs off the over. Bairstow on 57. Sam Billings on 27. Neither going at any great pace. England 122 for 4 after 28.
Jay Grover asks Slayer which of Nestler's or Andy would be the first to explode in a space opera starfighter battle?
Who can say?
I mean, you're already in space, so presumably, Nestler's, you've already been ejected.
Ah, yeah.
Well,
going a bit Gary, have to put that in the lexicon, says Jay Grover.
Yeah, I could start commenting on the current state of science fiction on TV, but I'd better not.
And Leia says, drop the fake crowd noise in favour of some Tangerine Dream or Ashra Temple, at least while Shoebill Lux is on. That's me. Bit of prog. Bit of Prout prog.
Cummins continues back of a length outside off stump and beats Johnny Bairstow for pace as he tries to run this down to the third man boundary. Through to Carey it goes, there is no run.
And Jay says, preside over a process. Blimey, you've been reading management books and all. But that was one of Tiger Woods' favourite comments when he was playing shit, because he kept saying to the journalists, you know, it's a process, and they're all going, well, what does that mean? You're playing shit.
Well, that's what all sports people really these days talk about. Morgan talks about it an awful lot, about
process.
Not getting too hung up on any one result. That's a short ball which again beats Bairstow for pace, and he's not quite sure what was happening with that. He ended up trying to pull it, then ducking into it, and ended up getting somehow a top edge / back of the bat single to third man. Just didn't get up at all. Oh no, it hit his shoulder, in fact. It'll be
and then I think the throw hit him, so he got hit twice in the same ball.
Yeah, he's been hit on the shoulder a couple of times, Johnny Bairstow.
He's been pummeled. He's threw the shot too early. He pulls his head away on those short balls every time.
What can Billings do with this from Cummins? It's down the leg side, and he tucks it away into the leg side for a single. Should only be a single. Lavashane's in pretty quickly off the long leg boundary. Billings moves to 28 off 40. Bairstow 57 off 86. England 124 for 4. Still need another 172 runs to win at just a shade under 8 and over.
Allow me a quick break, if you would, before I go on to ball by ball.
We allow it.
I'll allow it. As Cummins is in, Bairstow launches him over the leg side. No follow through at all, just a short arm shovel jab. And when Bairstow hits it, my God, it stays hit. That's gone miles over the mid wicket fence.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
It was in the slot, and boy, was that slotted. Pat Cummins is
grinning. Follow through as well, didn't he?
Pat Cummins is grinning at the audacity of that stroke, and he bowls back of a length, tight to off stump. Bairstow will just about get the single as Maxwell hurtles round to his left from backward point, but can't cut this off, and they come through for a single. Bairstow took a couple of steps down the track and was thinking that was desperately hoping it would get past Maxwell, because if Maxwell reeled that in, you're not taking on his arm.
I'm just thinking, the guy sitting in the seats, he's not allowed to touch the ball.
Well,
Is that right?
we saw somebody earlier pick up the ball with a handkerchief and then throw it back. You're not allowed to touch it barehanded, otherwise the ball has to be sanitised. As Cummins will complete his 6th over, the 29th of the innings. He'll bowl to Sam Billings, who's beaten outside off stump with a good delivery. Billings prodded at it, missed it, through to the keeper. There is no run. 29 overs gone. England 131 for 4. The required run rate has come down from 7.93 to 7.74. England need 164 to win.
Jeff Perkins says Nesters would seem to be getting the worst of things, but his ability to get fragments of toast out of the toaster when things look grim will help him jury-rig his ancient starfighter to take out the gloating Andy, who should have gone for the kill before his villainous speech. In everything you should go for the kill before the villainous speech, shouldn't you?
Oh yeah, never.
In every film, they sort of stand there and give this great speech with a gun pointed at the bloke. They just walk in the room and just shoot them. That's it. I mean, my films would be over in 20 minutes. I know, but
well, yeah, Bond would never have got very far if you were that way inclined. Just the one over from Glenn Maxwell. It wasn't a terrible over, but it wasn't a very good one either, and this very, very square man has come on to bowl.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
Square-jawed, barrel-chested, slightly mulleted Marcus Stoinis. Not a bad bowler by any means. He varies his pace nicely. Does Marcus Stoinis? That's a horrible delivery, though. A slower ball bouncer, which he gets horribly wrong and just loops up over Johnny Bairstow's head for a wide.
I woke up the other morning and started singing the Stoinis jingle.
Oh, and just to make things worse, it's a no ball.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
We're of course all no front foot no balls are being called by the third umpire in this series and all World Cup Super League games. So that was about as bad a ball as he could have bowled, really. Marcus Stoinis, a no ball and a wide. And now it's a free hit, and Bairstow has free hit this some way in the air and has been dropped, but it doesn't really matter because it's a it was a free hit, and they come through for 2. That was a very elaborate way of getting a 2. Not a good piece of fielding, nevertheless, from Marnus Labuschagne.
Well, why is he even going for it? You want to bust your finger on a free hit?
Well, I suppose you can get the ball back into the keeper more quickly, and it's a sort of free practice.
How many runs do you get for that no ball wide then? 3?
2. 1 for the no ball, 1 for the wide. And then I guess 2 for the free hit, so technically 4 off the first ball. And off the second ball, just a single as Billings turns this around the corner. Australia, Andy, I was, when Mitchell Marsh came on, I was wondering whether Australia had slightly just eased off a little bit. Do you think that Australia is slightly guilty of letting England have a sniff?
Well, they had to bowl that fifth bowler at some point, and I think it made sense at the time. But they're trying to get all these 10 overs in now, almost.
Stoinis in back of a length, and Billings runs this down to third man. They come through for a single. Yeah, obviously at some point you do have to. You don't want to find yourself needing, 15.
You don't want to have these bowlers bowling the last 10 if the game's still on, certainly.
No, but I suppose what I was saying is they could have put themselves into a position where the game was not on.
Well, yes, but you can't guarantee taking. I do take your point. Everything swings and roundabouts.
Yes, indeed. Not that Mitchell Marsh bowled particularly badly, to be fair, but England have started to be a little bit more aggressive. It's a delivery which Bairstow tried to pull, but found it wasn't really there to pull, and it scuttles through between his bat and pad through to the keeper. There is no run. Marcus Stoinis bowling a lot of cross seam and a lot of cutters on this pitch to try and exacerbate the sort of two-paced nature of the wicket. That only just cleared middle stump in terms of height.
Well, I must admit, I must have read the wrong article because I thought Stoinis was unable to bowl at the moment, but here we are.
I don't remember seeing that. That was 5,000 runs up in one-day international cricket for Johnny Bairstow. He has a horrible swiping pull at this as well, and misses. And again, it passes just over the top of the stumps through to the keeper. There is no run.
Sorry, you can't hear me eating this rice cake, can you?
No.
I'm trying to take my microphone away.
Very good.
Now you've said it.
Now I've said it, yeah. Let me try and finish this before I pitch over.
Oh, something flashed up 5,000 runs. I'm not quite sure. Possibly list A runs for Johnny Bairstow because he's on 3,000 and something one-day international runs. Just about keeping England in this game, although they still need almost 8 and over off the last 20 overs. In comes Stoinis, last ball of his first over, the 30th of the innings. Bairstow shapes to pull this over the leg side, realises it's wide of off stump and adjusts well to cut it behind square for 4. Good shot by Johnny Bairstow.
1, 2, 3, 4.
9 off the over, Bairstow on 71 off 94, England 140 for 4, need 159 off the last 20, and the next voice you hear on Ball by Ball will be Andy Ward.
It will, but can you catch us up with tweets, please?
Yes. Jeff Perkins says, surely the current state of science fiction is only relevant in an alternative universe. It is the future or past in the case of time travel. States that the primary concern. No, don't lean back, Nestlers, says Jay Grover. I think your back cockpit is about to explode.
Yep, we'll disappear into a black hole.
He also says, I've got some spare Moomin posters, Andy, gratis, because your flat is depressingly monochrome.
Well, I can't put anything up until I've only just moved in, and I would have stuff up, but I haven't got the okay to nail pictures up yet. Cummins is in. Is it Cummins? Yep. Yes. Billings plays it down to backward point, and there'll be no run.
Leia, in response to the science fiction battle, says, depends on when the explosion takes place. In the opening scene, it would be Andy, but in the finale, it would be Nestlers, after we got to know him, for emotional impact.
Yes, I think I'm completely disposable, red shirt. 140 for 4, and England need 156 off 20 overs. But they only have 6 wickets in hand, as Cummins is in again, and that's nudged down to backward point almost exactly by Billings. He couldn't have picked out the fielder anymore if he tried.
He also says, the spirit of Dutch bird Kate compels me to condemn Andy.
For what?
Oh no.
Anything in particular?
Muttley loving the scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where Indy pulls the gun on the guy with the sword.
Which was, I trust most people know why that happened. I'll bring it to you next ball. Cummins comes in. And Billings into the leg side this time, and again there's no run, although there's a bit of a misfield by Marsh, but they decided not to run, so they couldn't. No, they had this whole big sword fight planned out, but Harrison Ford had a touch of dysentery, and he said, can't I just shoot the guy instead? And they all said, brilliant. It was very, very funny. The first time you see that, you will laugh.
Yeah. Because you just think, just in the past, you've always thought, well, just if you had got a gun, just shoot him.
You know what the stupid thing is, which I'll also come on to. Billings faces up. Pull shot, didn't really get hold of it, but he does beat short mid-wicket and put it in the gap. That might yet go all the way. It's a long chase, and it has. It's beaten the fielder. And Billings gets 4.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
So in Temple of Doom, he's in a similar situation. He sees 2 sword guys, and he goes, ha-ha, and he reaches for his gun, and it's not there, and he has...
It's not there, yeah.
What's the problem with that?
No, go on.
Temple of Doom is a prequel. You wouldn't have remembered it because it happened in the future.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Billings gets something on that, bat or pad. It goes down to backward square for a run. Yeah, Temple of Doom's a prequel. Happens before.
Oh. And what about the third one?
The third one, yeah, that's after, and then don't even talk about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
And what about Kingdom of the...
Don't even talk about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
I do like the bit with the nuclear blast, though. And that's it.
He's hiding in the refrigerator. Yes. Yeah. Bairstow faces up. Last ball of the over. It's a good one. He edges it into his pads. Most obvious edge in history. Cummins still has a look at the umpire. Everyone else tells him to get on with it. End of the over, 145 for 4. We may have some drinks, so let's chill for a little bit.
Okay. Diarrhea and eating on air, says Jay Grover.
Oh yeah, Dutch bird Kate never liked the eating on air. She suffers from, is it misphonia or something like that?
Oh yes, but I hope you couldn't hear my masticating.
We don't want to hear or see your masticating.
You're alive, Hendo. You're very quiet for the first part.
I am. I didn't feel like I could take part in the conversation. You're talking a lot about Harrison Ford movies and Raiders of the Lost Ark movies, and I've only seen the one. The very first one, so and even if I had seen the other ones, I would remember almost nothing from it. So, I didn't feel that I was able to contribute. Really,
you couldn't add.
I couldn't add. There was nothing I could add to the way you were discussing. It was absolutely perfect.
Well, it doesn't normally stop us. Perhaps it's on the 37th over. God did rest.
Yes. I'm much more comfortable talking about me as God.
Yes.
But that's a whole other story. I just wanted to say, I mean, looking at the way England are going, they have got a bit of a shift on in the last few overs, haven't they? Some meaty shots, specifically from Johnny Bairstow. I was looking a few overs ago. He had a strike rate of something like 43 per 100 balls, and that that compared or contrasted with the fact that he was his normal or his average strike rate is about 105. I think he's up somewhere about 70 now, so he's on his way back up to where he was. But it really has been a very untypical one-day innings from Johnny Bairstow, and I think all the more creditable for that.
Well, yes, I mean, he certainly, again, 2 games in a row, he scored runs and really not looked very good at all.
But that last short-arm jab that went for 6 off Cummins, that was an astonishing shot. The eye to pick that up so quickly and play that shot, just suggests to me that he's coming into the sort of rhythm that he wants, I guess. And he's got to use his brain here as well as apart from his broad. I know. Well, that could be a problem, as we know with Yorkshire folk. It could be pretty tricky, but he's I prefer this sort of innings from Bairstow. I think it's is more about having to work out the situation. Quite often he just comes in and blasts off, doesn't he?
Well, I think I'd prefer 120 off 90.
Yeah, but it's made this game interesting as well, hasn't it? Really, I mean, you wouldn't have wanted England to walk away with it, or maybe you would. You want a good game, don't you? You want a good game.
Well, you do. I see that. I think a lot of our listeners would quite like to see England obliterate Australia.
Or the other way around, actually. I think that's probably true of the Australians that are listening in. But yeah, it's turned into a fascinating match. I mean, Australia were 123 for 5, and when England were in the 60s for 4 down, you thought, well, they're going to do well to get anywhere near that. Now they're 145 for 4, so they're not exactly ahead of the game because Australia did it much more quickly. They did it about 5 or 6 overs more quickly, but they've got 2 set men at the crease.
Yeah, Stoinis trying to get another one through another one of these 5th bowler overs. And he's going to get a single there as Billings chops it down to 3rd man.
Leia says, it's okay, Andy, you are the poor heroic good guy that helps set up the bad guy.
Right, okay.
And Jay Grover says, Hendo's looking like a cult leader. Also, fuck the crystal skull in the fridge, saw all of them with my mum, best time we ever had.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be a cult leader than God, actually. I think a cult leader has more
fun. You are a cult leader.
Cult leaders exist, for a start.
And we're your followers.
I should have 23 Rolls Royces, really.
Should have 23-year-old followers.
Yes, that's true.
Bairstow clips it into the leg side and picks up a single.
Leia says, what is this crystal skull you talk about? There are only 3 Indiana Jones movies.
Yes,
like there are only 3 Alien movies. And Jersey Oak wonders what Hendo's taste in films is.
Ooh, that's a good one, isn't it? Anyone have seen The Big Blue? Anyone seen The Big Blue? Brilliant film about...
What's your favourite film of all time, Hendo?
That's got to be up there. The Big Blue's got to be up there. It's about a free diver. Brilliant film. I enjoy, I have to say, talking of science fiction films, I'll come back to that.
Stoinis is in, and it's a good length ball that Billings can only play out into mid-wicket. Fielder scurries across and there's no run.
My friend was a free diver. He's now in an institution.
I'm not surprised.
He is. No, he got.
Oh, seriously?
Seriously, he got banned badly. He's totally gone.
Yeah, I don't really understand the concept of free diving. I mean, it's diving seems to me a sort of a risky prospect anyway, and then doing it without oxygen at all and just holding your breath is.
Well, it's. I'll come on as the Billings tucks that one down to long leg. They're going for 2, a little bit of a hesitation, but not a clean pick-up from Zampa, and they get 2. I think it's like that extreme mountaineering. I think you get in a state of mind where you know that one mistake is going to kill you.
Right.
And it really kind of puts your brain in a different kind of focus, because when you're you're on a 2-foot wide ledge, 22,000 feet up Everest, or 50 feet down without oxygen, you're not thinking about the shopping list. You're not thinking about will England win this ODI as Billings plays that one back to the bowler for no run.
Or why did I only order 1 banana?
Why did you only order 1 banana? But I think that would be safer ways to get in that mindset.
Wouldn't that be a kind of a very zen approach? The fact that you were 100 feet down, holding your breath for 5 minutes while thinking about the shopping. I mean, that would be maybe that's the way you approach it. You try to think about the shopping, so you're not thinking about the fact that you might die at any second.
Oh shit! I've been down here for 7 minutes.
Bairstow,
Billings rather punches that one part to point, and they're going for 2 again. Again, the running is better than the throwing. I was on a camping trip a couple of weeks ago. It was more glamping, really. But, I wouldn't last very long on Everest. I don't have the attention to detail.
I wouldn't last very long on Everest because I'd find it very, very cold.
It would. I would sort of bang the tent pegs in a bit and think, oh yeah, that'll do.
And that's the same thing with free diving. I actually quite like oxygen.
I'm a fan. Yeah,
I'm a big fan of oxygen, and I find the notion of being sort of 15,000 feet up or whatever it is, or a similar number of meters underneath the surface of the sea, as mildly alarming.
Well, Australia have had enough of their fifth bowlers. I'm just going to check and see if they've bowled 10 between them. Scorecard. No, they've only in the fifth of those 10th bowler overs. So
do you think they've fallen into that situation that because they have got several fifth bowlers, they haven't really been able to settle on one that they think would do the job?
Well, they probably think it's better to bowl them sort of 4-3-3 and not let anyone settle against one of them. Although Knackle rightly points out Stark is replacing Cummins, and he's going to jingle him after this ball. Stark left arm around, Bairstow into the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Sorry, I'll let you jingle him up if you wish to do that. You get about to jingle?
He's had no swing! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town!
Comes in as the Beastie Boys rock out, and it bounces off the thigh pad, and there's going to be no run.
Luc Besson directed that film that you like, The Big
Blue.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, 1988 that was made, and it's a beautiful film to watch. I mean, it's beautifully filmed. It really
He's made some great films. Leon, The Professional, The Fifth Element, Nil by Mouth, Le Fen
The Fifth
Nikita,
Element, yes, yeah.
stuff like. I love The Fifth Element.
It's only that you remind me it was by Luc Besson. I wouldn't have named him as the director if you'd asked me. But I've not been a big fan of his other films, I have to say. Like you mentioned one there, Leon.
Leon's great.
Well, we'll disagree on that.
Wide of the crease and very full, and Bairstow gets underneath it, but not very far. Goes out to the sweeper for a single.
Well, I'm right and you're wrong.
Well, the thing about these, I was going to say the thing about these films
All art is subjective.
I can't really remember most of them. I just remember whether I liked them or didn't like them. Really, I mean, Leon, isn't that about it's about an assassin, isn't it?
Yeah,
a female assassin, isn't it?
John Reno and Natalie.
There's a small girl.
A very young Natalie Portman.
Yeah. Thought something like that.
You ought to discuss films with Gary Hender.
No, I'll not go there. To be honest, I think I'll give that a miss. Thank you. Anyway.
Mitchell Stark, none for 18 in his 6th over. And again, he's got a very clear plan to just spear it in from wide of the stumps, which he does. Billings plays it up to no head on, but he plays it very firmly, so he can't get a run.
Yeah, I think this is quite a good move from Stark because it's actually cramping him for room. He's not going to be able to free his arms outside the off stump, is he? And he's got a well-guarded leg side field. He's really going to just have to really get anything in terms of 4s or 6s. He's just going to have to get one of those that's in the slot that he can just pick up and deposit. Does play a very good sweep shot off the quick bowlers, though.
Possibly a ramp, yes.
Yep, indeed.
See what he's going to do with this one. It's the same thing. That's turned into a full toss, and Billings hits it straight to Aaron Finch at cover. There's no run.
Muttley's favourite film of all time is Spinal Tap.
Yeah, that's probably
which
my
is
vote.
Fantastic. Joe Grover says, now wrong with being an institution. Even I think any extreme sport's a mental mind. And Leia is a free diver.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
No, sorry. No, Jen Rowe, not Leia, sorry.
Is she?
Yeah.
You kept that quiet.
She said she concedes it's a stupid thing she's doing.
We all do stupid things. Stark comes in, and that one's more on a length, and it flashes past Billings. So good over from Stark. That run rate is knocking up and up. 152 for 4. They need 144 off 17.
And Mark Zip says, suggestion for current sci-fi. The Expanse was on Sci-Fi Channel, now on Amazon. Worth the investment, probably. Jersey Oak says, Hendo and extreme sports don't appear to have a natural connection to me.
Yeah.
Maybe,
It's
those eating competitions.
back back in the day. No, I've never been a fan of risking my life greatly while playing sport. I suppose the most likely thing I'm to do now is perhaps get into a squash court, and that would be risking my life.
Yes,
at
well,
my current age.
For most of us.
Yes. So I give that a miss. Another change of bowling, by the way.
Go ahead.
Well, it's Adam Zampa coming back into the attack. 6 overs earlier, 2 for 26, bowled brilliantly in his first 4 or 5 overs, and then took a bit of treatment from Bairstow in his final over.
All others. They fear Adam Zampa.
Well, they did earlier on where he took 2 wickets in no time. And in fact, let him bowl 3 or 4 quite cheap overs before Bairstow finally opened his shoulders.
I do think he bowled well, though. I don't think that you say until Bairstow opened his shoulders, but I thought he bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
Bowled one really good googly to Billings, which I think was reviewed, wasn't it? An LBW shout that wasn't given, and just proved to be going over, but it was a fantastic delivery.
Well, they've got a slip in, which is aggressive after 2 batsmen on 120 on partnership. They obviously still don't feel that Bairstow's entirely set in 73.
No, you don't, do you? It's weird you should
enough.
say that. I get that sort of same feeling. Yeah.
And Bairstow goes for the sweep from outside off stumps, quite full, but he has found the gap. He's put it behind square for 4. And the Australians not quite as bouncy as they were half an hour ago.
You were saying this was worth 120. It's not. I think they lost the 4th wicket at 57, so they're very close to the 100 partnership now.
I'm sure I saw a graphic said they just got it. No, you're right. Yeah.
No. Ooh, outside the line.
Yep, sorry, missed that one. Yes, I'll take your word for it.
It was a quicker ball outside the off stump. Tried to sweep it, did Bairstow. Hit him on the front pad, but he was well outside the line of the off stump.
Yep, certainly has telegraphed his plan against Zampa. 2 sweep shots, a 4 and then a miss. So he does with this one. He's tried to hoik up to mid-on, and I suppose he succeeded, but only for a single.
There it is.
57 for 4, that is the 100 partnership.
Well, we said that, didn't we? We talked about the fact that there was a 100 partnership. It doesn't really matter where the 100 partnership comes, but you need a 100 partnership to chase a score of 300, really.
Usually,
Yep, and these two have done really well.
Well, they have. It remains to be seen whether maybe both of them were a bit too slow to be starting off with, but certainly done better than everybody else. Billings is down the track, but it's too short. It ends up just hitting him out to cover for no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's he is rather telegraphing his run down the wicket, isn't he,
Zampa's
Billings?
another coffer. God, they all do it so much. Know why, these spinners. Here he comes in again. And again, Billings is down the track. At least he gets a bat on that one, but if you only play it back to Zampa, there's no run again.
Yeah, and Johnny was getting in a bit of a tangle at the non-striker's end there. I think he was a little bit worried that he was going to get finger onto the ball and then back onto the stumps. He had to throw himself almost back. Yeah.
Good over so far from Zampa. Come back after the first ball was swept for 4. That's short, and Billings has slapped it away, but straight to deep square, which seemed to hit Stoinis amidships, but he still sucks the breath in and flips it back and just 1. 158 for 4 off 34.
Leo says Besson's best film is Underground, starring Christopher Lambert. His Valerian film is a close second. And Nagato Uzumaki says England are targeting Cummins.
Well, they're not now because Cummins is off. In that, you could say they have actually targeted him, and he's come off because of that.
And
so that's a fair point.
Jay, you're right. Yeah, he didn't direct Nil by Mouth. That was Gary Oldman, but he did produce it. So, yeah. Casablanca's a decent film, quite like an evening comedy too, says Jersey Okie. And that Zampa jingle is going to keep Anna Forsyth up at night.
Speared in, but lovely straight drive from Billings, and mid-on the mid-offer up, and that's a beautiful shot for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I must admit, the way Stark's been bowling to Billings is very full. I was surprised to see the mid-off and mid-on were up.
Yes, that was interesting, wasn't it? Because there was otherwise it was just a single. It was a lovely shot, though. Probably Billings' best of the day.
Oh, it's a good shot, good shot. He's on to 44. See what he can do with this one. He plays that one wider to wide mid on. Marsh is round and they pick up a single.
I think I probably hated Nil by Mouth. Was that the one that's just incessant swearing at each other?
Where's Gary Oldman? So.
Yeah, I think it is. I think I just, it just did my head in, that one, I think.
Leia says the best film ever made is without doubt one of Kurosawa's. My vote goes to Seven Samurai, but the Ronin without a name, and others are in the running for sure. And Kurosawa's Seven Samurai and the Ronin without a name are brilliant.
Didn't he do one based on Macbeth? That's very good. Stark comes in. Shorter balls pulled by Bairstow. Has he got enough of that? I think so. The answer is yes.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Looked a little bit top edgy, but I dare say he got 3/4 of the bat on and went into some strange black gazebo.
You feel like someone's going to come out of there after having a massage, don't you? Really? It's like pretty a little bit chilly to have a massage in the.
Yeah, one of those you find those on a beach in a nice, lovely Caribbean resort. That would be nice.
Yes, indeed.
Listen, it's going to be 30 degrees here next week.
I know.
Again,
I know.
really?
Only for a day, though. I think only for a day.
Just a day.
I mean, to go and look for that ball. He hasn't found it yet. Look in the gazebo.
Yep, it's in the gazebo. You'll find it in there with
in the oils.
Whoever's oiling themselves up at the moment. Yes.
It
is great. Isn't it? It's great that it is kind of great though that cricketers have been reduced to having to go and look for balls, isn't it?
Ball boys.
The two of them looking for it now, and the next guy who's closest is sort of trying not to catch everybody's eye in case he gets sent in as well.
And everyone else presumably is sitting down by now while they.
That's a shit ball.
Yeah,
further back. Come forward.
Oh, it means that
they're bringing on some replacements. It hasn't gone out of the ground. It must be in there somewhere.
Yeah, they don't want a replacement ball. They're enjoying this ball. It's coming off the bat quite nicely at the moment.
Bairstow's on to 84 after that shot, and he's really catching up. Oh, what was his? He had 11 or 40, I think, something like that.
Oh, Bairstow, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was. He's really put the foot down, hasn't he? This is good. I mean, it's good that he's been out there long enough to play himself back into form.
Yes,
really.
Yes, fair play. Yep. Labuschagne's coming back. They've either found it or they've given up. I think they've probably found it.
Crown of Blood was the Macbeth film.
Oh yes, that's a good one.
And if swearing was what bothered you about Nil by Mouth Hendo, says Jay Grover, I'm concerned.
Well, no, not really. It was just the incessant depression of the whole thing, really, which involved people shouting at each other. I'm not arguing.
It wasn't feel good.
It wasn't feel good. It was a feel bad movie.
Feel bad. Stark into Bairstow again. Let's see Yorker, but Bairstow gets his bat on it, and good work from Stark. Dives across, jams his hand on it. May have hurt himself one way or another. But picks himself back up, and there's no run.
Another Forsyth rightly says only you guys could go from free diving to Kurosawa within a few overs.
A few balls.
In a few balls. Who needs overs? Who needs overs? We're nothing if not liable to go off at a tangent at a moment's notice.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about.
Indeed.
Well, I'm
You've got to have your tangents.
I'm indeed trying to keep the show on the rails. Seat.
That's your seat as the ball-by-baller.
I'm the poacher turned gamekeeper in terms of short ball, and that one flashes past Bairstow, lets it go. It's what you can do when you've already hit a 6 in the over.
Yeah, it just takes all the pressure off, doesn't it? If you just get that one good shot early on in the over, and then you can just fiddle the ball around if necessary to make up a few more. Yeah, absolutely.
On your beard, have you got sort of dark patches here, and then it goes grey at the bottom?
Yes, that's right. Yes, absolutely right.
Weird, isn't it?
Well, it's aging. It's a sign of aging, really. It would all be brown and black or whatever, but unfortunately, I'm of that age.
You're going to look like Uncle Jesse in a couple of years. That's a very good take by Alex.
Brilliant.
That looked like 5 wides all the way, but he's kept it down to 1. I'm sure it was wide.
No, it's not been given.
Maybe not. Maybe it's just flashed over the shoulder. So somehow got away with no run at all there. And I can't see the score because Russell Howard is on goal.
Yeah, 169 for 4 it was, just before we went to the adverts, which showed us, unfortunately, that ridiculous man who considers himself our Prime Minister. But there you go. That's not Russell Howard, that'll be Boris Johnson.
Oh, Trump.
And Trump. Yeah, they're all coming out. They're all coming out.
A Russell Howard hour, just an hour.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can survive that. I might prefer to watch Boris Johnson for an hour, actually.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know Manny's a big fan of Russell Howard. I've never really been able to take to him. But,
Have you heard from Manny recently?
No, hard man to get hold of. I haven't even bothered really. I mean, the notion of him being able to understand the concept of Zoom.
No.
That one's clubbed up to long off by Billings as one. Is he the least likely to Gorilla to get Zoom? I can't see Zoom on Zoom.
Well, on the basis that Manny's email is still that of his son, I suspect that he hasn't actually got a computer of his own.
Well, we have Gary's on it. I mean, I was shocked when I heard that Gary was going to be doing it.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit though, but he has finally managed to get on. Yeah.
Bairstow, big shot.
Not sure it's enough.
Is it big enough?
No,
it's not. And the fielder's dived down, and he thinks he's got it, and I think he's got it. And that was a funny one because initially I thought that got enough of that one. Is that Hazelwood?
Yeah.
Yes. Hazelwood dives to his right and takes the catch. But a good innings from Johnny Bairstow. He's played his way back into form. He's possibly played England back into this game.
Yeah.
And take a hike right out of here.
Good catch.
Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Yeah, that was it wasn't a bad shot. I mean, it was worth having a go because Josh Hazelwood had to make a lot of ground to that, and I think also he'd hit it into the wind, which possibly held it up a little bit. But you can't take anything away from Josh Hazelwood. It's a very good catch on the run.
Yep, as Knackle tells us, Bairstow made 11 off 40, then 39 off 38, and then 34 off 28. But that was the kiss of death because he was out the next ball.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle for England, and they're going to need something special for Moeen Ali. Got Moeen Ali to come. After that, who are we looking at? We're looking at Jofra Archer. Am I missing someone? I think I'm missing someone.
Wokes is going to be...
Wokes, of course. Yeah, so Moeen Ali and Wokes. They've really got to do the job with Billings now. Can't afford to lose another
wicket. Need
wicket.
125 off 88, which is around 8.5 and over, I think.
Yeah, and that is going to be difficult. There has been a fierce breeze out there.
8.52, yep.
And I think if you are hitting into that wind, it is going to be a big hit. You've got to hit it really big.
Well, Moen's in, but he's not on strike yet because they crossed. Billings cuts hard. Point is going to have to make up some ground and slips over, so they'll get a comfortable 2.
Yeah, I'm just hopeful for Billings. That straight drive off Stark was such a good shot that I'm hoping that's really given him the confidence to go on now.
That can just be a catalyst for him.
Indeed.
Jay Grover says Gary's realised the technology will share his voice. He will burst through sheets of fire to make it happen.
Everyone missed that one. It missed Billings, it missed the stumps, it bounced off Carey's thigh. Not quite sure what the umpire signalled, but Zampa just beat everyone with that one. Oh no, he actually got a thick edge on that one. Billings, so I was doing the keeper a disservice there. So he picks up a single, it's 173 for 5, and Moeen will face his first ball.
I think from England's point of view, they've just got to hang in there and again for another 7 or 8 overs, these two.
Moeen damps that one down towards slip. Right, but you can't afford to run score 30 runs.
No, but you know, I don't think you necessarily need Moeen Ali to go for the big shots at the moment. He's just got to find, get himself in a little bit. He's been in reasonably good form the last couple of matches, and you just need to make sure that he gives himself a chance to get runs.
Clips that one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. Well, the trick is to try to get yourself in by at least scoring 8 of your first 10 balls and not 2.
Yes, that is admittedly more helpful to the cause.
End of the over, 174 for 5. England need 112 of 14.
122.
122. Sorry, yes, doing my maths on the fly.
Doing your maths on a fly.
On the fly.
I like the idea of that. star because he's taking some sort of tablet. I wonder if he's in some sort of pain for anything. Maybe he's just strained something. But he's racing back to take up his fielding position. Change of bowling. It's going to be Josh Hazlewood coming back into the attack.
This is a jingle for Josh Hazlewood. This is a jingle for Josh Hazlewood.
Well, Josh Hazlewood bowled extremely well at the start of the innings, but did Australia maybe overdo it by bowling 8 overs of him? Got 2 left now. Here he comes to Moeen. It's full, and Moeen pushes it up towards mid-off. Might have been a run there, but they decided against it.
Oh dear.
What were we about to say, Nestlers?
My mate has been blocked by the Pope on Twitter.
Blocked by the Pope? That's pretty good.
Is the Pope sitting there on Twitter going, all right, block hammer on this guy?
How many followers has he got on Twitter, the Pope? That's a good one.
A lot, I'm sure, as Hazlewood comes in. And it's shorter and Moeen tips it into the leg side. They get 1. He's not quite as quick as some of the other batsmen, so 1 it will be.
10.8 million followers.
How many? 10.8 million?
Yeah.
He's following 8 people, and he's done 1,212 tweets.
Who is he following? Who is the Pope following? I think that's an interesting idea. Who are the eight honoured people to be followed by the Pope?
Miley Cyrus.
Justin Timberlake. Britney Spears.
Yeah.
Big fan of Britney Spears, I expect the Pope. Just got that feeling. But, Billings just 1 run off of 50.
He's on 49 off 63. Hazlewood is in. It's full, and Billings drives straight to Aaron Finch. There's no run.
Yeah, pleasant shot, but he's got to find the gap, hasn't he, really? Got to get it past extra cover.
Oh dear, how narcissistic. The other people the Pope is following are the Pope's accounts in other languages.
Yes.
Oh, what? Oh my goodness me. Yeah. Bloody Pope. Oh, I shouldn't say that in case we've got...
You're God, you can say what you like.
Oh, I can, I was a bloody Pope.
Second only to you. He's your representative on Earth. But get him in line.
I say that, but I'm not sure that I've chosen very wisely.
Well, you should have made the smoke go the other way. Hazlewood's in, it's length, and Billings can only push it back to him. He looks frustrated.
He's just got to be careful not to give it away. Only 1 run, what a 4 balls of this over, so really
he's bowled well
response.
today,
He's bowled really well. He's a fantastic bowler, Hazlewood. He's
Derek
always
Willis
on the money, isn't he?
Derek Willis makes a good point. The Pope is one of the few people who has more followers in real life than on Twitter.
Has he got more followers on Twitter than anyone else? I mean, who has got the most?
Beyonce or something, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Probably. Hazlewood comes in, it's short, it's tipped down to short 45. There's no one there. Keeper comes around. Sorry, I did know this. Barack Obama's right up there, I think. Hang on a minute.
I'm going to have a look myself.
Yeah. Those are the most followers on Twitter.
We're all doing the same thing.
Yeah, we are.
Barack Obama. Dad, husband, president.
It was Barack Obama.
Wow! He's got 122 million followers. Call yourself the Pope?
Probably all bots, though.
That's pretty poor from the Pope. He can't. He's Barack Obama's got 12 as many times followers.
Pushed into the offside by Billings. Billings did scamper through for his 50. So that's the end of the over. 177.5 for 5. Another good one from Hazlewood, and 50 for Billings.
Cristiano Ronaldo's got more than the Pope.
Well, there you go. Anyways, we should celebrate Sam Billings getting 50. He's batted well after a difficult start. In a difficult situation that England were in. Still in a difficult situation. Slightly less difficult than when he came in, however.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Well, Virat Kohli's in 41st, but possibly in cricket terms he has to take a back seat to Shah Rukh Khan, who's in 30-something. I've lost him. 34th, yes, of course, the owner of the Kolkata Knight Riders. In
Another-
comes Zampa. It's
No, it isn't. It's change of bowling. It's
yes, it's Maxwell. Yep.
only bowled one over earlier, didn't he? Got
Yep.
taken off.
And he
And
gets a
with the
dot
local
ball.
GC News, Glenn Maxwell's comeback. Don't call it a comeback.
And he gets another dot ball. Moeen Ali pushes it, and this is what I was talking about. Ali's on 3 off 7, and he's just in danger of sucking the momentum out of this innings. And he's put himself in a position where he's going to have to play a big shot. See what he does. It's not a bad shout. Bat and pad together. Maxwell's a bit of a half appeal, really, and the umpire not interested. But
I think that's pad first, and I think that's what they're going up for. Definitely bat involved, but I think it was pad first. It'd be worth them having another look at that.
I don't
Although
think they have reviewed.
I don't think they have. Difficult to tell.
Pad first, but it's probably just angling down leg, no real turn. That's short, and Moeen pushes it past point. They'll get one. Only one, though. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yep, Moeen goes to 4 off 9. And he's not
Required run
turning the
rate.
strike over and getting Billings back on the strike. This is going
Required
well.
run rate is 9. Is that
Yeah.
right, Reverend Rashi?
Umpire's cool. But Maxwell's rattling through this over quickly as well. And he's
Yeah,
stopped
that's the last thing you want as a batsman, isn't it? When someone gets through and turns immediately, you want to slow them down.
Just going to the little boys' room. Back in a minute.
Maxwell is in the round again to Billings. It's slightly aerial, but it's out to square leg. That'll be a single. And if Maxwell gets away from this over with like 3 or 4 runs, big win for Australia.
Yeah, it is. It's getting more and more difficult, but we know Moeen can go a bit crazy once he's got himself in. So,
well, we haven't got much time to do. He's gone for the big shot. It's over cover. It's over point. Is there someone there? No. In fact, he just didn't get enough on it. Well short of the fielder. It's only one. Good over from Maxwell. It's 180 for 5. 12 left, and England 1-1-6. Gosh, pushing 10 and over.
yeah, it's getting tricky. But I mean, if you thought about it and you said it was a T20, you'd still think you were in the game. That's what England's approach has got to be to a certain extent now.
Well, in a T20, you'd be 5 wickets down after 8 overs.
Yeah.
I mean,
True.
it's just not quite. It's just not quite the same. You've got 12 overs left. The bowlers can bowl more overs. It's not a direct comparison.
No, that's very true. But they're in there with a chance. It's at 60 odd for 4.
The puncher's chance, but someone's going to have to play some big shots. And Hazelwood's going to bowl his last over. Moeen is facing and chops that one down to third man for a single. So I would suggest just try to pick 6 off Hazelwood and then bring out the long handle.
I like the idea if you could actually literally bring out the long handle and sort of stay there.
This long.
Presumably you'd bring it out on a cushion of some sort and present it to Moeen Ali. And the right time for the long handle.
Well, Billings is back on strike. Eyes the bowler up as Hazelwood comes in. Slightly slower ball, and Billings doesn't get hold of it, goes to wide mid-on. Again, long on was open if he'd got hold of that properly.
Yeah, I do think it's quite difficult, even when you're in, to time the ball consistently well because of the lack of pace in it. That was a good booming attempt at a drive, but as you say, dragged it, face closed a little bit, and didn't get the full face of the bat on it.
Moeen on 6, hoping to have a similar impact as the man we can see, Australia's number 7, Glenn Maxwell. It should get a wide for that.
He's going to actually.
Not. So we've seen a couple sort of flash towards over leg stump that haven't been given as wides. They have flicked his arm.
It's a strange shot because it was like he was cramped for room. He was trying to avoid it at the same time as paddling away at it, wasn't it? It was a horrible shot, really.
Swatted at it, yeah.
Yeah.
Still can't get hold of Hazelwood. He's only got to get 3 balls in to run up some excellent figures. 2 for 26 so far. Here he comes. It's full, and Ali carves it away, and he's caught by short cover. That's 33. Not sure. Hazelwood takes a 3rd wicket. It's Maxwell probably. No, he's 32. Anyway, he's out.
Yeah, that wasn't very impressive from Moen, I have to say. It's who is that taking? It's Labuschagne, isn't it?
It
I
is
think.
Labuschagne, yes.
Well, I think that possibly is the end of it for England.
Probably England are probably boned now.
Yeah, I think this could be. It could be quite rapid. the end of this game, 182-6. Losing those 2 quick wickets has really stymied them, hasn't it?
Well, the first one especially, they lost Bairstow, who was just starting to get going, and Moen came in, couldn't get going. It's been difficult for almost everyone as soon as they've gone in.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, it has. It's been a difficult wicket to score freely on, I think. It's done a little bit. It's always done a little bit. If you bowl really well, as the Australians have, especially the seamers, it's going to be with the pace of the wicket. It's going to be very difficult.
Well, it just makes Maxwell's innings look even better. So I'd say man of the match, assuming nothing miraculous happens, is going to be a shootout between Maxwell and Hazelwood. The batsman get it.
Yes. I think really though, 294 ended up being a reasonably good total, but I think that it was those early stages, wasn't it, where England just couldn't get away, and couldn't score at all. And I suppose you really look at Hazelwood. That's really what's made the difference in this game.
Well, Chris Woakes is in. He's a good man to come in when you need 90 off 90 balls, less so when you need 90 off 60.
Yeah, I don't think the ball's going to be coming on as well as it was for him when he batted so well in that first test against Pakistan.
And he's a Twitter fan.
That first ball is blocked by Chris Woakes, and Hazelwood has 1 ball to complete his spell. 3 for 26 now. Great day's work from him. And he's having bowled well in the T20 series as well. He's putting a stronger case to be bowling in all formats.
Yeah, he's a top bowler, isn't he? I was looking at some of the names of guys that have come and gone. Billy Stanlake, he's another one who hasn't really come through, isn't he?
Yep, well, they've still got to be careful with these 3 bowlers. It's a lot of bowling. That's Yorker. Fittingly finishes off with a dot ball. Excellent bowling from him. England are 182 for 6. They need 114 off 11 overs.
Bharat Bajaj says, God Hendo must discourage others from worshipping false idols. Only the great Hendo Moai must be venerated.
Well,
I think that's about right.
I think so.
That's just like the Old Testament God.
Jay Grover says, and now a cherub dies. Reverend Rashid says, doomed. Jay Grover says, could Maxwell's man of the match for reward be twatting Steve Smith in the head with a plank?
Well, he's been hit in the head already today, or in the last couple of days.
It's like cartoons. His second hit will make him okay.
Yeah, well...
And that you'd have to have the noise, boing.
Boing. Little birds flying around his head.
I wonder if England look back on this and think about whether bowling first was the right move in retrospect. Maybe it's a big thing that you're looking at with hindsight, but maybe the pitch was at its best for batting early on, especially under lights. It's been a little bit more difficult.
They might have a look at that. Maxwell's round the wicket. They've gone for quite a big appeal because it might have straightened up, but not enough. In any case, it's a dot ball.
Well, I've just seen that Josie Oak has said we're doomed. So when he says we're doomed,
we're
doomed.
You know we're doomed. Yeah.
There's no way back, is there?
No. Down the track comes Billings. Nice shot into the open space.
Ooh.
So in fact, he's found the gap. That's very well placed. And he picks up 4.
That's extraordinary. Someone should have got to that, shouldn't they?
You would have thought so. He's absolutely thread the needle through the gap in the end.
Well, they were both out on the boundary, or sort of 15 yards in. Surely someone should have got around to that. But it's amazing that
he's too happy with it.
No, he didn't look happy at all. I'm not surprised in a strange way.
Here he comes. Oh, whoa! It's bowled in, but Billings totally stepped away and was not stepping away to hit the ball. He walked away because who knows? A fly in his eye, or someone was walking behind the bowler, or whatever it was.
Was he doing his maths on the back of a fly?
Possibly, yes. Has that ever happened? It must have done.
Yeah, there was a famous.
And someone's not sure if he actually walked away or not.
it happened, didn't it, in a test match with Peterson? I can't remember who the bowler was, but it definitely happened with Peterson.
Well, see what Billings can do. He's down the track. That's the same line, but it's not going to go for 4. Fielder's in quite quickly. I'm going to leave you at the end of the over in the capable hands of the rest of the team for the end of this match.
Well, the Jersey Jingler wonders if we're writing off England too soon.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, and Jay answer to that question.
Jay Grover says,
exchange.
"Oh, Father Hendo, you're a very negative god."
It's probably true.
That's the devil, isn't it? As that's clipped into the leg side, another single, and it looks like hard work from here.
Yeah, as a god, I think I'd probably just lack a bit of confidence. That's what it is. If you're going to be a god,
Well,
you've got to be confident, haven't you?
Well, read the Old Testament again, the most insecure god ever. It clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single. You got 10 commandments. The first 4 commandments are about how you got to tell God how great he is. Then he gets on to murder and stuff.
Yeah, it does need a lot of love.
That's why there's no room for thou shalt not keep people as slaves or rape, because the first 4 tell God he's great all the time.
I can imagine you being if you were God, Hendo, you couldn't be asked.
That, I think we had a tweet to that effect. Pushed out into the offside. They'll take a single. I'm going to annoy everybody and then run off in true Brave style. And this will be the last ball. In fact, that is it. That's the end of the 40th over. England 190 for 6, lead 105 off 10. Knackle and the guys will take you through this seemingly impossible task.
Well, we're down to the last 3, and then there were 3. It's me, your ineffable god, and also Nestle Boy staying on, and Knackle is rejoining us.
Yeah, Hendo is ineffable. He can't be effed.
Indeed. Now, talking of 5th bowlers, it looks as if they're going to use another of their 5th bowlers. Mitchell Marsh, who bowled earlier, 3 overs, none for 9, pretty steady stuff. But England want pace on the ball. They need a bit of pace on the ball. That's the only way they're going to get these really big shots in, I think.
Marsh has been quite a handy bowler on this pitch, but Marsh, Maxwell and Stoinis have bowled 7 overs between them. With 10.5 needed off the last 10 overs, it shouldn't matter. But if England could get a few off Marsh's over, force the opening bowlers to come back and then lead themselves with the change bowlers for the death.
Marsh in, bowls to Wokes. Wokes lifts it up and over extra cover. That's the kind of shot he was playing in that test match innings against Pakistan. That's beautifully put away. Effortless, really. And it's 4 runs.
Off
the bowling of this man.
Mitchell! 1-2. In again, onto the back foot goes Wokes. Drops it down. Just beats the man at backward point. It'll be fielded by Zampa coming in from the 3rd man. They take another run. 5 from the first 2 balls of the over. So now it's down to England needing 100 from 58 balls, which is the kind of thing you see in T20 cricket quite a lot. So it's still possible. It's still possible, but they're going to need a few things to go their way, I would suggest. Billings has got 58. Wokes has now moved on to 7.
I'm sorry, Hendo.
I'll just tell me why you're sorry in a minute, but he's just put a man back out at deep mid wicket. In comes Marsh to bowl to Billings. Billings is down the track, smashes it and has picked it up really well. I thought he was going to be caught on the boundary, but he's sent that all the way. That's a maximum, if ever I saw one.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Came a long way down the wicket, made it into still not a full half volley, swung it away. I thought he was going to be caught out there, but he's found the gap. He's put it over the man coming in from deep mid wicket, who perhaps should have been right back.
Well, the man he was wider. Marnus Labuschagne was kind of off the rope at wideish long on. That went through regular mid wicket, and I think the reason he's in is that's the short boundary. So if he nails it, it's going over his head anyway. But he's there for the top
and that
edge.
means also it should be with the wind as well.
That's right.
So maybe that's the right shot to play. So 11 runs off the first 3 balls of the over. 200 up for England, 201 for 6. They need 94 from 57. And Marsh will continue. A bit of punishment. Here he comes again, right arm over the wicket. And down the wicket comes Billings again then finds himself having to stretch for it as it's pushed wide by Marsh, and he can't lay bat upon it, so he gets away with a freebie there.
I was going to say, Hendo, if England pull this off, then I'm sorry, but Owen Morgan's God, not you.
Well, yeah, some people might prefer Owen as their supreme leader, I suppose. Marsh in again, bowls wide, driven, dragging it all the way back along the ground to Marsh. Wanted to be looking at pushing that through extra cover to take full benefit of it. So another dot ball from Marsh. 11 runs in the first 3 balls, 2 dot balls to follow, and England could just do with another good delivery to finish off this Marsh over. Billings has moved on to 64 from 75. Wokes has 7 from 6. It's a tall order, but not completely out of it yet. 94 required from 55 balls. Man comes up inside the circle at third man, which means they have now pushed 3 men back on the leg boundary. And Billings waits for Marsh's next delivery. It's very wide of the off stump, and he has to really reach that. He's bending over and throwing his bat as far as it'll go. He's got it out to deep backward point for 2, and that is the end of the over. England, after 41, are 205 for 6.
Jay Grover says the Old Testament God is basically Tony when he gets criticism over exclamation marks.
Yeah, he'll just fire you with one of his lightning bolts if you do that.
That's essentially what the flood was, wasn't it? It was a trigger-happy LBW decision.
Yep,
that's true. That's going back a couple of years now, isn't it?
The Jersey Jingler says, Hendo God, why do you let bad cricket happen to good cricketers like mowing?
Yeah, well, I'm not a cricket god. I'm just an everything else god, unfortunately. So can't help you with that one.
Who's that getting dressed that we can see in the England dressing room?
We can almost see him naked in the England dressing room. I'm not sure who it was actually. Zampa is going to come back into the attack. He's got a jingle that goes something like this.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear above all others. They fear Adam Zampa.
Well, he's bowled 8 overs, taken 3 for 37. He's in, bowls, and Wokes goes back, crunches this away through cover point, but there is a man patrolling the boundary. There'll just be a single. England moved to 204 for 6, and pace off the ball is going to make it very difficult. These are not the most meaty hitters amongst in the England ranks, and that could be a problem. You'd really fancy someone like Butler or Stokes or one or two other people to face this sort of bowling. I'm not sure that Billings and Wokes are going to hit many straight sixes off this bowling on a very slow pitch. In comes Zampa again, bowls. Out comes the reverse sweep, brilliantly played by Billings, and despite the effort of the man at backward point, that has run away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was very, very well played, the reverse sweep. You see how the bat face is basically parallel to the floor. That said, it wasn't a very good bit of fielding from the man at backward point.
Well, he probably wasn't expecting it, was he? I think that's the problem. But there you go. It's a very good shot from Billings. Takes him into the 70s. In comes Zampa. He's down the wicket and, found himself with nowhere to go, really. He wasn't going to be able to follow through the shot. It would have just gone up in the air. He just checks the shot a little bit and sends it back to Zampa. Good bowling by the leggy. And maybe that's the thing. Billings just goes a little bit early when he's racing down the wicket. Zampa in again. He's brought out the reverse sweep again. He's played that extremely well. He's hit that even better. But a great piece of fielding out there. Is there? No! Although I think it was Cummins got round to that. He couldn't prevent it from going over the boundary. He's very disappointed. Zampa is very disappointed. And England are very excited.
Stick to the reverse sweep, Sam.
Yeah, he plays that beautifully. Really hit that one especially well. That was an even better shot. It was squarer, but I thought for a moment that Cummins was going to keep it down to 2. But despite the fact that he sprawled round that boundary, he couldn't. They've got 2 men almost at backward point now for Billings, who goes back and cuts straight to extra cover. That'll annoy him. Should have got runs from that ball, but hasn't been able to. So 9 from the over so far, 212-6, 1 ball remaining. Billings has moved on to 74 from 80. He's almost up at a runner ball now, and that's what England need. More than that, really, from Zampa now. He's got a short third man and a backward point. Here is Zampa to finish off his 9th over. He's in, bowls, and he flicks this away down to the man on the 45 behind square on the onside, and will keep the strike. Good work from him. 213 for 6 with 8 to go.
Jay Grover says he's getting freaked out by the change in my sky. Could it be even Event Horizon? I have to say, I find Ian Morgan more intimidating than Hendo. Less petty, but more intimidating.
Who's petty, me or him?
Are you petty?
Those eyes from Owen Morgan. Steely
petty
blue.
eyes. Petty eyes, if you ask me. Well, this has not done Sam Billings' chances of claiming a regular place in this team any harm. He's done well from a difficult beginning. He probably won't be enough to take England to victory, but he's maybe given himself the belief that he can play more regularly at this level. 48 required from 8 overs. Mitchell Stark is coming back into the attack.
Yeah, Australia only need 1 more over from their sort of 5th bowler.
He's had no swing! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town! No swing since Cape Town!
Round the wicket to the right-handed Billings. Billings aims a big booming driver that makes no contact whatsoever. It goes through to Carey, and there is no run. I don't think England need to be that worried about this now, because they will get pace from the likes of Mitchell Stark. So I think they prefer pace on the ball to a certain extent.
Yeah, I think they'll be targeting Pat Cummins, who's a little bit sort of easier to line up, because Stark has that angle from left arm round the wicket. It's just constantly coming at you. You can't free your arms.
Here he is again in bowls. He's driven that fantastically well. There's a man after it, Hazelwood, from mid-on, and he's pierced that field again with a dead straight drive. Really well struck. Billings goes to 79.
That went like a tracer bullet.
That's a fantastic shot. It's almost a Yorker from Mitchell Stark. You see how Billings has sort of used his wrist to get the back face under the ball.
Yeah, that was the skill of that, wasn't it? It was really an incredible shot when you look at it from front on. It was almost like an inside-out shot with the wrist. Fabulous work from him. England needs 78 from 46 balls. 217 for 6 is the score. 10.17 runs per over. Well, they've got 4 of the runs they need from this over. In comes Stark again. Short. Oh, that's gone up in the air as he tries to pull it. Is someone going to get underneath it? No, it's going to fall safe. Carey was going back towards square leg. There was a man running in from long leg, and while the ball was up there, England have managed to run 2. It may be that wind again that it looks like it's going to be sailing out there to the man on the boundary, but it's held up. And
well, that's going with the wind according to the flags. I think he just didn't hit it very well, and there's no one in the circle on the leg side.
Yeah, you might be right. You may be right. Difficult to tell which way is the wind blowing unless you see the flag. 219 for 6. Billings on to 81. Wokes has 8. And Stark is in his 8th over. None for 35. He's round the wicket to Billings, down into his legs. He's got something on it, maybe a little bit of pad. Carey does good work in preventing that running away to the boundary, and they take just the 1. 220 for 6. 76 required from 45 balls with 4 wickets in hand. Leg by, I think that was.
It was only in the last over, the 42nd over, that England got above 5 and over for the first time in the innings. Pulling this off would be a hell of a heist.
Well, it would, and we saw it actually, the heist of the first T20. Really, that was an extraordinary victory for England. From absolutely nowhere. Australia completely gave that away, and it remains to be seen whether they keep their nerve in this sort of situation. Aaron Finch always looks a little bit anxious when he's in charge of things, I think. Anyway, it's going to be Wokes to face Stark, bowling to right-hander who's not quite ready, or maybe there's another change being made in the field. Now Wokes is ready, settles down and waits for Mitchell Stark to approach. Here he is, bowls. He goes after a big slog down the ground, makes no contact. Through to Carey it goes, and again, to the dismay of England supporters, there is no run. 220 for 6. Any tweets we can get in?
There are many naked people on my internet. I'm shocked I say, says Leia.
I'm sure you're not too shocked. Yeah, well, there would be if you're on your television. It wasn't on the internet, but you might have been able to find it on the television. 1 ball to go of Stark's 8th over. England could do with a big shot here. And what's he got? Cross seam there. This is going to be cross seam, I guarantee, from Stark as he comes in, bowls. And where's that gone? Well, it's ended up right in the popping crease. And somehow they've scuttled through for a single. Mitchell Stark tried to kick it onto the wicket and failed, then held his hamstring as if to suggest something had happened that was a little bit nasty. But they got the run. 1 isn't really enough, but well, they live to fight another over.
Mitchell Marsh has missed a Ronnie Rosenthal style own goal. The ball was sitting on the crease line and he somehow missed the stumps with his side foot. Not that it would have mattered. I think Billings was in.
I think he was in. He definitely was in. He ran that very well indeed. Zampa will continue. 1 over left in his allocation. He's bowled 9 overs, taken 3 for 47. Bowled really well to start with. First 4 overs especially. Only had figures of 2 for 6. He's now going to be bowling to Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes needs to get Billings onto strike as soon as he can, I would suggest. Got a man at short third man, backward point, extra cover, deep point, long off. That's the offside field. Anyway, here comes Zampa into Wokes. Wokes is trying to lift that up and over extra, and he's done that. But Maxwell is sharp, and he gets in and round from long off. Good place to have him to prevent the second run there.
Yeah, I think you pretty much work out where's the ball most likely to go and put Glenn Maxwell there. He is an extraordinary fielder anywhere on the pitch.
What Wokes does seem to have, though, is this ability at will almost to just lift the ball over extra cover. He seems to be playing that shot particularly well. It's almost effortless from him. Anyway, it's Billings to face for now. He's just having a look around the field. He's got 81 from 85. And Zampa it is coming in a bowl. England 2-2-2 for 6. And Zampa is in. He's brought out the reverse sweep again. He's played it very well, but will there be more than one? I don't think so. Cummins has been positioned much further round than he was before, so it is just the single. 2 runs from 2 balls. England 223 for 6. 72 required from 40.
Nicely bowled by Zampa. It's a little bit fuller, so Billings couldn't quite get as much power. You see, he slightly topped that, sort of slightly off the bottom part of the bat.
He's losing a bit of balance as he played that as well. Wokes waits. Wokes drives high, but he's not got the length on it. It's going to be caught, isn't it, by Maxwell? It is. That's the end of Chris Wokes. Should have gone squarer, really. A simple catch for Maxwell, certainly someone as good as Maxwell. And England's chances may have gone with that shot. 223 for 7. I think one of the interesting things here, as Chris Wokes troops off for 10 from 11 balls, is that England were talking about using this series, it being at Old Trafford, and the fact that there was likely to be more spin, and they have trouble in the middle overs when the spinners are on. That may be one of their weaknesses. Well, they're certainly having a good chance to work on this, and they're not working at it particularly well at the moment, has to be said, although, of course, it was really those first 10 overs, that power play, when they just couldn't get going at all.
Hazelwood's spell was incredible.
Put them behind the run rate.
Yeah, Hazelwood's spell was incredible. It was Hazelwood and Cummins were almost bowling sort of test match lengths, just banging it in, targeting the top of off, getting a little bit of movement either way. There was more lateral movement than we see from a lot of ODI pitches, and they bowled really well. I think England perhaps didn't quite push the singles around enough, but it was a brilliant opening spell from Hazelwood, bowling his 8 overs on the trot. That's 4 for Adam Zampa, just the second time he's done that in one-day international cricket.
Okay, England now leads 72 from 39 balls, and well, the responsibility is on Billings, and now Adil Rashid is in bowls. Another reverse sweep. He's got this up and over the man who is the straighter of the two backward points, and he's got it away for a very welcome boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice variety of reverse sweep there, hitting the ball where the fielders are not.
Well, also picking that up and lifting it over, really, the man in that position behind square. He played a couple along the ground, really. That time I felt that he deliberately tried to lift it up and over.
Well, that's what I mean. That's where the gap was.
Yep. Anyway, here comes Zampa. Again, he's going to do it once more, but he gets it squarer this time. He bowled it more in at leg stump. Cummins will do the fielding, just a single. England move to 228 for 7. They may not be able to do this, but they could be 100 in this for Billings. It would be 100 in a losing chase, but you know, 100's 100. Adil Rashid, we need to see some of his wristy greatness. He is incredible with his wrists when he does bat and get an opportunity to bat, which is sometimes not often enough. Zampa in to his leg spinner. Somehow he's chipped that back over his head for a single. It looked for a moment that he was going to be caught and bowled, but he got enough on it. So Rashid gets underway. He'll keep the strike. England, with 6 overs remaining, are 229 for 7.
Jay Grover says, Allfather Hendo, your supplicants have a question. Why are you shacking up with Bast?
What?
I don't know either. Neymar Butlins says, due to intense forest fires in LA, I've been encouraged to stay in and watch cricket as opposed to staying in all day as a result of a pandemic. Well, Neymar, I mean, I've seen some incredible footage from...
Oh, it's horrifying.
It's absolutely amazing what's going on out there. Stay safe, sir.
Yeah, I have some friends in, not California so much, but Oregon and Washington in the Pacific Northwest, and it's a lot. There are a lot of evacuation orders in place, and the smoke has even reached up to sort of Vancouver and on the Canadian border. It's really, I mean, some of the pictures are genuinely apocalyptic.
500,000 people were evacuated in Oregon or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Change of bowling.
It's really horrifying.
It's going to be Patrick Cummins. He's bowled 7 overs, gone for 48. Bowled better, a lot better than that. But in he comes to Adil Rashid. What can Adil do? He'll do nothing there because that's a wide, well outside the off stump, well outside the guideline, and an important single in the run chase for England, and an extra ball.
Indeed, a wide.
Wide.
Ball by this man.
When bankrupt scuffed it and threw you the ball, you must have known but said nothing at all. Yeah, they were tampering. What'd you do, Cummins, when they were tampering? Yeah, you knew, Cummins.
That's really nicely played by Adil Rashid, using those wrists and getting it away down between third man and backward point. It was unfortunate for him, they wouldn't quite go for 4, but he has picked up a couple. He goes to 3, 232 or 7. And I know it's a stereotype to talk about the Asian wristy cricketer, but Adil Rashid really is. He uses his wrists in a way that almost no other batsman I've seen does. Maybe that's why he's able to bowl such brilliant googlies, because he's got such movement there. He tries and aims at a full toss, and to his annoyance has missed it completely. Goes through to Carey, and there is no run.
Yeah, his late opening and closing of the wrists and his placement is very good, and he's hard to set fields for. We should give him a jingle.
Yes.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45.
Cummins in, bowls a short one. He pulls it over the top of mid-wicket. I'm not sure it's got the legs. It rather plugs. There's going to be 2, I think, as Hazelwood comes round. And indeed, they get back for a second. And that takes England on to 234 for 7.
I think I just choked at wristy greatness, says Anna Forsyth.
There is a wristy greatness about Adil Rashid. Whatever you say, he does play shots that very few other players play. And I do wonder whether that is why it makes him such a good bowler, bowling such a googly, that he has got such movement in that wrist. Anyway, here comes Cummins again. halfway through his 8th over, bowling to Rashid. Rashid goes across and he's launched that high. I don't think he's going to survive for much longer. Risty it might have been. Unfortunately, it's ended up in the hands of none other than Glenn Maxwell, who lies on his back as if to say, blimey, that went up a long way. But he has caught it, and England are 234 for 8. Yes, taking in the big buckets of Glenn Maxwell's enormous limbs. Brilliantly done. I had to wait for it to come down at a very long time. It might have been swirling away in the wind that we know is out there, but he's pouched it very well. And I would suggest the fact that he's taken a couple of catches recently in the last few overs, that maybe that has clinched the Man of the Match award for Glenn Maxwell.
You look at his... Also, the fact he was able to score 70 odd at a way faster pace than anyone else has managed on what has been a very, not a very difficult, but a quite difficult pitch to bat on. I think his innings, it looked good at the time, and it's looked better and better as the game has gone on.
Yeah, I think that may be the final nail in the England coffin, but Billings will do his best, no doubt. We have on his way to the wicket, I think it'll be Jofra Archer, won't it?
It will indeed, unless they send Wood in for some slap halfway.
Bast is the goddess of protection and cats, Hendo.
Ah, I like Bast very much.
There'd be risty greatness if all Father Hendo would be in the same room as Bast.
Indeed there would, indeed there would. It is Jofra Archer who's come to the crease. He won't face immediately because they crossed, quite obviously. And Cummins has got his first wicket, 1 for 53. He's into bowler Billings. He bowls a slow one and he had to wait for that and then flapped it away quite skillfully into the onside. They're going to run back for the second. They are. Well done, Sam Billings. He's got a couple to add to his score. He's gone on to 89 from 89, but England have surely left themselves with just a little bit too much to do here, and you feel that Australia are going to take a 1-0 lead in the series, and that might focus a few minds in the England camp. They've had a good summer really, and they could do with finishing it off in the style. Cummins in again, bowls another slower ball. It's swatted away, really nicely timed by Billings, finding Labuschagne on the bounce at deep mid wicket. England need 58 from 30 balls. That's the end of Cummins' 8th over. He's got figures of 1 for 56.
Wobble C, Mel Chapanos has joined us. Good
Hey.
evening. The first thing I hear is the Adil Rashid jingle. All is right with the world. Esther Rose, Hendorf's knuckle stuff.
Indeed, indeed. Endorphins, maybe you should say. That's something I could get into. I could, maybe some sort of part of my muscle could be used for giving you a good feeling. Endorphins, I think that'd be good.
You give me a good feeling anyway, Hendo.
Do I? Oh,
yeah.
Keep that quiet, please, guys. 237 for 8, 5 overs remaining. Sam Billings is 90 not out. Johnny Burstow made 84, and Mitchell Stark is coming back on to bowl probably his remaining 2 overs. Figures of none for 36, and he's going to be bowling to Sam Billings. Now, if I was Sam Billings, I'd be thinking, right, we can't win this. I want to get 100. So that's, from a selfish point of view. So does he just go all out for it and fail miserably in the 90s, or does he just make sure he can get his first one-day 100 under his belt?
I don't think Owen Morgan would take very kindly to players playing for milestones.
But in these circumstances, we'll see anyway. I'm sure he'll go after it. Start bowls, he gives himself room and he crunches it too well up to mid-off. It travels far too quickly. Finch fields, and there is no run. 58 off 29 balls, 2 runs per ball exactly needed now by England. Can Billings see them across the line? It seems dubious, it seems doubtful, but you never know. Required rate 12 and over. There are many men back on the onside especially. In fact, the only man potentially saving the single on the leg side is the man at mid-on. In comes Mitch again. This is driven well, but once more Finch has to move only to his right to field, and the single is quite happily acceptable to the Australian skipper, and it brings Jofra Archer down to face. 238 for 8 is the score.
We should jingle up the new batter and the bowler who is bowling to him.
And now it's time for Jofra Archer.
That'll do.
He's staying around the wicket to the right-handed Archer. Archer gets in behind. He's going to take a single. He's going to have to hurry as Maxwell is swooping in on this one. In fact, he keeps the ball in his hand as he more or less runs past the wicket. Jofra has given the strike back to Billings. That's all England can hope for him to do, really. Difficult to find your timing when you're coming in at this late stage in the game.
Why is he wearing what you think is a really expensive watch?
Oh, he's always been.
Oh, he always does. He always does.
It's like, yeah, but he get hit.
It was his Player of the Match award for the World Cup final.
Yeah, but even more reason not to wear it.
It's probably not the actual one. Lovely little shot, subtle, clever, and 4 runs. He came inside, outside the line of that, played the paddle shot, and it's gone very fine indeed for one of these.
This is what Sam Billings can do with this series. Obviously, Ben Stokes will come back into the team when he's available and when he feels able to do so. But Billings can make the selectors' decisions a bit more difficult, like Bairstow did with his in his early days in the England team.
Well, this is going to do him a lot of good. I mean, he's been on the periphery for so long and hasn't really had a chance to play a big innings, although he did open a couple of times, didn't he? Or maybe that was in T20. Anyway, Stark is coming in to bowl to him again. He's bowled a short, slower ball, very clever. Billings kind of read it, but it was taking so long to get to him that he couldn't really make up his mind what shot to play. In the end, played no shot, really, and it bounced on its way through to Alex Carey. Clever bowling from Mitchell Stark there, you have to say.
Yeah, but you're setting yourself for the quicker ball, really, with Mitchell Stark rather than the slower bouncer. It's not a ball he goes to as often as some.
Nope. 1 ball to go in his 9th over in the of the innings. He's in again, bowls right up there in the block hole, too wide of the off stump though. He can't lay bat on it, through to Carey. It's well bowled by Mitchell Stark there after that boundary. Came back well, none for 42. Off his 9th over.
The Great Hendo Maui festivals last 5 days with releases of endorphins at the fall of every wicket, says Pirate Badshah.
I'm sure I could market that as part of my plan to take over the world with my cult. I think that's a good call, definitely.
England pulling this off. Endorphins, says Leia.
It's going to trend before too long, I think, endorphins. I'm glad to see that.
Jay Grover doesn't like the Ambridge jingle.
No, I don't really like it.
I
don't like it for Jordan. I don't know why. Jordan. Jofra is what I meant to say. Anyway, he's going to face Jofra. Cummins starting his 9th over. 4 balls remaining, 52 required. Full toss. Pushed into the offside really by Archer, and they're quite happy to let him have the 1. Maxwell, it was moving around to his left.
Was that the agreed single?
At extra. I think that might have been, although you wouldn't think that they want to expose their bowlers to more of Billings. I mean, Billings is more likely to make these runs than Archer for England, if anyone's going to. 51 required from 23 balls. Billings is on 95. He deserves 100. Let's see, can he get there? Cummins in, bustling past the umpire, bowls full, driven hard, hits Cummins, who didn't really know much about it. They run through for 1. They won a second. Archer wasn't, I don't know, as aware, I don't think, as Billings that there might be a second there. I think there probably wasn't in the end, so perhaps a good decision. But Billings will be annoyed that he couldn't get that through the grand mass that is Pat Cummins. Plenty of strong body and toe, in fact, to get in the way of that one. Took it right on the end of the toe. And Billings is a little bit annoyed with himself. Cummins into Archer. Archer waves at this outside the off stump, flaps another slower, shorter ball. This slow, short ball on this wicket is very hard to pick up and probably even harder to get away. A lot of players have just swung at thin air when bowlers have been producing this one.
Even if you do hit it, your timing's so off that it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, no, that's absolutely right. So it's just a very good ball in this form of the game. At this sort of stage, in comes Cummins. Do you set yourself for the slower ball? I don't know. He's in. Archer swings again at that. It's almost as if he's not looking at the ball, because he's missed that by a very long way. He's completely puzzled by it, grinning, but it's not of much comfort to England supporters, because they need you to be getting a bit more bat on ball than that. It may be kept a little bit low as well.
It was the off cutter. It was another slower ball.
Yep. It's very difficult when you start bowling slow balls to a batsman who's just come in. It is almost impossible to get your timing. 245 for 8, 50 required from 20 balls. What can Archer do here? Cummins is in, bowls. It's up in the block hole. He drives it straight to Maxwell at extra cover. Did they take the run? I think they did. And so with one ball remaining of the 47th over, Billings has a chance to get 100 anyway. At least England will get that out of the game. For a first century in ODI cricket for a really good player in Sam Billings. Pleased to see him do well in that respect. Cummins into him, bowls wide of the off stump and slower, and he can't lay bat on it. It's gone through, grubbing ill on the ground to Carey, and that's very cleverly bowled by Patrick Cummins. England 246 for 8.
Jay Grover again. If Allfather Hendo wants to make pronouncements, do not let him use flawed mortal vessels who are known but shall not be named. The tongues are forked, and as of Ash, I have Bat's phone number and Instagram.
I have no idea what that was all about, but
is he on the salt again?
He could well be.
Well, he's apparently talking to long since deceased Egyptian deities.
Okay, fair enough. Well, it's going to be Stark to bowl his final over. Left arm round the wicket to Archer. Can he lay bat on it? Well, he can. He's going to get a single up to a deep set mid-off. A single is all, though. And England now need 48 from 17 balls, which by my reckoning is almost 3 runs a ball. Billings, though, is on 96, has a chance of the 100, which would be well deserved, but in the end it's not going to be quite enough. Anyway, he's just getting himself ready and having a little look around the field, trying to memorise those positions. Everyone is out on the onside. There are no close fielders or single saving fielders whatsoever. And in comes Stark. Bowls right up in the block hole. He does manage to get something on that, but only manages to steer it as far as long on. It's only another single. England move to 248 for 8. And with every ball that goes by without the big shot, the less the hopes of England pulling off a remarkable victory become. Archer 4, Billings 97. 47 required from 16 deliveries. It's been some good bowling by these pacemen, taking pace off the ball very cleverly. Here comes Stark again, bowling to Archer. He's in, bowls a big full toss, which was travelling. Somehow Archer has bottom-handed that up to mid-on and runs through for another single. He's got 5 from 7, 249 for 8, 46 required from 15 balls. It ain't going to happen, I'm afraid to say.
The only hope I can see is that England need a huge over off the next one, because there is a chance if they can get it to, need 20 off the last over and it's being bowled by Stoinis or Maxwell or Mitch Marsh.
Yep, I suppose that's true. What can he do with this delivery? Stark in, he gives himself room, and now that's curious. He's missed it. It's knocked parts of the helmet off. They didn't actually land on the stumps. I thought for a moment they were about to. Jofra Archer has gone to pick up those various accoutrements.
It's the stem guard on the back of the neck that became mandatory after Philip Hughes passed away. They're meant to come off with impact like that.
He's going to have to have a concussion.
Has one of them actually passed between leg and middle stump?
Over.
No, they both went over the back of the stumps actually. But he's going to need a new helmet. There'll be a bit of a delay, no doubt, as of course protocols demand that we have a physio out there to check that he is okay.
Jeff Perkins says, I thought endorphins was what they injected chickens with to plump them up before becoming meat.
Oh, I suppose that's what we'll get. We'll get a lot of endorphins once we've got the US trade deal and the chlorinated chickens are coming our way.
And Jason Hitchcock has joined us.
Hey!
As long as it isn't Peter Bowler, flat, non-turning filth, if I recall.
I liked Peter Bowler. I very much like the fact that he was a batsman. And I saw him get a really big score somewhere. Was it at Lords for Somerset on one occasion? Very, very good player. Unfortunately, he wasn't English, was he? So we couldn't get him in the test team.
Wasn't there an Arthur Fielder who played first-class cricket?
There was, but that's going back further, isn't it? Peter Bowler was around in the 80s, wasn't he? 80s, early 90s perhaps. Stark in, bowls to Archer. Archer drives, brilliantly stopped. Could be a run out here, could be trouble. The throw is eventually delayed by Stark. He sees that Archer is going to get him running towards his end. Billings could have been in trouble if he'd picked up the ball cleanly and hurled it at the other end, but he didn't.
That's quite good from Archer, because Billings wasn't going for the run. Archer called him through for the run and figured that they're both quick enough to make it. It was not a good throw from Mitchell Stark.
It's a terrible throw, actually. He doesn't seem happy with the new helmet, so
I
he
don't
can
think
do a third one, I think.
I don't think they gave him a new helmet. I think they just put the stem guard back on the old one.
Oh, right, okay. I thought they had to replace the helmet when someone gets hit. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, they do,
he's
but
certainly not happy with that.
Well, they do, but he didn't. It wasn't a direct hit on the helmet, was it? It was a hit on the stem guard. But
Well, no, I think it was a direct hit on the helmet. I think it was the force of the blow that knocked the stem guards off. I don't think it hit directly onto the stem guards. If you looked at that from behind the wicket, it looked to me as if it hit him on the front of the head, and the force of the reverberation, I suppose, is what knocked them free. I may be wrong, but that's what it looked like to my eyes. Anyway,
he certainly got a new helmet with new stem guards.
He's got some new stem guards. Okay, well that's fair enough. 251 for 8, 44 required from 13 balls. And Stark has one delivery left in this over. Billings is on 97. And he's just putting on his second glove. Will be ready pretty soon. But it's not going to be enough to carry England to victory. It's going to be a very good victory for Australia, in fact. Here comes Stark then. Final ball of his allotted overs. And he's in around the wicket, bowls another one, looking for the block hole, driven to extra cover. What a man to have there. You're not going to get that past him very often. It's Glenn Maxwell. At least Billings does get to the other end. He's on 98, England are 252 for 8.
Jay Grover says, I'm beginning to think Hendo is not proper into this God thing, darn it. I thought the Mephistophelian promise of free hammocks and adoring cats would be a deal breaker.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm very much into it. If that's what's on offer, free hammocks. I love a hammock.
Can we throw in a few pastries?
This is how it started for Faust.
I haven't had a pastry for about 6 months, I'll have you know. Trouble is, I've had a lot of other things, but there you go.
What's wrong with you?
I just don't go out to the bakers anymore, or to Tesco, basically.
Or anywhere?
No, not very many places. 252 for 8. Cummins then to bowl his final over. 2 to go. 43 required. In comes Cummins, bowls wide of the off stump, he hooks that away, pulls that away, it's going to find the boundary, is it? Yes it is! It's 4 runs and it's 100 for Sam Billings. Well deserved, he stuck at it from a very difficult start when he came in. England 256 for 8, a maiden ODI 100 in his 19th match. That has at least brought a smile to Owen Morgan's face. England now need 39 from 11.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Cummins again does him completely with that slower ball outside off stump, and he goes down on his haunches and ponders the meaning of existence. Anyway, that was a very good ball from the Aussie bowler. Not 39 required from 10 balls, so every ball has basically got to go for 4 from here on in for England to win this. And if England were to pull this off, I wonder what the odds are at this stage. I mean, Nestlers, you're into betting, gambling. What would you have England at now? Cummins in, bowls. He's down the wicket, has to drag that because it's thrown quite wide. Going to get one. Archer is prepared to come back for the second, but it's not enough. England move to 258 for 8. No odds from you, Nestlers?
178 to 1.
178 to 1. Is that what they actually are at?
No, that's what I'm going to go.
That's what you're giving me. Okay. 11 fours and 2 sixes in that 100 for Billings. He's facing on 104. And Cummins is in again. He's down the wicket. He swings that with great force towards cow corner. He's really connected with that, and it's brought him a second 4 of the over.
A few more of those, and maybe, but this over really had to go for 20 odd for it to be interesting off the last.
Well, they need 33 off 8 balls, which is basically, well, if you can get the tie. Have we got a super over?
I don't know. Don't think so.
That would be fun. Billings on to 108. Cummins in again. He's setting himself for slow deliveries, and he's played a clever little ramp over his shoulder. Fine of Mitchell Stark, and he's picked up another boundary. It's not all over. Billings 112.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I mean, he's played that shot over to the leg side from about a yard and a half outside off stump, and he's managed to time it perfectly, and he's picked up 4. He's batted extremely well. It's a shame from an England point of view that someone that wasn't there with him a little bit longer. 1 for 73 now, Cummins. His figures. Final ball of his spell. He's in. It's full. It's on the full, in fact. Low down on the bat. It's only a single as it runs up to long on. England need 28 from the final over. 28, just a bit too many, but at least Billings has got strike.
Yeah, you can narrow the margin of defeat, and you can put some pressure on whoever ends up bowling this last over. I suspect it will be Stoinis.
Yeah, well, he's run out. His three mainline bowlers have finished, haven't they? No, it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be Mitchell Marsh, who has actually bowled 4 before this one. 4 overs, none for 22.
Yeah, interesting. Cool. He's bowled quite well. Stoinis is relatively used to bowling at the death. He's done it a few times. We'll jingle up the bowler who's got the nod.
Mitchell.
He's in. He comes down the wicket. He tries to pull that away. He's got it on the helmet again, I think. It's found its way past Alex Carey. It's given us a leg by, and that was the last hope for England. Just a single off that. Maybe he should have just stayed at that end and see what he could do. But it's just one leg by. Archer on 6 from 8. He's not going to be able to do too much, I don't think. He has got a big shot on him, but he's really not felt bat on ball really very much so far. Marsh in. He tries to pull this away, but gets it up through mid on to long on, and it's again a single. 27 required, 26 required from 4 balls. We can't win. England can't win. The best they hope for is a loss by 1 run. So it's all over. Well done, Australia. Got themselves out of a very difficult hole this morning when they were 120 odd for 5. Billings to face. Marsh in again. Bowls to him, and he pulls that. He's got hold of it pretty well, and it's just dropped short of the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, a really good effort in a losing cause, this from Billings. But I suppose you look at this and say, well, England can take something really good from that, and it's that against some really good bowling, Billings has helped himself to 117 runs, coming in a very difficult situation. Marsh into him again, short, pulled again, strappled really down to long on. It'll be just the single. England 274 for 8, 2 balls remaining, and 21 required. It's all over, bar the last 2 balls.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh, just keep it on line, keep your foot behind the line.
Oh yes, of course there is that possibility for no balls, isn't there? Here comes Marsh then to Archer. He bowls. Archer swings this one away. Has he got enough on it to get a 4? No, it's going to land quite nicely for Stoinis. They're going to take the single. England are going to finish about 20 runs short. 275 for 8. 1 ball remaining. And really, it was those 2 wickets, wasn't it, when Morgan went? He was getting going when Morgan went, and then they lost Joss Butler. That's perhaps where it went wrong for England. Also, the fact that the slow start, really. Marsh then in to complete this day of cricket. It's driven high up into the air. I think it's going to be pouched by someone. It is. And so with the final ball, Billings' brave effort comes to an end. He's out for 118. Australia have won by 18 runs, 19 runs.
Yeah, good innings from Sam Billings. What was it, 118 off 110, 14 fours and 2 sixes. He came in when the situation was really dire. He and Johnny Bairstow rebuilt the innings up to a point. It took them a long time to get going. It took Bairstow in particular a long time to get going. And as you say, Hendo, that slow start, that brilliant opening spell from Josh Hazlewood in particular, and then the loss of Butler, the one man who can seemingly overcome any bowling early, shortly after Owen Morgan, really tanked it for England. For Australia, very disciplined bowling effort in defence of a good but not by no means overwhelming total, and a fantastic innings from Glenn Maxwell. Hendo's muted himself.
Was he?
Not quite sure how I did that, but I did mute myself. Maybe I've just heard too much of myself all day. That could be it. Yeah, it was a good effort in the end, but you always felt England were struggling to get there. It's a good win for Australia. A bit worrying for England now. They've lost 2 games, although in different formats in a row. They'll want to stem the way that's going at the moment and turn things around for the remaining 2 one-day internationals, which come up, by the way, on Sunday and next Wednesday. I'll just take you through the England card very quickly. Jason Roy caught and bowled Hazlewood, brilliant reaction catch for 3. Joe Root caught Carey, bowled Hazlewood, lovely ball just nipping off the seam. He only made a single from 11 balls. Owen Morgan looked to force the pace and was doing quite well, 23 off 17 balls when he went back to one from Zampa, pulled it into the onside, picked out the only man there saving the single at mid-wicket, Maxwell. He was gone for 23. Joss Butler was caught at long off, taking Zampa on, caught Labuschagne for the single. And then Johnny Bairstow and Sam Billings got together, had to rebuild, and eventually found their timing as much as you can on a wicket like this. Johnny Bairstow finally went, caught Hazlewood, really good catch running around the long on boundary for 84 from 107 balls. Moeen Ali disappointed, caught Labuschagne at extra cover off Hazlewood for 6. Chris Wokes promised early on but ended up being caught. Maxwell bowled Zampa for 10. Adil Rashid caught Maxwell bowled Cummins for 5. Billings, the last man out with the final ball of the day, was caught by Warner at long on, running in for 118 from 110 balls, 14 fours, 2 sixes. Only man not to get a knock was Mark Wood. Mitchell Stark, 10 overs, none for 47. Josh Hazlewood really bowled well. Josh Hazlewood, I should say, 3 for 26 off 10 overs with 3 maidens, importantly, up the top as well. Cummins, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 74. Adam Zampa, important contribution from him, 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 55. And then it was the turn of the 5th bowler. 10 overs from Mitchell Marsh, Glenn Maxwell and Marcus Stoinis. 5 overs, 1 for 29 for Marsh. 3 overs, none for 19 for Maxwell. 2 overs, none for 15 for Stoinis. So Australia take the lead, and we will be back at Old Trafford, possibly in 30-degree heat on Sunday for the second of these 2 ODIs. Would you guys make any changes to this England side, or are you happy to go with what they've got at the moment?
I'm happy enough. They went with the extra batter ahead of the extra bowler, didn't they, on a slowish pitch? And I think that makes sense. I wouldn't make that many changes. No, I think that you want Wood, Archer, and Wokes to be your main 3 bowlers. You don't have another spinner to bring into the equation. Billings has more than earned himself another go. So no, I don't think so. It's just England didn't start at all well with the bat. I don't think the ball, they did a great deal wrong. Every bowler went under a run of ball, and even 294 was a good score, but it wasn't a disaster at all for England, and they bowled really well for large parts of the innings.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true.
What was the total number of runs scored today?
Oh yes, we should talk about that, shouldn't we? The GPL. Oh, because Nestle, you had 5 entries, didn't you? Let me work this out. It was 294 and 275.
569.
What's that? Can someone give me that?
569 and...
Have we got a winner? Have we got a winner?
Boys
Anyone
missed
near
it by
even?
1 run.
Oh! Oh! Someone's missed it by 1 run. Who is it? Is it Nestle Boy?
It is Nestle Boy.
And Nestle Boy's missed it by 1 run. He has his hands in his head. It's a disaster for the man from some strange galaxy. I'm not sure what it is. But, oh, well, that's just England lose. Nestle Boy misses out on the £67 pot, I think it was, for the GPL.
God damn it.
God damn it. But there you go.
Hendo, damn it.
Indeed, indeed.
You want a couple of final tweets before we
Why
pack
not?
up?
Why not? Go on then.
Well, Muttley just says woof. Thanks for the coverage, folks. See you Sunday. Love and sausages. And to end today's social media fair, of course, it's Jay Grover who says, thank you all very much. I'm sorry the cult of All Father Hendo doesn't seem to be a goer. I fear our God lacks motivation. See you soon.
Well, no, I don't lack motivation. I am going to ensure that the cult of Hendo takes off, and that I can live in glorious comfort for the rest of my life. I'm very motivated about that. Anyway, we should say our goodbyes. It's been good fun. We've had Andy Ward, we've had Tony Bishop, we've had Knuckle Pandy, we've had Nestle Boy. Who else have we had? We've had Nindo Dutta all the way from Singapore. Putting in the effort for you folks today. Join us again on Sunday when we'll have lots more fun, we hope, for you. It's been a great win for Australia. They've won by 19 runs. England will be hoping to come back as the series progress. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us. Good night.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine,
you.